occurred while he was a slave. In's Gravenhage, printed by Kreidoffel and Iper Dahl, booksellers 1666. Turkish Slavery, by Emanuel de Aranda. Turkish Slave Trades, written by Emanuel de Aranda, who himself has suffered, together with various individual and entertaining accounts of diverse things that have. Also, the shocking manner of justice practiced there, according to the customs of Algiers, is very interesting to read for all curious people, and importantly for all seafaring men, in order to know how to regulate themselves in such unfortunate circumstances. Forward. To the reader. Which you may understand more clearly if you take the patience to read this small book I am presenting to you. Register of the Private Accounts. Dear lover, I present to you a work that does not deserve the name of history, but merely a simple and truthful narration of strange and diverse events that have occurred to me during my travels, or that I have witnessed, from which I shall admit, have gained much, if not more, profit in a short time than from my studies over many years. Wherein, like a sailor among his friends speaks of tempests and shipwrecks, a soldier of battles and wounds, a shepherd of wolves and his flocks, I will guide you from Madrid in Spain and wander through the sea in Africa until we return to our homeland. Story. History of a Spanish nobleman who was a slave in Algiers. 1:17-2. The bravery of a Dutch captain who defended himself alone against 5 Turkish galleys and 2 brigantines, and destroyed them. 124-3. The strength of a Christian Slav to remain faithful to her belief. 132-4. Turanin. How ignorant people imagine themselves in strange things. 134-5. Turkish slaves saved by a miraculous practice, and the counterattack of a ship from Dunkirk. 137-6. A wonderful effect of cursed love. 139-7. Trarth. 2 unfortunate slaves discovered in the Melmore Valley in Tichuan. 141-8. A Portuguese nobleman captured and brought to Algiers. 146. Try. A new slave must be wary of every mistrust. 157. 153x from 2 newly married couples, taken by the Turks and brought as slaves to Algiers. The ungratefulness of a Portuguese slave. 162. The manner of burying the dead in Algiers. 164-13. On the thoughtless and cautious desire. 166-14. 2 examples of kindness and recognition. 169-50. The custom of marriage in Algiers. 174-16. The necessity is the mother of prudence and wisdom. 178-7. A Carmelite father who was a slave, and Ali Pegulin. 183-8. 193. Ditsuix. The use of poison is very common in Africa. The Turks keep their word. 197. Erx. 202-21. Women and wine deceive the husband most. The way to cure smallpox in Algiers without a surgeon. 207-22. 209-23. A Frenchman who wanted to become Turkish and remained a Christian against all odds. Vendée openhartigheid van een, iota doctor. 211-24. 216-36. Van het Weiss retiren van een zeeroever. 213-45. Gott geleid door een vooreenigheid den genen die een goede intentie hebben. Die openhartigheid van een doing Kirke slaveporter. 227 Tartar. Kluktai, recontren van de fortuin der slaven. 222. Een slave dientig van alles om te leven. 230 Sijkheim. Van de getrouwheid van een man. En de van de ontrouwheid van een vrouw. 233. 36. 238 Vertoon. Krakiel tuchen Spanje en de Portugese. Slaven. Part. 241 Crediu. 244 Tweeder. Een slave moet niet al te eer betrouwen op de al te grote kortuien van een patroon. Van een religieus die een geloof door wakit verrekte wanneer hij binnen Algiers slave was, en die door een betrouwen martelaar vierde. 251.34. Van het voornemen dat wij geformeerd hadden, om ons meter te maken van het sip twelk ons naar Tichuan bracht. Curiosity is satisfied with time and patience. 256 Peru. The senseless accusation. 263-66. Fidelity, endurance, retribution, and gratitude. 267 Sarkin 7. Shipwreck in the harbor. 270 Turkish Slavery, told and written by Emanuel Duranda. B. Over Saint. After having lived in Spain for a year and being satisfied with the intention to see that kingdom and learn the language, I made plans to return to the Netherlands again, and as I had sailed away from England, I arrived at St. Lucar de Barrameda, land. In this journey I was in great danger of being taken by the Turks, thinking it more prudent to. Neither should I turn back, to cross such a great sea, and particularly to escape the peril of the Turks, who are always on the coasts of Spain and Portugal, as well as to see Castilla la Vieja and Biscay. I left Madrid on August 1, 1640, having taken one of my landmen with me, named Rainier Saldens, and I arrived in Aix on August 13th. Upon the support of my coming, I found Monsieur John-Baptiste Cowan and Lord Philip de Scherff, who had resolved to embark on one of 2 English ships lying in port, ready for sailing as soon as the wind turned favorable, and indeed that same night the wind became kind. The following day, I set sail with these 3 friends, and with this fortunate wind, we reached full sea, leaving the harbor after 2 hours or so. From then on, the sea remained entirely calm that same night, contrary to expectations, making us suffer in hope of a good wind. After 4 days' sailing, we arrived at the height of Rochelle in France, where we encountered a Rochelle free trader frigate that approached us suspiciously and sent word that we were English ships. The same frigate drew closer to our ship, and its captain with 4 soldiers came aboard our vessel to see our skipper's passport, whom he then ordered to pay a piece of gold to the soldiers on the frigate, and so they returned to their ship, reporting to their captain that they had seen our passport. As soon as the Rochelle captain left his frigate, our skipper called out to him, "Be careful, if it seems good to you, for there are 5 Turkish free traders entering the canal with the wind at their backs. LD comes so far, while also Dutch and Dutch-Flemish free traders daily cross the sea." The unheralded captain demonstrated that the warships of the King of England, which sometimes came outside the canal, should safeguard this coast against the Turks, and took up his position with the peril, without considering the small power he had, to resist his enemies, and advanced his reign, believing it impossible that Turkish free traders could. With the wind constantly contrary, we had been stranded at St. Sebastian for 7 days, and had not gone further than the coast of Brittany in France. About 2 hours after noon on the same day, we saw 2 ships approaching us, which we judged to be merchant ships, and a little later another, the smallest one, which came towards us with full sails, and when it drew near, we saw that it was a caravel. Our skipper ordered the sails lowered for a reason that suited his purpose, as it was not possible to flee at sea in an English manner. But our inexperienced skipper sent the boat out to sea to ask what kind of people they were, thinking it might be a French or Dutch pirate. And when our sails were lowered, and the ship following us approached with full sails, he had the flag hung out to signal protection, from which it could be easily inferred that this was the same ship, a pirate or a free rover. The captain of the caravel lowered his sails, unwilling to come closer to us. The Turks who were in the caravel, as I later learned when I was captured, signaled that we were under attack with lowered sails, and that the boat had been set adrift at sea, and furthermore everything else done as is usual when one intends to fight. This demonstrates the lack of experience of our skipper, and he wanted to defend himself. As night fell, the caravel remained in sight, with a lantern behind it, signaling its position. We passengers thought otherwise, but the captain laughed at us. All we could get from him with kind words was that our ship was prepared to defend itself. Once prepared, we sailed through the night, and of the 4 oars that our ship had, only 1 remained useful. All this happened with lowered sails, so that we made little progress, nor did the caravel. As we were in this situation, waiting for each other, we sailed through the night until about 5 o'clock in the morning on the 22nd of August, when we saw 2 large ships approaching us full sail. About 10 hours before noon, the 2 ships drew close to the caravel, all without a flag. Thus bade the shipmaster that he would make his point, but he remained stubborn. Each said his reasons, and the shipmaster, who had no reason also, refused to budge. Then they won at once with full sails the advantage over us, firing a musket shot. It was green with silver half-moons on it. On the stern of the largest ship stood a Turk who held aloft a torn flag in his arms, and a Christian slave who cried out, "Strike for Algiers!" At this cry, those holding the flag unfurled it immediately. How wonderfully that flag looked to us, and how it seemed to lead us to Algiers, one can easily imagine. But instead of negotiating, our good captain asked for an honorable surrender. Yes, the Turkish ships answered. Immediately they started to negotiate. The captain demanded that he should be allowed to set foot on the first Christian land, and that we give him 32,000 pieces of 8, which was a large sum of money for our ship, for sometimes it Happens that when the Turks take a ship, they keep it and set prisoners on Christian land as best best. Believing he had done enough, our captain ordered the ship to be grounded at low tide, took down the flag from behind, and left with 3 or 4 of his boat crew to row towards the Turkish ships, surrendering himself into the hands of his enemies. The Turkish soldiers, eager to plunder and buy, came ashore in their boat, often 12 strong, under the command of a captain who was the first to set foot on our ship. He was an Englishman, but a renegade, and as soon as I was on the deck, he asked me what nation I was from, and if I was a merchant, to which I replied that I was from Dunkirk and a soldier of my profession. He then said in Dutch, "Brother, be patient. It is the fortune of war. Protect yourself today and tomorrow for me." I gave him the money I had with me, and instantly another Turkish man put his hand in my bag, taking my purse, new clothes, prayer book, and travel guide, which he returned to me with the new clothes but kept the prayer book and purse, saying that I was a barber. With haste, after they had plundered those on the river and in the city, they brought us by boat to the shore of one of their ships, leaving 12 Turks aboard to govern it, and as soon as the wind turned east, they steered the ships towards the Spanish coast. And after 2 days we saw the Cape of Galicia, which is called the Cape of Death. I was as if in a dream, witnessing strange sights, causing fear, wonder, and curiosity. The remarkable ceremonies during their prayers, making sure that all these things made me take heed. The wind was still good, and one must know that the former slaves came in one of the ships from Algiers, for the Turks employ Christian slaves at sea as boatmates. But after that, the wonder, fear, curiosity, and melancholy did not allow me to eat, and my stomach craved something due to hunger, so I sent for 4 Christian slaves, who, although for their share they had nothing but biscuits and deductions, times made pottage of rice, or any other thing they had brought from their land. It was the 11th day of our captivity, and we were in the navigation of Gibraltar, in which the Turks usually make many superstitious ceremonies. Among other things, they throw a pot full of oil into the sea, and believe that after a certain rise, it goes to a mountain called the Mountain of Tapers, for the sailors call this rising the holy man's foot, because the Turks say that a glorious holy man dwells there, as they say, who, at his command, makes the oil thrown into the sea burn. They also set small burning tar barrels on the prow of their ships, and let them burn until the passage is completed, especially during night sailing. All these superstitions are performed with many prayers and other ceremonies. On the 3rd day after we passed the ships, as we were setting out with the rising of the sun before Algiers, the captain fired a salvo. Having freed my feet, I went on to the rampart where I saw many Arabs on the shore. On this sight, all curious people from the city came to the seaside, and so did I, walking among the other Christians, each of whom was carrying a chain at his feet. Before our chains were taken, the anchor had already been dropped. I asked the captain, a polite man, what kind of people they were, for otherwise they would not have had any clothing around them, except for 3 or 4 ells of lace wrapped around their bodies, without anyone having a knife at hand. He told me they were poor people and farmers from the land, namely, 8. Here begins our tragedy. The captors of the ships that had taken us led us to land and onto the market where Christians are sold, to see which one of them recognized us. From there they took us to the palace of the Bassa, that is the governor. Kings call him, but he is merely a subordinate king so that he might have his share of the new slave. He was seated in the audience chamber with his legs crossed, just as the craftsmen here do in working, on a wide bench covered with blue carpet. In his hand he held a fan made of plum leaves. His clothing was a long red silk gown, and on his head he wore a large, very beautifully crafted turban that covered his legs. He was a man of good and respectful appearance, but as soon as we were sent to him he was informed that Sir Philip de Sheriff was an honorable knight, and he took him for his 8th part. And when we arrived at his house, he asked us in Italian if we had eaten that day. After we had received our dues, they brought us to the house of a respectable Turk who was one of the captains of the ships that captured us. We answered, no. He then ordered one of his Christian slaves to bring us a basket with raisins and bread. The house was built in Italian style, with white marble galleries, both for the floor and the pillars, and arches very well proportioned to the building. We had to spend the night on the floor in those same galleries. I assure you, I would rather have slept in a stall than there, for after that we could not feel at ease. We woke up in the morning stiffened, and as if our arms and legs had been trodden upon. We were not allowed to leave that house until we were sold. There were 7 days of waiting until some Christian slaves who had been taken from us went up for sale. Meanwhile, the Christ's betrayer, whom I mention in my 9th account, was pursuing and watching us, but already the danger that he was a traitor was clear. The General Alliance and some of the most renowned Turks came to visit us and wanted to buy us. They asked if we had not money and wanted to pay for our ransom and give us good passage. We answered steadfastly that we had no money, but we hoped that the good people of our country would try to help us with alms. It was around September 12th that the aforementioned slaves were sold, when they were brought to market where it is customary to sell Christians. An old trader, with a shriveled face and a stock in his hand, took me by the arm and led me often across the market, and those who wanted to buy me asked for my fatherland, my name, to which I answered with premeditated lies that I was born in the land of Dunkirk instead of saying Flanders in the city of Dam, and a soldier by profession, that my hands were often sore from work, and my teeth were so strong as to bite into biscuits on the galleys. The first sale was made. He was then placed on the other side of the market, beginning to make a new pile. After that, they all sat down, and the old trader took the honor first by the arm, marching with him 3 or 4 times across the market, shouting, "Pull, pull, who bids higher?" FLs with our friends. While we were selling the first of our rye, I was suddenly called to my master's office by Monsieur Callum and Rainier Saldens. They could not withstand this tragic scene in which we found ourselves, and said with a great deal of emotion, "A day of carnival in our village in Flanders. If we were there, we would drink good wine and eat wa." I heard different people bidding money without my understanding what they were saying. I answered them that we are currently at a beautiful carnival, something I had seen, or the old man grabbed me by the arm as I was walking, just as he did to others, and shouted, "Pull, pull!" I asked an old slave how much they were bidding. He told me that it started at 190 sticks of 8, went up to 200, and eventually the deal was made for 200 sticks of 8. He said he was well informed that we were rich and knights, but not opposing this quality he gave us, we were brought into his palace's state, where we found 250 slaves, royals of his galley. We were in that state for 21 days, where, for our portion, they took 2 loaves each day. My cooked food, called Sedan Gallon by the renegade, even if the base has the right of repurchase, we never brought it for him again, carrying the signs on our hats and figures for how much we sold, presenting to the base the right of repurchase, who took us all 3, namely Monsieur Callowin, Rainier Saldens, and me. It was around the end of September, and the time when the galleys begin their last journey of the year. The slaves who sailed with us packed their belongings to go by ship. They gave, by order of the base, to every slave 5 ells of living for a shirt and a galley bridge. I received my share like the others, what was strictly necessary for passage, because I had just 1 torn shirt, full of holes. On the day when the slaves were sold, 5 or 6 barbers' apprentices, who had bought the slaves from the galley captains, began to shave their hair and beards. Once all were shaven and dressed, the galley captains and the chief steward of the Besai came into our stable and made all the slaves leave that place in an open space or courtyard with a note, and began to distribute the officers on the galleys. And when they had filled up their numbers, there were still 20 slaves left. The captain ordered us, passing by beside us, to let this scum go ashore, so they would no longer be wild. I assure you that it was most inconvenient for that trip. The galley of the Basset set sail at the same time as 3 other galleys. Under the cover of night, I remained in the stable with the sheep, which were restless and noisy. From the living quarters that I had received, I made enough cloth to serve me, gave 3 or 4 sprigged small coins of that land to another slave who cut and made my clothes. The bailiff was informed that there were no knights, nor rich people like they said, to be able to spend 3. Monseigneur Callum, Rainier Saldens, and I went into the chamber of audience, where General Ali Pegulin was present, who told us, "Christians, I have bought you from the bailiff, but at a high price." And he treated the youngsters well, just as among the Christians the great lords keep their pages and servants. After the sound of our logic, 20 Christian slaves were brought to serve in the house, and 40 had been serving for between 9 and 15 years who were not allowed to leave the house due to fear of being abused by the Turks. For regarding Ali Pegulin, our patron, had a reputation as an enemy of the accursed sin. From there, 4 days were brought after the bath of our new master, which is a place designated to accommodate and feed the slaves from the galley. The entrance to the bath was a path from his house, the quality and condition of which I will briefly describe. Firstly, there was a new income, and people came into a great hall, so dimly lit that its light was barely visible due to some obstruction from above, but not enough to prevent them from needing torches even in the daytime and afternoon. The uppermost level is flat, following the Spanish manner. The torchbearers are Christian slaves of the same bathhouse, and those who come there to drink are Turkish freeholders and soldiers who spend their time drinking and uttering profane words. On top of this, there are galleries on 3 levels, also, with torchlit areas, and a church for Christians where 300 people could gather to hear Mass. There were 500 Christian slaves, all belonging to our lord and master Ali Pegulin, without anyone providing them with food. The only allowance they had was that every day they could go in search of sustenance for 3 or 4 hours. So each one served himself according to his wisdom, as you will clearly see in my 16th narrative, where I shall demonstrate that need is the mother of dependence. Referring back to the same narrative, I shall alone relate what happened to me on the first night I spent in this new lodging. I did not know whether I should sleep or wake, and since I knew no one, I went to bed with a blanket, which I had received from the master of the house above the bath. The place seemed to me the most suitable without disturbing anyone, though I had no knowledge about it. Being ready to go to sleep, a sheet from Bain, being a knight of Malta, and his chamberlain a Frenchman, they began to ask me for news whether there was anything in the Christian realm. I asked the period knight what that meant. As soon as the gate was closed, I saw an old fox of a slave, an Italian, with a great pack of linen and woolen clothes, shirts, a copper pot, and some other furniture, and he began to shout, "Pull out, pull out, pull out!" And even if I were sure of their news, I heard, low in the open place of Bain, a guardian. You must know that the guardians are those who take care of what the Christians do, who called out over everyone, that with the coming of the day, a certain number of slaves should go to work, and then the guardian left, taking away the Bain. Here's the translation of the provided text from Otto to English. Also, our pattern does not give food to the slaves, but most of them live by stealing and selling all kinds of things they have acquired that day. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to command their slaves, for in our bath, among 550 slaves, 2 or 20 distinct languages are spoken. The next morning, before the sun had risen, when the guardian came into the yard, he started shouting, "Rise up, dogs! From below! Gather the dogs! Come out, you scoundrels!" which was a good day. Then he led us to a town called Babelouet, where we found us work making ropes, and, without asking if we knew the trade, we had to obey. My cameras and Rainier Saldens and I had to drive the wheel with great strength and diligence because the guard cried out loudly, 40, 40, and we thought it meant hard, and in France, which is a common language among slaves and Turks, and also among slaves of one nation to another, a mixed language of Italian, Spanish, French, and Portuguese. 40 should say something so sweet, and yet he did not achieve what he desired through his loud calling, but rather showed us with great slaps what 40 had to say. We performed this task for 5 or 6 days, and since I was not accustomed to such hard work, upon returning to the bath, I tried to sleep on the flat. I made myself a field bed of 4 pieces serving as stilts, with some strings tied in the same way as trellises. The 2 French knights mentioned above, moved by their kindness as I was so well behaved, often asked me to sleep in their chamber, which I willingly accepted, and from that time slept in their chamber, or rather, after the strings were made they taught us another craft, but much more pleasant for those who were not accustomed to work, stamping grapes in a stone mortar. I performed that craft with incredible effort and little progress due to my weak strength. The guardian said to me, "You have the hand you have. Let this work stop. You're not yet strong enough." For I was in the barn. When the corn was threshed, they put it into sacks, and by misfortune some corn remained on the earth, which the guard saw and said to me, "Pick it up like a dog. Hard blows with a stick on your back where the blood will show." This made me unable, not opposing the impossibility to bear my burden any longer. The corn in the sack was placed on his head, and yet I had taken only 4 or 5 steps forward, so heavily loaded, or the sack began to slip from my head for lack of strength, and the guard helped me put the sack back on, and, as a reward for his help, gave me 3 or 4 blows with a whip in my face, so hard that it bled from my mouth and nose. It was unfortunate that when I had not taken a single step forward, due to the force I exerted on my brother's chair, I fell face down onto the ground. Feeling myself in such extreme distress and fearing the blows, I arranged the chair as well as I could, and, with the help and support of the kind people passing by, I put the sack back on my head and continued marching towards the house of our patron, Ali Pegulin. When I arrived there, I fell down again, so exhausted from the work that I could barely stir. On the ground, very muddy, sweaty and full of dust, and indeed near death, the guardian supported me bravely. "Look not," said Rainier Saldens, a most resolute man, to the guardian, "that this slave is peculiarly weak." Despite what remedy, the greatest work began, which required carrying heavy sacks 4 times up the tower, something I found impossible at first. But God, knowing the strength of humans, allowed my chambermate Rainier Saldens, who was much stronger and sturdier than me, to unload his sack, descend the stairs, and find me in a sober state, that is. And with that, he took my sack and carried it up for me. How peculiarly this work of friendship and mercy benefited me can be easily considered. You must know that Rainier Saldens, when we were taken, had 5 or 6 pistols hidden. He ordered a jug of wine to be poured, and food to be brought, which cost nothing, because the wine is not counted separately. The work was completed that day, and I went very mistrustfully to the bath, accompanied by Rainier Saldens, who had me brought to a tap-room in the bath. While we were eating and drinking to cheer myself up, there came my companion, Monsieur Calwin. Do not you see that these Christians neither wish to hurt you nor know the way? A Turk fall from his horse on the steep street, the Turk being thrown high into the air and losing his sword, for Turks carry long swords in towns, just like rapiers here. But by good luck some Turks who spoke to Monsieur Calwin said to the fallen, "Turk, what do you want to do?" He had the whole day a very full load of provisions on his back, taken from the storehouse of the Lord of the Seacoast, and also the streets of Algiers are very narrow and steep, so that when one passes by with a heavily laden mule or camel, one cries "Halt!" which means "Wait," as it happened with our new muleteer who, not knowing the way, made. They called him Wild, because he had no Christian clothes on his Spanish horse, and those clothes did not suit the slaves, so that people judged that he had come from there recently. We told each other stories of the events that had happened to us that day, and decided that we must work every day without a piece of bread from the master, and that we had neither time nor inclination to steal. For this trade requires practice, especially in a warm place where so many thieves gather, which is why everyone has to be on their guard. Sir Philip the Chief, to whom the bailiff had sold our master, Monsieur Calwin, Rainier Saldens, and I resolved to go with an Italian merchant, called Francesco Capati, who was resident in Algiers, and ask him for 75, stockin of 8, on condition that we should pay him 100 to Antwerp. The next day we put our resolution into execution, in which the merchant was satisfied, provided that we remained true to our word for each other and for all concerned, and we received 4 sticks of 8 in good account. The following day we had to go digging in the wine-yard belonging to the patron's house at Placier, which is a great deal of work. And when I returned to the city, I made a little speech to the guards, telling them that I was very tired, and if they was very tired, and if they wanted me to continue working on something so difficult, I would give them 4 reals per month as compensation for their courtesy, which they accepted provided that I paid them monthly, which I did gladly. I was very pleased about this new office. They said to me, "You must bring in 4 large pots filled with fountain water to the house of the head guardian, that is, the upper guardian." For even though there were 550 slaves belonging to him, there were only 5 or 6 guardians. The wife of that guardian was a black woman, but very good. She sometimes gave me bread or a plate of food, but that was only when it became necessary, or when I brought bread from the oven. That was a reward for my extraordinary services. If a Christian slave from an English nation entered the house, I did indeed find great pleasure in official duties for a few days, but also, as youth became more difficult to bear the good days and ease without succumbing to debauchery, there came a day when I carried my usual pot of water, and after pouring it into a large earth pot, I preserved the provision of water for household use. Then, a Turkish woman, I asked her if she wanted to drink a drunken Spanish wine, or if the guardian's wife noticed or heard. The next day I was reformed, and had to work like the other slaves, among whom my craft was serving the master. I became accustomed to that life. It was at the end of December when the Turkish free traders stopped at the port of Spain, well aware that the wines and fruits were then transported by English and Hamburg ships. At the same time, the Turkish free traders had seized a frigate named Pirol, which had been built in Dunkirk and was coming from Malaga. I did not want to go to sea, because I had been sent to Malaga and Dunkirk, fearing that my presence would be discovered. As soon as the prize or purchase arrived, a slave from Antwerp came to me, who knew my own name, because he was on our ship when we were taken, and told me that with this latest prize and purchase from Dunkirk, a young man had come who had asked him if he did not know 2 Flemish slaves, one called Monsieur Calwin, and the other Monsieur de Aranda. Upon which I asked him to look out and not inquire after them by those names, for the same persons had changed their names, and here they acknowledged themselves, and were called Jan Everts and Jacob Van Zeveren among the slaves. But we found it good, whenever our patron spoke to us, to inform him of this new slave, or if anyone in Spain had done anything to deceive us, and also to recommend to him that he should not speak about any of us or our quality to others. I went secretly without fear of being discovered to communicate this news to my colleagues, the Knight Philip de Scherf, Monsieur Calwin, and Rainier Saldens, and we resolved to speak with our patron about our situation, as long as we could keep it confidential. For our patron Ali Pegulin always believed that the Knight Philip de Scherf was a prin. A few days later, The new slave was sold to our patron and brought to his house, for he was only 7 years old and very handsome. I heard from him that Matthias Perez had told him to come at noon the next day to the square of Bain, under the pretext of going to Mass, for as I have seen, the boys were not supposed to leave the house. On the appointed day and hour, I found the new slave on the square of Bain, who sent me a message saying, "Sir, I am sorry to see you in this condition." I answered him, "Leonard, for that was his name. I ask you not to call me sir. My name is Jacob Van Zever. If he wants to tell me, he should know that everyone in Spain among the friends already knew of our misfortune, and that it had only been 15 days since some Dutchmen brought my friends to Malaga due to the unrest of the country's people who were on board the galleys of Algiers. Furthermore, he advised him not to disclose how we were, promising that I would help him as much as possible, which I did, pledging them for 10 crowns, the most valuable ones. But since he knew that I had a strong sense of doing things myself, he gave me dry jewels that he had saved, called canafias in Spain, worth 10 or 12 crowns each, telling me to sell or pledge them for my own comfort to help me in my misery. This was something we could not pass by, especially since 75 were involved. Bain was daily full of Turkish drunkards and Christian slaves, well understanding that the money had been paid. It was every day, as Theophilus says, a fare of Holland. Stocken of 8, which we had received from the Italian merchants, were on hold, and the merchant had no advice that the bill of lading for Antwerp had been paid, but this new payment greatly increased our courage as well as our credit in the taprooms of Bain, where good Spanish wine was bought from the latest purchases made by the Turks, there were thousands of kinds of improper behavior committed which were caused by drunkenness, and so, our patron, being a trader in free-trading ships which had taken these 2 ships from Malaga, laden with wine, employed 32. The first 32 slaves were selected and employed in the most difficult works, slaves of their Bain to draw wine from the same ships, and receive their wages from the christen tappers, who bought the wine at a rate of 8 for each pipe, for the Turks cannot sell or drink wine. Drinking is tolerated but selling not allowed. They were always rovers and plunderers. This group is called the caravan, from which the worst thieves are chosen, sailing from Russia or Moscow, and others from Spain or Italy. After some days of work, drawing wine from these 3 ships, and finding a good quantity of gold, they returned to their inn completely drunk and acting like bees. It was late, and the guard seeing this again, or all the slaves in the barn, striking with one order against the other each day according to will. That done, he retired, closing the door behind him. The 10 Russians made a commotion with the Spanish and Italians, and above all to contest, started stealing so furiously that the guards who were always at the gate heard, who then joined the fray with great blows of their sticks, so that the fighters decided to retreat. "Ye fight, come out of your hole, and we will see who has a beautiful lover," into weapons, rapiers, pikes, and muskets, defending themselves manfully. I walked by the square of the bath, and as the gate was closed, the Spaniards and Italians gathered on the marketplace, and one of them went to the departure place or small room of the Russians and Muscovites, greeting them in this way: "Dogs, heretics, wild ones, enemies of God, the bath is now closed, and the guardian says, if you have the courage." This battle, particularly in the evening, caused such a fearful noise that you would have thought 2 armies were fighting each other in a vast and open field. Had the speech been accurately heard when these Russians and Muscovites arrived on the field, starting to respond to the Spanish and Italians with volleys of shots, as they had no weapons but their hands, yet, as it is said, fury armed them. Some of them, benches and tables for the tap rooms were found, and certain ladders that were in hand were transformed. The advantage of the battle seemed to be on both sides, as well as the broken ranks lying in the middle of the field, which I thought were dead. Ent religions, and if the patron came to know this, that no blows with sticks should be struck. They stayed in the state until the dark had come over. Nevertheless, both parties showed that they did not want to leave, ultimately as a priest who lived in the bath and was well loved by all, with a bold gesture in his hand on the side of the battle, doing his best to reconcile and separate them, saying that all Christians were, though from differ. With this warning, the fight stopped, and the surgeons were called, for there were 5 or 6 in the bath who belonged to the patron, who began to bind up the wounded. Men believed that everything had passed without the patron receiving any news, but as the battle lasted for a long time, and made much noise, the patron heard it all from his house, as if he were present in the bath with torches and lanterns, accompanied by 4 or 5 guards armed with clubs. Then he began to inquire about what had happened, but those who had fought like lions hid themselves like mice. The other fighters hid themselves even more than before, afraid of being blamed for the failure of our aforementioned patron's agreement. Opposing this, The patron, thanks to his good investigation, caught one of the Spanish party and stripped him completely naked, holding him down by binding his hands and feet, pressing him against the ground, and administering 100 blows on his back and buttocks with clubs, thereby expressing the anger of the patron. We asked him what he would like. He answered, "How much do you want to give?" It was 6 months ago that we arrived in Algiers, enough time to receive an answer from Flanders. Sir Calwin, Rainier Saldens, and I went to the master's house, where we saw him put on his turban, a Turkish reverence, and taking the word. I said to him that it had been a long time since we arrived in Algiers, believing he was informed about our poverty, and that we had made an agreement with some of his slaves regarding their release, on the condition that they would sail on a ship from Livorno, which was ready to set sail, and stay there in prison until their ransom was paid, as the great Duke permitted such things. I replied, "It is your lordship's pleasure to believe so, for it may be that your lordship esteems us so highly that there appears no agreement." After considering the matter, he sent 2,800 pieces from here to Livorno, or 1,500 there. All I could offer, if it were possible, would be 500 pieces from here to Livorno. This was impossible for me, I said, for I am a poor soldier. Therefore, I would rather remain a slave within Algiers than be imprisoned in Livorno. He answered, "You ask too little. I must leave the city for a few days, just as it was on that occasion when your prince got up suddenly, and then we shall speak about it as if I had come back." These words gave me great hope, making me think that our patron did not consider my absence strange. With this attitude, we turned back to the Bain, in order that our patron might leave the slaves of the caravan to dry their wood for making a new galley next year. At the same time, we had to build a house which our patron built on top of the highest point of the city. From there you must know that the front part of the city of Algiers is suspended from a high building, and the place where this house was built was so expensive that no heavily laden mule could ever get there, for everything, including the arms, had to be brought up at great expense. On February 18, 1641, asked for 3 slaves from Dunkirk, named Jan Baptist Clowen, Emanuel de Aranda, and Rainier Saldens. However, there was no one who knew these slaves. The guardian brought us work, but before I left the bath, I had recommended to Sir Philip the chief that he should provide for us some pottage against the cold weather that we might encounter. It must be understood that this knight was excused from labor, as he lacked members. Suddenly, while we were gathering fruits, 2 Turks entered the bath, and they showed a document in Latin, and also said that these Spanish slaves are common boatmen, adding that the document was in Dutch, while the French slaves claimed it was English. The 2 Turks were accustomed to speak and shout, calling a priest, that is to say, a pastor or noble from the land of Dunkirk, to speak. The priests and nobles commonly used this language, not the common people. Therefore, the Spanish and French slaves judged that the first statement was written in Latin. They then called a Brabantian slave named François de Studon, who had studied in Leuven. Therefore, he answered them that he knew us well, and that we were slaves in a bathhouse, but working. Monsieur Calwin and Rainier Saldens, too, were not so worried as I was, having left the work and hidden themselves in a corner of the bath, while passing the time by playing cards. The first to arrive was François de Studon, who told them that 2 Turks from Dunkirk had come, and that letters had been sent for them. He wrote letters for the Dunkirk slaves, as you will see in my 16th relation. He read the attestation, and although our names may have changed, he still recognized us by the signs of the time and the ship's cargo, and concluded that we were the 3 Christian slaves the Turks were seeking. Monsieur Calwin and Saldens went downstairs, where they found the 2 Turks presenting them with a letter from the father of Monsieur Calwin. The mother and grandmother of Mustafa were very glad that he was no longer alive, and that he had perhaps made it to his fatherland. They were brought to me by Monsieur Calwin and Rainier Saldens into the house of a Turkish barber, he being the great-grandfather of Mustafa Juggles, who was in prison in Bruges along with 4 others to be lost against us. He was delighted, as were the Turks, because this meant we all ended up in Algiers, for the contract which the Turkish representatives had made with our parents was drawn up in such a way that we had to be delivered into any part of Barbary where they chose. Until then I knew nothing of all this, for I continued to pray until the guardian permitted each one to win their life. From Dunkirk have come, and Monsieur Calwin and Saldens have left with them. Having received such unexpected and delightful news, and feeling so relieved, I almost forgot my own hunger. I went looking for my 2 chambers with the Turks, whom I found all 4 on the street. I had a good appetite, as it was past noon. Half hoping to find some potage at the knight's, according to our agreement, leaving work, I walked straight to the bath, and there encountered François, the student mentioned above, who told me, "Jacob, have good news for you. It seems that you are no longer a slave and are free. From there, 3 Turk. As soon as Monsieur Colohan told me, he said to the Turk, "See there our 3rd chamber, Emanuel de Aranda." I asked the Turks how my parents were doing. They had not yet heard from my mother about my misfortune, and my brother had passed by. They came with us to the bath and told the guard that he should not let us work any longer because of that free time. We spent the rest of that day in great joy and happiness, drinking with the company on good times. But we did not think about the saying, joy at home, sorrow at the door. The next day we decided to continue the day in pleasure and happiness. On, from the bailiff. Finally, the court-master appeared with a stick in his hand, harshly saying, "Dogs, many of you have written about Turks." About midday, a Jew entered the bath, by order of Lady Ali Pegulin, who knew all that was passing, to tell us that the bailiff wanted to speak to us. They brought us before him. He ordered us to leave the palace immediately. Some Christian boys and slaves were leaving as well. We arrived at that place around 3 o'clock without delay or objector. He stood before us, something no one else had ever written, but our parents had done so without knowing. He gave a most false answer and struck Monsieur Colohan and me hard with the stick, saying, "I will come to you tonight to cut off your nose and ears. For Sultan's sake, be patient." And because of this he received some strikes with the stick but there must be money paid. As he did to us, and said to us, "You will not escape if you think so. You are no slaves of Ali Pegulin, but of the Basses, and you are lent from Ali Pegulin, and the Basses do not want any Turks for your ransom. A is what he has cost," again submitting to the head of the great lord, "that it is in order to lose another Turk who is a slave to the Christians." That was a matter sought after in High Dutch, as it is said, practiced by the bookishness of Lady Ali Pegulin in the absence of her husband, for there is a general law throughout the whole land under the jurisdiction of the great lord, that every Turk, whatever his condition may be, so he is a soldier or a Christian, can be set free, provided he pay. But the bailiff objected to that law, stating that it should not apply to his slaves, as he represented the great lord, who is not subject to such laws. A day when we wrote a letter to the grandmother of Mustafa in Spanish because she was a Moor among the Moors at the time of King Philip III, by which we made her aware of what had happened to him during this new imprisonment, and that she should remember that her nephew was in our hands, and that revenge should be taken on him for the wrongs done to us. This letter caused great concern for the old woman. She spoke firmly to the wife of the Bassa, earnestly requesting that they not permit us to be treated harshly. We should write to Flanders about the harsh treatment of the Turks who were imprisoned there. Ali Pegulin had not yet returned from her journey, and under the circumstances we were locked in the palace basement, without anyone from outside being able to enter, which nevertheless happened. They gave us 2 small loaves of bread each day for our portion, but we had luck that the food steward of the palace was a French renegade, who used to be a lackey to Monsieur Chamois, who was a knight of Malta as mentioned earlier, and because this food steward knew that I had great acquaintance with Monsieur Chamois in Ali Pegulin's bath, and that we had spent some months in the same departure, he gave us extra treats every day, such as olive oil, 5 eggs, tobacco, or anything else to eat. The master of the house walked around with a stick in his hand, and there was always someone who had to be beaten for their misdeeds. I can assure you that we here endure the greatest suffering of all our slavery, for as I have seen, we slept in a small room with 10 or 12 young people who were full of lusts, and although we worked the whole day to keep ourselves clean, we were still just as unclean afterwards. After we had endured this misery for 10 days, our patron Ali Pegulin left the city of Algiers. The 2 Turks who had come to set us free greeted him at once, and showed him as if he were 7 Turks who had been disguised against our 3 Christians, whom we had paid as we had agreed. Upon this, Pegulin answered, "I have bought my slaves to win them, not to exchange them against Turks, and moreover, you know our privileges in conformity with the laws, for which we beg you to assist us. The only pleasure we had was that all the slaves who served the master every day, namely, the 8th part, as I have seen, came to sleep by us at night, before everyone went to the master's bath, and consequently there were many expenses, and therefore many slaves, so that we knew everything that happened in the entire Christian realm." All understanding her reasons, she said, "I know the privileges and laws very well. City of Algiers at that time cannot be a soldier." D. This counsel pleased the 2 Turks. "You must know that the Turks hold the citizens of Algiers as subjects. Having brought them under violence for that reason, they have wanted to revolt. Therefore, no one is taken in as a soldier, and they cannot enjoy their privileges. But if you follow my advice, you will have the 3 Christians without it costing you much, and I shall be satisfied." that the mother and grandmother of Mustafa should buy Jan Baptist Kalun. This counsel was well received by the Turks. She went by the great mother of Mustafa, and they saw that all were poor. Therefore, Ali Pegelen devised that these two Turks, in the name of their four chambers which are imprisoned in Flanders, should agree with the mother and grandmother of Mustafa Juggles, who was a Moor born in Algiers and could not enjoy his privilege, to buy under their authority the two Christians, namely Emanuel de Arande and Rainier Saldens, and the great mother of Mustafa accepted these conditions, making a small contract according to her Turkish manner. They went to announce Ali Pegelen that they accepted the proposal, and asked him what he wanted for Emanuel de Aranda and Rainier Saldens. They agreed on 500 gold pieces for each of them. "You want a Dunkirk slave? I will give you one to oblige you," she answered. "I am willing to pay for it." The great-grandmother of Mustafa went to Pegelen on the same day, and told him about the misfortune of her nephew who was a slave of the Christians, and that he had no other way to save himself but to become a Dunkirk slave for life, and therefore they were asking him to provide one of the Dunkirk slaves in exchange for payment. Pegelen answered, but it must be someone named Jan Baptist Coloan." Pegelen, seemingly shocked, answered, "Jan Baptist Coloan. He is a close friend of the king of Dunkirk, and therefore he should pay 600 gold coins, single real, and that we did not want to be bought off, which left us in a difficult situation, but we thought our nephew in Flanders should also be informed, as he was under the power of our parents." The old lady was very surprised by that answer, and left without replying, leaving us to know that Ali Pegel desired 6,000 pieces of eight, and that she did not have so much. Therefore we had no other means to obtain our freedom, except if we contributed to that sum, on which we answered with the same messenger that we would not contribute a stucken of eight, with the condition that the same amount should be paid for them as if they had been sold before that Ian Baptist Coloan would leave Algiers. While this matter was being arranged, 9 weeks and 3 days passed, during which we were in great misery, filled with fear and uncertainty in the palace of Basai. Finally, the mother of Mustafa agreed with Ali Pegel regarding the purchase of Monsieur Colling for 1,400. With this agreement, we left the palace of the Basha. When I could walk on the streets, I thought I had found my liberty after so much misery, so much fear of being treated badly, and so many miseries. He lived in a funduck, being a large house where many soldiers live. The first night, Monsieur Colin lodged with grandmother of Mustafa Juggles. Rainier Saldens and I lodged in the house of one of the Turks who had bought us, called Cataborn Mustafa. This funduck was a beautiful building with its 4 galleries in the square and 4 stories high, and each soldier had his little room well kept from the boys. For after all, every soldier has a young slave, whether he is a Christian or a renegade, to serve. De volgende dag nam Rainier Saldens zijn woonplaats in Bayesh een vooraanstaande Turk genaamd. Onze nieuwe patroon Cataborn Mustafa trakteerde ons zeer wel na de gelegenheid van zijn beurs, en deed ons zijn excuses aan dat hij geen enkele oorzaak had dat wij zo lang in het paleis van Bassa hadden gewoond. Mohammed Salibai Oiga, wiens neef. Een van de 5 Turken was de Wehoopten Tever wisselen. De moeder en grootmoeder van Mustafa Juggles beklaagden het geld dat zij hadden betaald voor Monsieur Cologne, hem dagelijks met slechte woorden aanvallen, om hem te dwingen de helft van de 1,400 stuks van 8 te betalen. Aan de andere kant drongen wij de Turken er zoveel als mogelijk toe aan om ons vrijheid te geven, in overeenstemming met het akkoord in Vlaanderen gemaakt, tot if we were to receive them. Whereupon they, and not without reason, thought it best to consider their peril in losing their money, and the risk that their ships would not return. For the contract which they had made with our parents in Flanders stipulated that the Turks were to send us, as soon as found, the first fleet of Christians into the land of the Christians. After doing it was agreed that I should go to Flanders and be sent with the free trader galleys from Algiers, who would set me down on the coast of Spain. Therefore we resolved to make a new agreement with them, whereby one of our 3 ships was to bring 5 Turkish prisoners from Flanders to Ceuta or Argon in Africa, cities belonging to the King of Spain, while the other 2 were to remain in port. At the same time, a ship from Livorno, ready to return and set sail, happened upon this. My misfortune willed that a barbarian king named Ben Ali, who was a tributary of the kingdom of Algiers, rebelled and caused an inland war, forcing the base to defend the country by using galleys even in dire need, so that they could not sail along the coast of Spain as usual during that summer. Our council in Saldens was so eager for my freedom that I knew I had much to gain by going with the Turks, as well as Monsieur Cologne, who chose to go to the Netherlands, and he joined the front ship of Livorno. I was extremely saddened when I saw him depart, and I could not stay, but the great promises he made, saying he would return soon and bring 5 Turks with him, gave me hope for delay, which he did at his time, as I will say hereafter. In the end, they must set sail on the mercy of God's waves towards the desired homeland. I ate with him and shared the same plate, seated at opposite ends with my legs crossed over each other in the Turkish manner. As for me, I stayed with my new patron, Mustafa of Cathar. And although he was a poor soldier, I had good days with him. For he often said to me, "Emanuel, do not be melancholic. Think within yourself that you are the patron and I am your slave." He liked to make good food and often said to me, "Emanuel, I have no reason to make good food since I have no wife nor children, and when I die, the base will be my heir according to this land's custom." I replied, "Yes, you act like a wise man and have great reason to live in comfort," for I could not otherwise explain why I eat and drink with him. It is not the life of a true Turk. However, the master did not forbid himself from drinking every day. These words did not please a certain young man, a renegade who served him, preserved the money, while wasting the goods, and finally performed the duties of a woman in his household, and he muttered stubbornly, saying, "You spoil everything, and there will be no payment for so many days, before which you should feel ashamed to get drunk every day." At certain times, according to habit, he had a quarrel with a bully, that is to say, captain of foot soldiers, and among other bad words, he called him a Christian. Because of the complaints against him, my master was imprisoned, and at the first meeting of the council, which is held in the land of the Christians, or as the High Dutch say, the Gemen, he was condemned to 100 lashes with stocks on his buttocks, and additionally, he had to serve in the army against King Benali for 6 months. I was deeply distressed by my master's misfortune, who told me, "From now on, you must live with Muhammad Salibi Oiga. I hope, with God's help, that before my return, you will have regained your freedom, and if I had money, we would share it between us." I answered him, "Master, I know your good heart in poverty. I kiss your hands, thanking you as much as I can for the kind treatment I have received in your house." Muhammad replied that he would be happy to do so, but had no space in his house. After leaving my master, I went to the house of Muhammad Salibi Oiga and greeted him. I told him that Kataporn Mustafa had left the army and sent me to stay with him. "My dear father, when you are in Flanders, give my regards to your parents, and especially to my cousin in Dunkirk, for he often invites me to drink good beer." He explained that when his guest from Salden stayed with him, he spoke too familiarly with Muhammad's wife, which made him jealous. I begged him earnestly, saying that I did not know where I would go, and eventually he agreed. He showed me a small room above the stable. It was separate from the rest of the house. I went every day to fetch spring water for the house, doing this without orders, and thus won everyone's favor from my patron. From the first day, I was very surprised that my patron did not speak to me, for I understood the Spanish language quite well as French, and the women of that country often seek opportunities to converse with Christians. In the morning, I went with my patron to the fleet hall. From there he sent me home with the fleet he had bought. My patron also bought fruits and spices for the household. To my dismay, my patron's mouth opened wide, and he spoke to me so much and so quickly that I feared it might cause him some discomfort. And I answered her, "I am a poor soldier." Once he said to me, among other things, "Christians, God grant you your liberty. Please forgive me if I am wrong, but if you are poor in your land," he replicated, "you may say what you wish, but you are not like Gregorio." He was a different slave of the house. This slave had a suitable body for work, and after his quality, he was well brought up. He was born in Galicia, Spain, and a Visigoth in his land, and he became a household man from a village, my patron outside the city. This good lady asked me many curious questions every day. She was tall, clean-looking, and fat, which is the beauty of a woman, according to Africans' opinion. Every day when I carried the load, carried water, did the market run, and other things, I asked my patron's permission to go to the bathhouse of Ali Pegulin. He always allowed me. Regarding Muhammad Salibi Oiga, he was a very well-made man with a body, very well brought up, and very sober in his eating and drinking. He was very devout in his religion or sect. He was curious about new things from distant countries to know and hear. He asked me about the way of life of the Spanish and Dutch people, and if the Dutch were Christian papists, wanting with that word too, denoting Catholics because Catholics are under the Pope. He understood cosmography somewhat. He asked me why the King of Spain was so powerful, with his power over the kingdom of Dunkirk, that is, with the provinces of the Low Countries, the Flemish not costing him anything, excepting by the Flemings the Flemings. Hollanders? I told him that those countries had previously been under the crown of Spain, but had revolted. My camera and Monsieur Calouan were by the great-grandmother of Mustapha Glaze, where he was treated very quickly, for in her house, he lived in a room with 80 pounds of silk next to his leg, and sometimes he would be outside the city in her house for 3 hours without food or enough to eat. Unfortunate circumstances befalling him, and my camera had to leave with the 5 Turks, leaving me in constant fear of any misfortune that could have befallen me. Although also good medicine cures the sick, it happened when I overcame my melancholy, for my patron encouraged me with kind words. The parents of Mustafa Iglesias, who had given so much money for Monsieur Calouin, began to murmur as they heard no news from Mustafa, and said that the King of France had taken over the kingdom of Dunkirk, and threatened to make him pay his ransom if he did not hear from him within 4 months, and also because of the dangerous things at sea, and agreed upon at Algiers with the 2 Turks. He also wrote about the 700. I had been in that house for 6 months when I received the first news of my Chamberlain Saldan's by a letter from him written from Ceuta, in which he advised me that he had arrived there with 5 Turks, and that we were to come with the first shipment into the city of Tichuan in the kingdom of Fez, to carry out the agreement according to what was stuck in a vate that the parents of Mustafa pretended from Monsieur Calouin, that his father had said he would rather have him left behind on the galleys than pay for him. But, as it was written in Latin, these words we took out and gave the letter to Mustafa's mother, so that she should have it read and explained by one of her Dutch slaves, But on the same day, she received a letter from her son in Ceuta, which gave the mother peace of mind, and we were very happy, hoping they would have complete satisfaction. He did, and the letter only mentioned 5 Turks, without specifying their names individually. This woman then began to say that her son was not in Ceuta, and that Monsieur Calouin should deliver him, or burn him, or pay him 800 pieces of 8 for his ransom. Also always showed himself equally diligent in regard to the shadow after the goal had been achieved, having carefully read the preceding letter, or made 100 attempts to reach the leg of Monsieur Calouin, saying that it was for his father's sake that he had not wanted to pay the aforementioned 700 pieces of 8, but not facing these differ. And what terrified us was that if the same ship left without us, we would have to wait 4 or 5 months before we could embark. Difficulties and oppositions, we maintained good courage until we saw a ship waiting alone for the wind to set sail to Titan, since the place was destined to rescue the survivors from the Turks who had arrived in Ceuta. Thus we sought good counsel from a renegado, a reformed master of the camp, known as Saban Galanagade, who had been esteemed among both the Turks and Christians for his integrity, rectitude, and wisdom. And to attest the truth, he was a man of moral virtue. As you may see in my 14th relation. He asked, "Who are you?" I spoke with him and said, "The good report of your virtues so among the Turks as slaves has brought me here to seek your counsel in my distress. I see him. I am Emanuel of Aragon, born in Flanders, one of the 3 Christians who were supposed to be for the 5 Turks taken on Barbary Sands caravan, and according to a short contract which we made over 6 months in Algiers, he left Flanders, and is now back in Ceuta, where together with the 5 Turks he awaits us, and according to that contra, he further demands that the 5 Turks come to Algiers, which is directly against our contract. Thus there, the old lady, the great mother of Mustafa Juggles the Moors, had 700 pieces of 8 laid at the feet of my camarade, John Baptist Calouin. He should hand us over to Tichuan to fulfill the exchange of the captives, but instead he does the exact opposite. For after the great and exceptional costs incurred by the king of our 3rd camarade, through Italy and France, who brought the aforementioned 5 Turks to England and Spain, now, as they say, they are in Ceuta in place of sending. Saban Galan, having heard my story, said to me, "I will inform you about your case tomorrow. I will give you an answer and advice." The next day, I went to his house as he had suggested, and asked him with all the courtesy possible if he thought of me. He answered me, "I have informed you about your case, and you must know that Mustafa's mother and grandmother cannot do anything else but try to obtain money from Jean-Baptiste Calouin. Therefore, be sure to promise and to act accordingly. You must leave with the ship that is leaving the harbor, and even if Mustafa's grandmother insists, it is of no consequence, for she would not want to lose you or Monsieur Calouin, because the 2 Turks and the friends of the other Turks would complain about them." I thanked him sincerely for his good advice, in return for which I gave him a promissory note by which I obliged myself to pay him 25 shillings when I should have paid him according to my promise. I went to report this answer to Monsieur Calouin. Despite my conversation with Monsieur Calouin regarding whether Mustafa's grandmother would cover the 700 shillings or if he did not want to pay, he was in a small cellar with a chain on his leg, and having waited until the ship was ready to sail, which it had been delayed at the port, his courage increased greatly, and he insisted that we not pay the custom duties. Dear sir, Calhoun spots this. What made him suspect that I had given him any advice, as if I were the cause of his misfortunes? And he spoke to my patroness the next day, saying, "Why do you not speak to the youths of your dungeon Kirkslave so that he may give better counsel to his chamber?" My patroness answered, "Why should I do that? My dungeon Kirkslave serves me faithfully, and therefore I have no reason to bring the youths to his feet." "Your patroness," I praised her, and she told me that without my intervention, £100 in gold would have been lost. The same afternoon, going for a horse, by chance my patron was not at home, and my patroness had time to tell me everything that had happened with Mustapha's grandmother. So another day, I visited Monsieur Calhoun again, and while I was telling him about what the great-grandmother of Mustapha had said to my patroness, he replied, "When I last visited, I thanked her for her goodwill, and she promptly informed me of the recommendation she had made on my behalf." At these words, he excused himself and sent a Turk to my patroness later that same day to complain that I was the reason why my chamberlain lost 700. She refused to pay the 8 according to her claim, and asked him to either put a chain on my leg or at least send my patron to her house, so that I could be chained with my camera, which was done without my patron's knowledge. This was done solely for our money. I was taken into the street and brought to the house of Mustapha's grandmother, where my cousins Monsieur Calhoun made a chain weighing £100, and we were put in a small cellar where we did not know or understand what they intended to do with us, as they feared that they might force us to promise some money with threats. After being on the planet for 3 or 4 hours, a Christian slave named Gregorio visited us, who had been sent by my patron, allowing me to rest through the slave's presence, which was very sorrowful, and he had not been fully prepared, and if I needed food, he should send it to me, and I should maintain good courage and not be overcome. The behavior of Gregorio caused us great distress, and we sent the same Gregorio with a bill to the bath of Ali Pegulin at a tapster, by whom we had credit, to bring a vessel of wine with a plate of food. Everything being done as required, and also the provisions sent by Gregorio from my patron, the old woman would not refuse him when he came there. You know him, and that he will not suffer an injustice like that to his friends and the chamberlain. When night had fallen, the old lady with the keys of the cellar came to see us and said, Look what you do. It is now the last night, and tomorrow the ship will depart for Titan. So if you desire your freedom, give 700 pieces of 8, otherwise I'll have you locked up here like dogs." Monsieur Calhoun answered, "Since my father does not want to give anything, and you have seen the letter, that concerns me greatly. You know well that I have nothing to give. Therefore it depends on your good will. But remember that Mustapha is in the hands and power of my chamberlain." The old, wrinkled woman, hearing this, became enraged and, using her usual gestures, retired, locking the cellar behind her. They answered, "Send us away if you wish to see your Mustapha. If not, we shall be slaves." The following day being St. Andre's Day, it was not yet morning when we heard them say, "Winter is over, and the ship will set sail again. Therefore, you must decide whether you want to go free or remain as a slave." At noon, 2 or 3 Christian slaves came to bid us farewell, as they were to leave with the ship which we had noticed, after exchanging friendly words. "If it pleases you to give us further instructions, we shall not fail to carry them out." They tried to speak to the old woman and said, "Madam, we have heard from our country people that you are going soon to Ceuta. We will sail within half an hour with the ship to Tichuan, and then on to Ceuta. Us, goodbye, country people, we shall report to your Saldan's chamber from the state where you left us, and then we went our way." The old woman, hearing the ship set sail, began to call out in thunder, "Hammers, files to take off the chains, so that my Mustapha comes back. O Christians, help us with God's will to take away these 2 Christians' chains." They, well knowing that there was no apparent reason for leaving so hastily, stayed as if it were not, and heard, and said too. She, being desperate, called her slaves, who did not know how to handle the hammer. Account, because thus you prolong their misery. She called one of her buyers who struggled hard to loosen the chain. Under the surface, we murmured, saying that you, by your insatiable greed, might cause us to stay here for another month or even longer, and your nephew will soon reach Ceuta, as well as the other 4 Turks, whose friends often send greetings, and repeatedly invoke the devil on you. While we were talking, the chain was opened. She told me to run quickly to my master's house and tell him that he should speak with the captain. I knew there wasn't enough time, and that my master was standing in the church, that is, the church. I pretended to have done so, and went straight to my patron's house to thank him for the great care he had taken of me. It was just the hour and the moment that the Hallah, that is to say, the prayer of the Turks, had to end. He told me that he was very glad about my escape, and that I had freed myself from the island, and that I hoped for complete freedom. I went to the door of the mess to wait for my patron, and we immediately spoke with the captain, who said there would be no departure that day, but he should depart with the first good wind. I returned with my patron to the house, doing my best to get some provisions to eat at sea, because I knew we wouldn't have anything else to eat otherwise. Monsieur Colohan took some from Mother Mustafa as well. My patron gave me a half-mark of cheese and 12 or 15 pounds of white biscuit. When we were ready to set off, another difficulty arose. A Turk wanted to go to Titan with us, who for his impatience demanded 50 pieces of 8, which some insisted on making us pay. But it was decided that we should only have to pay half, and the other half they would take care of. I said goodbye to my patron and patrons, who gave me good wishes. It was the 8th of December, Our Lady's Day of the year 1641, when winter favored us greatly. Afterwards I went with Monsieur Colohan on a ship. We found some Christian slaves on board who were going to Tichuan to negotiate their freedom with some Dutch and Moorish merchants. After the ship had been sighted, they turned around with the boat and headed back to the city, as a signal had been given that the ship should depart, and they could not enter the city until the ship was at sea, and this was done so that no slaves were to be taken. When all the ships had left, someone fired a shot at a signal that the toll collectors should come visit the ship, and specifically to see if the newly purchased Christians had paid the right amount. As soon as the patron was satisfied, a Christian had to pay a certain sum before leaving. We began the journey with a very good outcome, but due to the unfortunate location known as Cape Tens, located 3 miles from Algiers. I call this place unfortunate because in 1541, on October 27th, Charles V Kaiser lost a significant part of his galleons and ships there during a tempest, which caused the venture from Algiers to fail. I set sail again towards my patron, Mohammed, who welcomed me along with his patronage. Our luck took a turn, forcing us to return to the same place we had come from, and on the following day, things became even more sorrowful as we arrived back in Algiers. We had been sailing for some days when, on the 4th day, we passed by the second ship. Those in the city thought the ship had completed its voyage and that it was coming back, but they were mistaken. I was very tired from this voyage, and the sea extremely uneasy, because for 9 days and 8 nights we had been confined in a cabin at the bow of the ship, which was only 7 feet broad. The wind was very favorable to us, so that in 3 days we passed the islands of Frumentera and Ivica, and we saw the coast of Valencia. But all in vain. At the end of 8 days we were fortunate enough to reach Algiers, where we arrived on December 29th, Taurus, remained in our chamber like dogs in their kennel. Under these 7 Christians, some sheep that very much inconvenienced us, and after all was considered, I thought that none of them had been sheep, for, as we had no opportunity to pray or rest during the preceding 8 days, no one among us ventured to leave our little room to wash themselves of the lice, or even to make a sign of praying. But I told him about the misery in which we had been for 8 days. As soon as the anchor was dropped, I went ashore and returned again to my master, who was surprised at seeing me once more. I was very sad that we could not continue our voyage, but what comforted me somewhat was the change of scenery on land. I was also delighted to see the solemnities the Turks perform when they hold their prayers, which they call the Ramadan prayer, for they have different prayers at different times. Last year, before I went to Algiers, I did not see all the solemnities, for I was arrested in the court of the Pasha, from which I could not leave as previously indicated. This festival lasts 8 days and is celebrated with great pomp and joy. They hold exercises every day outside the city, and games on horseback that the people of Spain call Juego de Canas. The children of the Turks also parade in small triumphal carriages, and Christian slaves serve instead of horses, knowing their reward. And there were some who won 15 or 16 pieces of 8 in these 8 days. Other Christian slaves sold dolls to the children, just as they do at fairs in the Netherlands. Read appetite, for they fasted for a month before Easter, during which they were subject to no other activity during the day. Others had small tables to play cards, with which they also managed to get money from the children, and every day they played games, in which I found some Moors very honorable, and most of them celebrated the Easter festival with drinking despite, directly contradicting the orders of the Quran, drinking wine and brandy making a lot of noise with G. This time is observed so strictly that if anyone admits to having eaten even a little bit by day, according to their laws, he must be punished by pouring molten lead into his mouth. But at night they are allowed to eat. To let them know that this meal was due, they march and beat drums throughout all the streets all night long. We had barely left the harbor when the wind turned contrary again. After I had seen all these solemnities, the wind remained contrary until January 14th, 1642, as when we set out for the 3rd time. This passage is for Christians most dear, for just as in the Netherlands on New Year's Day a holiday is given to servants, so too do the Turks give some thanks on the day of Ramadan, and for the first 3 or 4 days no slaves are made to work. But since we had come back twice and some Turks had spotted our captain, calling him ignorant and foolish, our captain could not bear the accusation. He swore that if he were to set sail one more time he would never reach Algiers unless he had completed his mission, even if he spent a year at sea. On the 8th day we were before Oran, which is about 40 miles from Algiers. The wind was against us for a time, so that we thought and believed that Neptune was jealous and envious of our apparent liberty. That same night the Turks discovered 2 other ships following us closely. The captain of our ship and his crew feared that these 2 ships might be Christians. Our captain asked if they had seen any Christian ships, but when the day came, they learned and found out that it was 2 Algerian freemen. One was the admiral called Ahmed Arrais, born in Dunkirk. When we understood no, we continued our way. And after 4 days we let go the anchor at Tremesen, where we unloaded some merchants' goods. Some merchants also stayed on land, to know the Jews and Moors who had come aboard our ship. This kingdom is one of the last of the great lord's domains, for here begins the kingdom of Morocco and Fez. Tremesen used to be a powerful kingdom in former times, and the king of Argier was its tributary, and the Baa lieutenant of Argier has his treasury at Tremesen. And these 2 kingdoms approach him. They do not consider it worth waging war unless a significant place is at stake. The great lord is confederated with these kings, yet, far from opposing this confederation, the kings of Fez and Morocco often wage war against those of Algiers, without violating the confederation, just as those of Algiers also often wage war against those of Tunis, without the great lord taking sides with either. After 3 days' anchorage before Tremesen, a wind from the east, which we had been expecting, set in. So we hoisted sail and steered into the open sea with the wind behind us, and in a short time were far out of sight of Tremesen. Seeing this good chance, we determined to carry out our enterprise. We also had some preparations ready. And although many Jute and Moor traders remained at Tremesen, there were as many Christians as Moors and Turks among us. And, moreover, since our 3rd embarkation had been resolved upon, we had secured a master for the ship and prepared to slaughter all the Turks if an opportunity offered itself, which it did after we had made 2 embarkations. The merchantman was a Spaniard who sailed with 7 other Christian slaves, and they all slept in the small cabin forward in the ship, as I have seen before. But although we were locked in, we managed to accomplish our plan secretly with the help of our companions on the deck without the Turks finding out. And the venture had no effect, as I described in greater detail in my 33rd relation. But that same night when we intended to put our plan into action, the merchantman, who was supposed to give the signal, either forgot or lacked the necessary courage. After that night, we had no further opportunities because, as we neared Spain, the Turks were too afraid of losing the ship and too concerned about the watch to risk it. It was February 9th, 1642, and we were off the coast of Malaga the next day around 7 o'clock. They came with full sails, 2 ships that approached us, and our captain and the Turks gave us great fear, as our ship could not escape under their protection. Our mast was broken, so we could not sail with full sails to overcome the sea, but they did display their Dutch flags. Our patron was very pleased that the 2 ships passed us by without attacking. We had not yet prepared for winter, so on February 12, 1642, we dropped anchor in a bay about 1.5 miles from the city of Tichuan. The days did not pass until we received a question from a trader from Salé, who informed us that the 2 Dutch ships that we had seen earlier were merchant ships accustomed to the coast of Barbary. The captain of our ship ordered all the Christians to retire below to close us in, after which he got his boat ready to abandon his ship and flee to the coast of Barbary with the most distinguished Turks, as I later learned from the Turk who had taken over Monsieur Calvin, and we were too weak to resist without being forced to do so. There is a river there that flows into the sea, which serves as a haven for ships coming to load and unload the trade goods of Tichuan. At sea, fearing some misfortune, the great-grandfather of the current Marquis of Sancta Cruz was a general of the galleons of Spain, and he made this river unproductive by loading some old Indian galleons with stones and earth, which he threw onto the ground to prevent free trading, ships from inconveniencing the ports and coasts of Spain. We thought here at anchor that we had overcome all the dangers that fortune could bring us, and we hoped to sleep on the very land that night, but that was so without considering the weather, for the sea was very agitated due to the eastern wind that drives the Mediterranean Sea into the ocean, and our shipmaster did not allow them to set the boat. You must know that this place is between 2 seas, which caused great changes in the sea. Aye, We immediately needed to drop 2 anchors in the sea, and the greatest danger of all was that we could not safely navigate through the severe winter, as the bay was frozen over like a half-meter of ice, and the cold coming from the sea was intense. Beyond that, thunder and tempests multiplied every hour, making it impossible to reach land the next day. Despairing of any help, the captain called for a Christian slave from Norway named Hans Morris, a man very experienced in navigation. The captain and the Turks were in great fear, and when the storm grew even stronger, they had no remedy left, fearing that the cables might snap and the ship could crash into a rock, breaking up without any hope of saving anyone on board who was not already rescued. Why do they often ask this question, when there is no remedy to avoid such a great peril? The captain asked what should be done to save their lives. The slave answered that, if one wishes to follow my advice, with the help of God we can find a way to save our lives as much as we can, but the ship must break. That advice was well received, and they made the sails ready as if it had been ordered. One must adjust the sails so that at a moment's notice they can face the wind, and one must turn the ship, sailing with full sail towards the sand, showing the land within a musket shot of us, otherwise the wind will throw us against the cliffs. He Turks, when at sea in danger, ites, and throws these quarters on the 4 sides of the ship at sea. It was against midnight that such things happened, and the tempest continued not, for whatever the Turks sent, however superstitious they were, they performed their ceremonies as usual, making promises to give alms when they came ashore, but seeing no miracle, they resolved to make an offering to their prophet Mohammed, which is the last resort of tea. Among Christians, we recommended ourselves to God's mercy. And thus it was done. They took a living sheep, for the ships are always provided with living sheep for such occasions, and if by chance there is someone among them who has been to Mecca to see the place where the body of their prophet lies, he does not approach it with many derisive prayers and solemnities, but in 4 quarters he performs the hour. He judged this based on his extensive experience at sea. Hans Morris, whom we had not seen before, said that the temperature would rise until midnight and that the cables might break. The Turk promised to do this. That night, as usual, the Turk who was in charge of the lucky of the chamber where we were locked up came, and we asked him if the ship had to go under the mercy of the waves, he would open the lucky so that everyone could save themselves and prolong their lives as best they could, whether by swimming or otherwise. At midnight, it was a full moon. Just then, our anchor cable and the other 2 broke. We had cables, but due to the movement of the ship they no longer held, but were dragged along. Thinking that we would all perish in the small room where we were locked, yet the Turk kept his promise. He opened the door, saying, "Christians, come out, we must all die at the same time." However, a few could pass through the door at once, causing great confusion, as everyone wanted to leave first. Coming to the gangway, I saw there a true image of the Last Judgment, for all the Turks were behind on the ship, shouting with open mouths for help from their prophet Mohammed. Around the main mast stood some Jews, calling Abraham, Isaac, and Moses, and we Catholic Christians addressed our prayers to Jesus Christ and to his Holy Mother. The other Reformed and schismatic Christians prayed God to guide them with a good heart. I beg you that the hope was most devout. We were in this misery and confusion for a good time, and sent that the 2 other anchors did not hold the ship, but slid along the ground, breaking the cables. Then they set the foresail to the wind, and the ship turned with an incredible speed and force towards the land. Hans Morris cried in Dutch, "Beware of the mast. I fear this will fall." But there was no falling. However, 10 or 12 Turks fell from the bridge over the sea, and as the winter threw the sea with such great force on the land, they were thrown onto the land with the help of the sea. All this happened in an instant, and the ship, striking the land, burst, and after all the people were out, it sprang into the sea, fearing it would split, and was driven by the fierce winter storm every moment lower, so that I had to swim for 3 or 4 fathoms, and with this effort I was thrown onto the land. So also I saw that the ship turned towards the side where everyone jumped into the sea. I feared it might fall because of the violent movement of the waves during the storm, so I did not want to wait any longer for the tide, but jumped into the sea, as well, wherever I felt firm ground, and stayed there until the end, but not long, for the sea moved. I thanked God from the bottom of my heart, seeking out my companion Monsieur Cologne, for although I had seen him jump into the sea, I still did not know if he had reached the shore or not. He had also sung over me. After we had found each other again, we thanked God that we had escaped from this peril. Afterwards, I went looking for the Turk who had come with us from Algiers to have songs performed for us. They counted the number of those who had been saved, and found that more than 20 were missing. I found him in a troop of Christian slaves, Turks, and Jews who were standing close together like sheep to keep warm, for even if we had been wet once, we would have died later from cold. But soon after all returned, except for two, namely a Jewish young man who drowned and a Turk who was half-blind. All this happened at midnight. It was wet and very cold. But our captain encountered two Turks, who knew the way to Titan, about 1.5 miles from there, whom he informed of our misfortune, and they sought some assistance against the barbarians. Thank God we were out of the peril of the sea, but not out of the danger from the barbarians, who had their settlements along the coast in great numbers, and if our misfortune had been known, and if the ship had run aground on land, without doubt a vast multitude would have come to take everything we had and kill us without any mercy. However, by luck there was a Turk with a yacht and a 4-masted ship, with which we were able to escape, taking what we found by hand, anchors, cables, and other things that had been thrown ashore by the sea. We passed the night as best we could. With the coming of the day, the barbarians from afar arrived. They had often come before without stealing. But as there were 70 people present, they did not dare to approach closer, except for those from Stade who came with a good party of horses to take away the merchandise we had saved. The governor of Tichuan came in person with a company of 20 armed horsemen on his African horse, with long lances. The Turk who was guarding us heard a horse coming before him and for his baggage, well understanding what he had left behind. When they went on board in the morning to save the merchandise, as is customary, they discovered the Turkish ally, whom we thought had drowned. For even though the tempest against the day's arrival began to subside, they unloaded the baggage of the passengers, and part of the merchandise was brought back, but wet and spoiled. He was in the hut above the stable, where he had found a flask of brandy from the captain, and there he got drunk as if he were a bee, without any idea of the danger involved. Monsieur Colohan and I shared a pipe between us, and we both rode on, one behind the other, and arrived near noon in Tichuan. The Jew who was with us found us accommodation for our money in the Jewish quarter, where all the Jews live. After we had traveled to Tichuan for 2 days, a caravan, that is, a group of people marching together with 2 Moroccans left, people of substance who were going to Ceuta to stay there as panders, so that the fathers who went to Ceuta might come to Tichuan with greater security in order to negotiate with the governor about buying Christian slaves. We were very glad to have the opportunity to write to our camarade in Saldes, who we thought might be in Ceuta with the 5 Turks, for it sometimes happens that when there is some difference between the 2 governors of these 2 places, they have no communication for 2 or 3 months. This caused great joy, both among the Christian slaves and the citizens. We wrote to this kafila after Ceuta, believing our camarade was there, as he had written us from that place, and 2 days later the kafila arrived again with 2 priests who brought messages from the Holy Trinity. For some hoped for their freedom, and others for money. You might need Elf that he should come here to arrange for the release of the 5 Turks whom God bless on your behalf. Why, going to the port, the fathers greeted us and gave us a letter written from Ceuta by a Spanish nobleman named Don Martin de Penaloza. The contents of this letter were as follows: Your Chamberlain Rainier Saldens, being sad about being stuck in it, Ceuta, went to Gibraltar for some entertainment, but he left orders for me to provide you with what if. And if I see by your letter that you are requesting 200 pieces of 8, I will send you here an order to a Moor merchant named Ali Tigarino, so he can count out the amount and act as your guarantor, allowing you to stay in the city without being obliged to go into Mamor, which is a prison under the earth, and I will write to Rainier Saldens hymns. These tidings gave us great satisfaction, yet we had already forgotten that joy follows sorrow. The 5 Turks walked through the streets of Ceuta, and this on behalf of 2 Moor merchants who reside there permanently. Mamor until such time as we were able to pay the promised sum. The originator of this plan was Tubram Ares, one of the 5 Turks who left Ceuta with promises from Monsieur Caloun and myself to pay 700 pieces of 8 on our departure for Algiers. And so our council in Saldes, Gibraltar, believing Mustafa Juggles to have gone to Flanders or some place far from there, wrote a letter to Titian, the Turkish protector, that Rainier Saldens had promised to contribute 700 pieces of 8 towards the Thay purchase, which his parents had paid for Monsieur Caloun, and that we should be allowed to settle in. The Turk who guarded us reported what they had resolved, and said that he had no share therein, and brought us to Mamor. The Turk who guarded us, having received the letter, communicated with the correspondents of the parents of Mustafa Juggles, who thought it fit to have us placed in Mamor, so as to see if we could obtain the 700 sticks of 8 as a proof of our duty towards the parents of Mustafa. It is a wonderful place 30 feet under the earth, divided into 3 parts. The largest portion may be about 28 feet long and 24 feet broad. The other 2 portions are smaller. and there were ordinarily kept 170 Christian slaves, given to the poor. The warden of this prison does not allow anyone to enter without giving a contribution. This prison has no other light than 3 torches placed high in the middle of the street, and at each torch is a hedge with a cross, and whenever some Christians pass by there during the day, they bring them water by mercy to the poor slaves, or, if they have money, they buy something for them, and that cross on the hedge serves to collect what is. There is no privacy in this prison, but the prisoners and slaves who are here must serve from the pots in the Dutch manner. These pots hang around the corners for tapestries and wickerwork, so that I assure you that we were all well perfumed every morning. There is no permission to make a fire as if it were an adventure, and then the prison guard opens a whole chain, and they pull with the hook up high. But there are so many people, and the space is so small, as I have said, that these poor slaves sleep packed together like herrings. Every pot must pay a bribe which is as much as a Dutch guilder to the concierge, which I think is a great injustice, and all those who are in this miserable prison must sleep on the floor, except that they are allowed to cut strings against their loi. Well, like they do on ships. We were there during the winter. This, especially in the summer, due to the heat, causes so much pain and other miseries that one would think it was more miserable than being on a galley. Who slept nearby to stand up? Monsieur Caloin. So, too, all those who slept on the earth, who did not rise, were in danger of having their feet stepped on, and the floor was covered with bodies. The discomfort that affected us was at night when everyone was arranged in their places to sleep. For some powerful young Moors, to trouble the poor Christians, came by night, throwing stones, water, and other things through the lattice, and this occurred several times, 3 or 4 nights in succession, which caused great alarm, obliging everyone, and I slept in a hole, unaware that we had to get up for this alarm, and it was thanks to the favor that befall us, a knight of St. James named Don Hieronymo de Figueroa, a Spaniard born in Cordoba, who treated us well. He said he bought his table in marble with 4 other slaves for 10.5 reals per month. Mr. Callowin and I have made every effort on behalf of the party concerned. Well, we're in Flanders, could arrive, as the same Turks promised. We received there an acceptable proposal, paying like everyone else, and were treated very well in terms of quality as slaves, and had enough to eat as needed at a covered table. Our valiant Spaniard, who had been imprisoned for 9 years, managed for 9 years to save his life in this way, and among the 170 slaves, there were 5 others who were treated equal. After this misery, our chamber Rainier sold us back to Ceuta, where he intercepted my letter, in which I advised him of everything that happened, and that we were in the Mamor, for the reason that the 5 Turks who had been sent to Ceuta gave orders to the Turk who was guarding us to put us in the Mamor until the 700 men from 8 companies, in unendurable heat, underneath a certain oven. To show that Monsieur Callowin and I had made no promises regarding the sum of money as was given for Ceuta, I also sent a letter in Turkish from the Turk who kept us, in which he said we had promised nothing else than 25 pieces of 8 for him, and the cargo of our persons on the ship of Algiers to Titan. But although the Turk said that he had written as a precedent, and gave me the letter open, I nevertheless wrote to Saldens as follows: Read and understand it, and if it seems good to you, address yourself, but do not put the 5 Turks in chains, and have them go to the dungeon of Ceuta, which is no more valuable than that of Titan. For there is the fathers' dealers, of whom I have spoken here before, returned to Ceuta without having bought a Christian, for they could not come to an agreement with the governor of Tichuan. For he generally agrees on this matter, that 1/3 of the money should be paid in gold, and 2/3 in some kind of partnership, whether it is a ship or a quantity, showing a monster of all sorts. The difference was that the governor did not want to accept the partnerships at such a low price as the fathers demanded, and on top of that, he wanted to force the fathers to buy him first 30 slaves who came to him, for the sum of 200 ducats each, where the parents wanted to change their minds, and the parents said not without reason that since all Spanish slaves have long been bought up, we cannot buy slaves from other nations, because the alms given by us are used in Spain to buy Spaniards out. And that is the reason why the fathers retired without yet finding a way out. Saldens, however, misinterpreted this, and as he was very obstinate and haughty, having confirmation from my letter, he went to the Mamor of Ceuta with 5 Turks. I gave my letter to a free Christian who joined the company of the fathers, and went to Ceuta, recommending that it be given into the hands of Saldens, which he did, saying that he had been left in charge of us in the Mamor of Tichuan. And upon their arrival, he told Captain Hybre Moraes, one of the 5, Pillabao, who is from Franco, to lay them on the ground and let the 4 hold their arms and legs, so that they could be beaten hard on their backs and buttocks. for Saltans held the stick in his hand, having learned this form of justice when he was with us in Argiers. All those passing by for this took place on the street stopped to watch the end of this tragedy. Ibrahim Arrays began to undress himself while loudly uttering many beautiful words, and the other 4 Turks were like a leaf on a tree, fearing that they too would be left behind. Among the spectators were 2 Turkish merchants who had come to Ceuta for their trade and were on their way back to Ceylon. What do you intend to do with these slaves? Are they not enough without being beaten through the city at their pleasure, and have written countless letters to Tichuan against us, by their evil practices against all manners of justice? Speak of the 2 partners with the 5 Turks in their talk. Saltans approached with a fierce countenance. I have killed 2 or 3 of those ungrateful traitors with the stock of death, and let them go free through the city, not resisting this courtesy, but have had my companions set in Tichuan's prison, though they stood good security, nor are they yet in dues to hundreds of thousands, and these dogs wander. Afterwards they went to Saltans. Do not sell these slaves. Let them build security that some other companions may go out of the Mamor, and come here with the first caravan. Tomorrow you must write that they are let go from the Mamor. After hearing both parties, they finally agreed, and he wrote a letter to the governor of Tichuan concerning this matter. Saltans, however, would not be satisfied with this, but desired to pursue his own course. Nevertheless, by the intervention of certain captains in the garrison, he was persuaded to accompany the 2 Turkish envoys to the governor, which was arranged by Marquis de Miranda, and Saltans and the 2 Turks each expressed their views. He sent with him the first caravan of 2 Christians, named Gian Baptista Coloan and Emanuel de Aranda, promising, upon finding a Christian knight, that as soon as the Christians arrived there, he would grant freedom to the 5 Turks, called Mustafa, Juggles, Ibrahim Arrays, Ali Tigarino, Rhodes Mustafa, and Mustafa Oiga. In conclusion, as I have previously seen, after the fathers had returned from Ceuta, due to some difficulty with the governor of Tichuan, a Jew of great reputation and wealth lived there who dared to compare himself with the fathers and the governor, or both deceive. He was forced to leave. They gave him the letter from the Marquis with orders to deliver it into the hands of the governor of Tichuan himself, which he did the following day upon his arrival. And we were allowed that same evening to go out through the Mamor with permission to walk within the city and outside. When we reached our room in the Jewish quarter after our absence, the Turks had taken possession of it. As for everything else that happened in the Mamor while we were there locked up, you can see in my 7th and 13th reports. Monsieur Callan. We walked within and without the city with the Turk who guarded us, waiting for the caravan to go to Ceuta, and I each bought a white cloak, called in the Moorish language an albornoz, and a red cap, which was the dress worn by Christians whose freedom had been lost. All the Christian slaves who wished gave us letters to address to their friends and parents. And as there is nothing in the world that does not have a beginning and an end, and God has willed to make an end of our slavery, the Jew, mediator between the fathers losers and the governor of Tunis, having compared, or rather both being deceived of the differences, made arrangements for departure on the following day, which was March 23rd, 1642. Each year seemed like a century to us, so we took 2 horses from a Moor who was also departing with the same caravan for Ceuta. Why did we accommodate 2 young chickens with salt and pepper for food, and a large pot of good wine? We left the city of Titan, accompanied by Sir Philip the Chief and some other Christian slaves, about 4 miles outside the city, where everyone who was part of the caravan had to depart. We sat very happily on horses, saying goodbye to those who accompanied us, as those who remained in that miserable state of slavery were sad. But once, many years ago, this land was very good and fertile. They returned to the city, and we continued our journey for about 2 miles into a vast, uncultivated land, until we reached Ceuta, which is not wooded or inhabited. We got off the horses and unloaded our bags. There were 3 or 4 Turks with their wives carrying a good amount of wood on their backs and made 4 piles. As it is in Spain, so it is here too. Everyone added round about 4, and all that he had brought with him. We invited some of the most distinguished Turks from the fleet to dine with us, but they excused themselves, saying that the Christians' fowls were killed, and therefore they could not eat them. I ate a turkey that was killed like this. On their way, the fowls were carried around, and I know their magic, especially from the Turkish merchants. If these free traders from Algiers come, they should not be so scrupulous about not killing birds. After we had eaten well, we slept by 4. The following day, before the sun rose, they left after having spent the night in the field near Ceuta, and as far as they could see, there was not a single person or any trace that people had been there, except for the ruins of a house. When the caravan began approaching the city from about a mile away, they had to take a different route, so as not to be detected by the watchmen of Ceuta. And if they followed that path, it meant friends. On their way, they came across a Turk sitting on a horse with his bow, but since the Turks were not allowed to eat it, Monsieur Callan promised them 2 portions of 8 if they would bring it to the city, which they did very gladly, dividing it to the city into 4 parts, 1 for each quarter of the city. When we had shot 2 muskets from the city towards them, certain Moors spoke to Monsieur Callan and me. "Christians, stay here. I have orders for you to remain here until the 5 Turks arrive here. We could not imagine why they made us wait for so long. You need not reply. I gave my map book to a Jew who was going into the city to serve Monsieur Saldens for a sign, well knowing that he was familiar with my map book, and that we were there so that we might enter the city. These things happened around 9 o'clock in the morning, and we remained there until 3 hours after noon, without seeing a single person like the Moor who guarded us, waiting with good devotion for the 5 Turks. He then placed his cap on his musket as a signal that no ambushes were nearby. Those from the troop who saw this signal separated, taking positions on some avenues. In the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, we saw the gate open and the drawbridge fall, with a company of 30 horses armed on their muskets, bearing shields called a darga in Spanish, and one of these well-equipped troops fired a shot from a piece of artillery to scout the field. The captain of this troop greeted us with good news about our freedom, and told us to communicate with the governor of the city to allow us entrance. Aves. While I was talking with the captain, I saw foot troops coming out of the city, consisting of approximately 150 men, which formed a small squadron between the horses and the city. Having seen all these things passed, they were very astonished how it came about that Saldens delayed coming for so long a time. There were no fewer than 100 Turkish and Moor slaves who came out, each laden with 2 heavy chains, a large pot on their backs, and they came to the battle order of the foot people in the city of fountain water in their pots seeking. And that 4th part was done 2 or 3 times as often, so by free will that they might not lose their Essel. And if those 5 Turks, after leaving Tichwan, had given no warning to the free traders of that city, and consequently the same ship had been in great danger of being seized. The reason was that the governor of the city of Ceuta, by his aforementioned letter to the governor of Tichwan, had promised to grant freedom to the 5 Turks as soon as they had arrived in Ceuta. He could not, however, do so at that time, because at that time became openly known that a ship from Tangier was approaching. Given the great danger and risk involved in attempting to enjoy the fruits of travel beyond Titan to go from where we have come, or to remain outside the city facing great peril from the barbarians, who often come under the protection of the city. However, our Council of Saldens, with the help of Don Martin Penalosa, managed to conduct their affair, rich in goods from Tangier. Ours so well that the governor called for the 5 Turks and said, "It is a matter that I have engaged with the governor of Titan, that I should set free 5 Turks, as the 2 Christians here at the gate should be, and now they have arrived and since it cannot be that I give you freedom according to my promise, because you know that we expect a ship. But to prove that I am a knight of my word, the 2 Christians will once again go to Titan." And he came half an hour later to consult with Don Martin de Penalosa, who supported him in all his affairs through courtesy. The Turks accepted these conditions, relying on the governor's promises, and drew up a written document informing us some 4 hours later that he would come to see us, but that he must first speak with the governor. Often they must remain outside until the ship arrives. But if you are content that the 2 Christians enter the city, I promise you as a knight that so soon as the same ship shall have arrived I will set you free, and henceforth account you free, from this time onward. It is impossible to convey the contentment and joy we received since our council chamber was in good order, after whose presence we had so often been weakened. Why were we not less delighted on the other side? After we had embraced each other, all present wished us happiness for our liberty. They came with us to our inn where we had been drinking, and we all went together into the city of Ceuta, more exalted than the Caesars of Rome when they entered triumphantly within the city of Rome. We kissed the governor's hands, presenting him with the head of the Wilt vessel, mentioned above, and as we left his palace, 5 Turks welcomed us, wishing us happiness for our freedom. They asked us news from our friends in Algiers, and we told each other our fortunes that had been achieved. It was such that among us 3 there was the greatest contentment and most pleasure that we had ever had, and which we will always have for the rest of our lives. As I have often seen, it has been both easy and difficult to maintain joy and contentment in the shadow of our bodies. Indeed, our small group began to discuss what we should do when one of the Turks was captured in Bruges, and had become a Christian das Kupsi. For it was a knight who well understood his duty when he gave his promise to a Muslim governor, and scoffed at those who teach that one is not bound by their word to a people of another faith or sect. We pondered the matter among ourselves, for if we said that he had become a Christian, the governor would not allow him to leave, and even if he had pledged his word to the governor of Tunis, he would undoubtedly send us back without hesitation. To let him go, knowing that he was a Christian, went against our conscience. We advised, not as a mere knight who understood the nature of the Turks better than those who, with good will but without wisdom, had sought to convert them, but that Soldanis should speak alone with the Turk, in this way. As you know so-called, you have been converted to Christ in Flanders. What is your opinion now? Then the governor, in the presence of his councils, will ask him if he wants to return to his fatherland. If he says no, and that he is a Christian, he will remain, and the governor will excuse himself from that. Soldan stated that this advice should be put into practice, but Ali answered that he wanted to return to his homeland once again. Why should we leave this matter behind us without being able to do so any longer? If he says, I am a Christian and I want to remain in the Christian apostle and Roman religion, then Soldan should say, go to the governor and tell him that you are a Christian and that you want to stay here, and go and tell this to your four councils. Chronicle of my imprisonment. Man is avenged by 22 captures. Chronicle of my release. On March 24, 1642, was the day of our complete freedom, on which a trusted friend of mine made these two chronicles, one showing the day of my imprisonment and the other my release. He feared us, or that we were Christians, he wanted to say Catholics. We clasped the hands of the bishop, who was an old holy man, and all his train stood in a black slave's posture. On the second day after our arrival, we all three went to the great church in Ceuta to show our devotion. The same church is called the Church of Our Lady of Africa, and it is the Metropolitan Church. We answered him that we were Apostolic, Roman Catholic, and faithful subjects of His Majesty the King. This brigantine had 4 banks, and on each bank there were 2 soldiers, armed to the teeth. On this answer, the good bishop gave us his blessing, valid for 8 days, to go to Gibraltar with a well-armed brigantine, as this passage is very perilous. But by God's grace we arrived at Gibraltar. We passed from Africa to Europe in 4 hours, not without great fear of being taken again by the Turks, for I knew these soldiers to be such good sailors as English shipmasters, when captured, showed themselves valiant soldiers. In Sardis, we made Christian clothes and then traveled to Madrid, where we stayed together for 3 months. We remained there for several days in a chapel, located outside the city, and just a short distance from Africa to Europe, known as the Chapel of Our Dear Lady of Europe, frequently visited by all those who have parents or friends in slavery. We traveled from Gibraltar to Cadiz, which takes 2 days, Monsieur Calloin and I with our white mantles and red hats, where, on the way and in the villages, everyone who had any friends in slavery came to us to inquire if we had any letters or tea, at least some news of their parents or friends. Wainish took their departure from Soldan's with their old master, the Marquis of Salero, towards the Leger in Catalonia, and Monsieur Calloin and I arrived at St. Sebastian in Biscay, passing through all France without a passport, relying on the attestation of the Paters Verlossers that we had come out of slavery. But they called us Hollanders, without showing any attestation. At sea, we told the captain that we indeed wanted to go to England, and had him set us ashore at Dover, where we would give the boatmen something for their drink money. When we reached Paris, we were informed that the governor of Dyke and Calais examined the passengers closely if they wanted to leave for England. In order not to be subjected to this examination, we went to Rouen on a Hamburg ship heading for Scotland. And the next day we left there by packet-boat for Dunkirk. The ship was set adrift at sea, and we were brought to land half a mile from Dover, where we went on foot. Events that occurred was not something I was driven or moved by any more than the waves of the sea after it has calmed down, unable to remain still for even a moment. Then I came across various fortunes and adventures on the way to Dunkirk, reflecting in my mind on the possibilities, dangers, beautiful escapes, vain hopes, setbacks, anticlules, and countless other encounters that I had experienced throughout this journey, regarding my body as a ball thrown about, but much more so my spirit, and representing me sickly, sometimes attributing other things that were not true, but at least they believed in the truth. And while I was pondering on such and similar thoughts, on August 20th, 1642, I arrived in the city of Bruges, giving 1,000 thanks to God's guidance and mercy, which had led me through so many dangers at sea as well as on land to the G. So was I extremely happy to see the clocks of my beloved fatherland, where I had sent and received many wishes and searches, representing the sweet faces of my dear friends and my beloved and good mother, from whom, until that time, my brothers and good mother, from whom, until that time, sisters had kept my imprisonment and other misfortunes hidden for important reasons. Sometimes Bali, 8 of my birthplace, where I found my mother, brothers and sisters. Particular accounts of Emanuel Duranda. Stories of various events that occurred while he was a slave. Tifled brother died, to whom I had dedicated eternal rest, also leaving my pen without rest, thanking you, dear reader, for your patience. I should have taken much greater care to express the joy and contentment we felt when we found each other in good health, not knowing what side was the most emotional. But as you understand from the course of my journey, sorrow and grief followed joy, and contentment, which you will not see here. For a few days after my return, my dear mother and beau, story. The history of a Spanish spiritual person who became a slave in Argentina. Saker Spaniard, who is commonly called Domingo here, had taken on the clothing of a religious person from one of the most principal and honest orders. After having tried it for a year, he made 3 ordinary vows, and some years later was consecrated as a priest in the same order. Therefore, he changed his priestly clothing for worldly ones, and went to live in Lisbon, the capital city of Portugal, where he married a woman and at the end of a year had a son. However, this life did not entirely suit Domingo, so he left the convent and retired to the priestly garb in the Kingdom of Portugal in a small village, where after spending several months he became the father of a church by his skill. But even this life did not please him more than that of a religious. On those conditions, Domingo sailed in 1636. After spending some time at sea, his wife went into labor and lost her child on board the ship, and the captain, whom I well know, became the father. A time later, his wife was again pregnant. Sunday announced that his household would grow, and with little to live on, he took service as a soldier in a land that the Portuguese had recently conquered along the river Amazons in India, where he planned to provide for his wife, son, and children he intended to have in that land. A few days later they encountered some Turkish sea raiders, and after a brief defense, the ship was captured and brought to Algiers. Men sold the prisoners. On Sunday, to escape slavery, he went through the Jews and said that he was a Jew, and asked them to forgive him, so that he could save his wife and children. The Jews, who are generally more greedy than generous, began to examine him. The Jews, after examining all the registers, did not give up on Domingo. He quickly answered their questions in Hebrew, which convinced them. Ultimately, they agreed to release him if he could prove his faith, and recorded the names of his parents in a register. He provided a remarkable guarantee in the Register of the Synagogue of Venice, where all such rabbinical attestations are given for everything he said. The Jews of Algiers, having heard this before from Venice, became suspicious and accused him of being a fraud. On Sunday, having lost all hope of achieving freedom through this means, he took a different path and turned to 3 fathers who had come from Valencia in Spain. After his wife and 2 children had left, Sunday fell in love with a certain beautiful English slave girl who was in her master's house. However, since her master guarded her well, he could not carry out his intention. He managed to free his wife and 2 children, as well as several other slaves, and he remained a slave in the house of a very honorable man, a reformed field master known as Saban Galan Aga. In opposition to this, his love led him to use a trick to deceive his master and win over the English slave girl. This greedy woman asked in return what kind of commercial partnership it was, promising a good reward. Here is the translation of the text from Otto to English. They said that her lady was dead, and if he wanted to marry her, he should release her soul, and that she had received secret orders in the city for 3,000 ducats for him, which would be enough to redeem both of them. The English slave, apparently falling in love with Domingo, accepts the condition, and Domingo, to fulfill his resolve, goes to an old Moorish woman, rich and greedy, and says to her, "My lady, the hope of a good recompense brings me here to offer you certain commercial partnership, by which you will at least win 2,000 ducats. He said to her, "There is in my master's house an English slave from a good house, which my master does not know about. Moreover, there are secret orders in the city to release her, for 3,000 ducats. The greedy lady persisted so well that, without further delay and without informing her husband, she went to the woman from Saban Galan, and often asked if she would sell her English slave. But the woman from Saban Galan answered that she had no intention of doing so. The old greedy lady replied, "As often as you wish, I would be willing to buy it." After a brief negotiation, the purchase was made for 500 ducats. But it was far from what she expected. The English slave was delivered to the old lady, who took her with great satisfaction. This unhappy slave sent word that she had been sold and delivered, and the money paid. She believed that all this had happened with Domingo's money, thinking sincerely that she would gain her freedom, and rejoicing in having found such good fortune after her order, the 3,000 ducats. On Sunday, he did not dare to bother her. in order to prove his true and sincere love, taking God and heaven as witnesses, and making solemn promises, with which he so blinded her that she gave herself up to him willingly, hoping to leave for the third Christian kingdom with impatience, and the old lady on the other side with no less impatience expected. Domingo ended both their deceptions, so that neither knew of the other's plans, continuing silently every day the game. The English slave woman actually became pregnant and gave birth to 2 children. A beautiful dress for the greedy lady instead of her 3,000 ducats. When the deception of Domingo was discovered, and it became clear that he had falsely promised his master a large ransom, his master, intending to expose him as a deceiver, wanted to have him thrown in prison like other criminals. But Domingo, desiring to escape this fate, devised another plan. He went to one of the baths where the Catholic churches are located, intending to support himself by preaching as the slave priests do. The Spaniards and Portuguese who knew Domingo and his wife objected to this, saying that he was a scoundrel and that he had been married. "It is true," said he, "that I am married, but such a marriage is invalid, for I have always considered myself and been designated as a religious person and priest even before I married." Maintaining that this should not be an obstacle, he continued his activities but did not remain a priest. Having understood this, the bishop forbade Domingo to speak, on pain of excommunication. The rectors of the church of the city considered it good to write to the bishop of Ceuta, as Algiers is part of his parish, to which Domingo replied, "I am a religious person and under my provincial, and therefore the bishop has no authority over me." Story of the bravery of a Dutch captain who defended himself alone against 5 Turkish galleys and 2 brigantines, and destroyed them, to their custom. The slaves on this galley were mostly Russians and Muscovites, who seemed by their birth destined for servitude. In the year 1641, in the month of September, came to Algiers the chest the lieutenant of the Basha of Tripoli, with a galley decorated with his standards, banners, and pennants, embroidered with Ottoman half-moons, some trumpets, and other ship music. The soldiers were all Turkish or renegade levies, well equipped and still better armed according. This galley had arrived in Algiers to purchase 250 slaves, all Spaniards or Italians, which the viceroy of Tripoli intended as a present to the Grand Army at Constantinople. This galley had been at Algiers for some days when Ali Pegulin, captain general of the galleys, captured 4 galleys for his last voyage of the year. He set sail with Pegulin from Algiers, and after 4 days encountered an English ship with 40 pieces of cannon. The galley that commanded this wedding galley, which I also call it, as it was more convenient to transport a newly married person across the sea, told Pegulin that he wished to accompany him and follow his fortune, hoping to make a good purchase. While they were planning, the English ship arrived at night and hurried so much in its course that the Turks lost sight of it. Pegulin, acting as general, led the other captains of the galleys to pursue the same ship, but the captains thought it unwise, fearing that their slaves might be lost, and doubted the victory. The 5 galleys, with the 2 brigantines accompanying them, began to sail across the sea and encountered a small frigate off Majorca, which was carrying a councillor with his family from Barcelona. Pegulin, considering this encounter of little importance, started criticizing the other captains, saying, "We should have attacked the English ship." These captains, feeling belittled, resolved to engage the first ship they would meet, no matter how difficult it might be. This resolution was maintained, and after 2 days, they saw a Dutch ship with 28 guns and 40 men on board. The weather was very calm, which prevented the Dutchman from using his sails. Pegulin brought the galleys close to within cannon-shot range, and signaled that the flag was Dutch, whereupon he sent one of the brigantines with a renegade Zao towards the ship, flying a white flag. As it approached, the Dutch captain asked what he wanted. Otherwise, he said, he feared it might be too late for him to regret it. The overall captain Ali Pegulin replied that if he surrendered without fighting, he would be taken to the first Christian land, which he had sworn to by the head of the great lord, and thus he advised him to accept the present offer while there was still time. The Dutchman answered with sorrowful yet very courageous reasoning. The renegade turned around again to bring this answer. "I know Ali Pegulin very well, for he had been asleep. The ship comes to the knights and the trading ships to the traders. That is why I cannot leave without coming to meet him. But if he wants to have the ship, as he shows, let him come to the pier, and we will see if we can satisfy him." Pegulin was impatient, and most enraged by the arrogance of the Dutch, gave his galleys orders to form up in half-a-moon formation, and to sail behind the ship, and to fire everything at once. His guns were 48-pounders, but they fired in general but single shots. His command was executed, but when he saw the 4 signs of danger, the Dutch skipper, a very bold and experienced man, with the favor of a light wind that God sent him, without losing time, steered his ship to the other side. and by these movements he confused the enemy and broke their plans, for the 5 galleys coming with force from the oars towards the ship, instead of going in order at half a league behind the ship as they had resolved, found themselves in disorder, each against the other, and breaking each other's ships. Nevertheless, while the galley of Pegulin was approaching the bow, and 70 Turks and renegades climbed onto the ship with knives in their hands, beginning to cut the ropes and throw 4-pound cannonballs to burn the ship, the Dutch skipper, who had kept all his people inside, began with some pieces loaded with musket bullets to shoot from T, which Pagel, as he began to fear, ordered that the galleys should retire towards the coast. He fronted to the rear of the ship, from which the Turks suffered great damage. After a while, the galley, having been laden, did not stay long, as the mouths of the guns were so low that they even flanked the bow of the galley. The Turks who had climbed onto the ship at the beginning of the battle were amazed when they saw the galleys leave them on the mercy of their enemies, and lost courage. Those who could swim threw themselves into the sea, the wounded, and those who could not swim remained on the deck of the ship as spectators of the battle. Turks, renegades, and slaves who had once been Christians were now a deplorable case. The Dutch captain loaded his guns with pikers, musket bullets, and other pieces in the galley and shot, and in less than a quarter of an hour they killed more than 200 Turks. The galleys, thus deployed, did not see a single enemy, for the Dutch, as is known, fought from below in the ship without showing themselves and retired. The captain sent the galleys out of range, ordered that the Turks remaining on the ship be killed, who during the fight had climbed up to the ropes, for it was too hot on the upper deck. These galleys, which had left only a few days ago and had cleared the entire Mediterranean Sea, returned to port. When the Dutch captain with his people came onto the upper deck, shooting at the Turks who were holding on to the ropes and the mast, like a parrot shooting, it was a joke for the Dutch but a sad tragedy for the 5 galleys that had lost 2 captains, and the Tripoli fleet had lost an arm and was heavily damaged. Each one was curious to learn what news there might be, and the quayside was crowded with people, among whom I was myself. All joy and mirth turned then to anger and sorrow as the galleys slowly made their way into port due to a shortage of rowers. As the galleys approached the harbor, it seemed that 2 of them had no flags, and they were thought to be 2 Spanish galleys that had captured them, but later opinion changed when it was seen that they were Turkish galleys with no flags. Their captains had been killed. All the wounded were brought ashore, among them the box from Tripoli, who had a Christian slave as his surgeon, born in Marseille, well versed in surgery. After ensuring his freedom, which was irreversible and without remedy, he promised his surgeon, if he could find him, his liberty and 100 pieces of silver. However, as there was no apparent means to do so, he wrote his testament. Before them went the freed slaves who had been renegades. A few days later, after his passing, he was buried in his Turkish attire, with his dead body covered in a silk sheet near the church, and they took him to the chapel for midday prayers, their devotions, before moving him to his grave. Regarding the first article, he ordered that all the slaves who had made agreements with him regarding their rations should be set free. The second stated that all his slaves who were renegades should be freed and absolved, and the third mentioned that his slave, the surgeon, being a Christian, would have his freedom after his death. There followed the Christian surgeon, holding in his hand a cleaved reed, with a letter in the cleft, which contained testimony of his freedom obtained by the goodwill of his late master. He cried out so bitterly that no one else could do so, and that everyone should do so. Otherwise the Turks would have judged him unworthy of his freedom. He exulted, and the brave Dutch captain laughed heartily, for he had achieved such a beautiful victory with 40 men against 5 galleys and 2 brigantines. 3. Story. The fullness of a Christian slave to remain in her faith. In the year 1641, a pirate from Algiers pursued a Spanish ship. Those on board, finding no way to escape the peril, tried to swim to shore. India bark had been a 70-year-old old Spaniard, with the presence of the patron of the bark. These 2 were brought before the base, or Ba'a, according to custom. The wife of the base had seen this woman through a window, and then sent one of her eunuchs to the base to tell him that she was very eager to have this woman. The base then sent his eunuch back with a present for his wife, who was overjoyed, giving work to her new slave. For he said, "Although I have forgotten myself as a foolish woman, yet I so firmly trust in God's goodness that he will forgive my sins as if they were good and merciful." After 5 days, the mistress of the house learned that this Christian woman was very skilled in knitting, embroidery, and other handiwork, so much so that she won her master's grace, who promised her good mountains if she would forsake her Christian faith and become a Turk, but to no avail. "You must know that all my hope is in my faith, which I will never abandon." Hearing such an answer, the mistress was very astonished and also angered. Therefore she ordered that this poor Slav woman be given 300 strokes with stocks. I-4, which I have noted to show the steadfastness and the pure faith of this second Magdalene. Story. Endure. That steadfast end remained like a single stick. They all shed their clothes, and they were given Turkish clothes to wear, which protected them publicly for God's sake, as these were only dried to cover their bodies and not to change their bodies. Religion. The ignorant people imagine themselves in strange things. Hamburger, who could not speak a single word in Spanish. When I lived with my master, Mahomet Celebi Oiga, on a certain evening when my master had gone to sleep and the door was locked, so it was, as I lived above the stair that was separated from the house, as I have told in the discourse of my king, I used to go and speak with 4 Christian slaves in the market. 3 were Spaniards, and the 4th A. It happened that when we took a pipe back, the Spanish started under their followers discussing their usual discourse about the government of the Crown of Spain, and their discussion lasted for 3 hours or so. The Hamburg, who did not speak a word but merely observed the gestures and movements of the Spanish hands, imagined we were talking about an enterprise to leave around midnight. I said to the Spaniards good luck, their desired freedom, as is usually done with slaves. After that I rose to retreat. I have often put my life in greater danger. The Hamburg, without informing me more, grabbed my legs and started swearing and cursing in High Dutch, saying, "You will not go without me, and wherever you risk your life, I will share my risks." The Spanish officers who had this expedition in hand thought without a word being exchanged that the Hamburger was either mad or absurd. Virile. The Hamburger, they seemed so affected by it as if they themselves were in the same situation. I told him that the Spaniards would be pleased to see his resolution, and if they still wished to make a proposal, they should take him for a companion. Having thus given them sufficient reasons and promises, I retired to my quarters, considering that it was not worth while to argue with these strange people, whose ideas I did not understand. I told him they had not considered the matter. He replied to me, "I have discovered enough of his purpose," steadfastly holding to his opinion, saying at length to them, the Spaniards, that I should inform them of the strong desire which the Hamburger had to obtain his freedom. Considering carefully all this, and together with the sad condition of from 5 Turkish slaves, who were saved by a wonderful practice, and the encounter of a ship from Dunkirk. In the year 1640, the Dunkirk free traders took a ship, which also carried a free trader from Algiers with approximately 100 Turks. The Turks were found in Spain to row on galleys, and every time some ships left for Spain, 5 or 6 Turks were there with them. My parents, along with the parents of Monsieur Calouin, my chambermaid, did so many favors that the Cardinal Prince gave 7 Turks to make a match against us 3 Christians, in the year 1641. And even though this small number was not enough to make a master of a warship, they let them serve with the sailors, and without any thought that 5 Turks could save themselves, they were placed in a warship equipped with 150 men. 5 of these Turks were on a ship from Dunkirk, and on one of the nights as the ship passed Gibraltar, they saw the same ship against a Turkish galley. The people from Dunkirk thought that the galley was only a brigantine, and the Turks thought that it was a merchant ship. Therefore, each began firing at the other loudly. But after having fought for some time, those in the galley and those on the foremost ship, considering that there was no hope of retreat, separated, and each went their own way. During the confusion of the battle, the 5 Turks who were on the ship threw themselves into the galley, but I cannot understand the manner in which they did so, nor would I believe it if I had not seen it with my own eyes. I was greatly concerned that the 5 who were supposed to be boarded were not among them, and that my companion had left them behind. When the galley entered the harbor, a rumor spread through the entire city of Algiers that 5 Turks, who had captured slaves from Dunkirk, had attacked and boarded the galley. And as I have learned during my journey, several of my crew from Algiers set sail for Ceuta to meet them, with the intention of betraying us. So I hurried towards the seaside, and by good luck found one of the 5 Turks who had been rescued. I asked him if he was one of the 5 who were intended to be handed over to 3 Dunkirkers. These 5 Turks had well served during the occasion of the ship's battle, and that of the galley. He said no, but that those 5 Turks were in England under the care of my crew from Salden's, and that the ship was not carrying any cargo, and that he believed they had ended up in Spain. V.C. Story. Dip. A wonderful effect of a cursed love. The slave obeyed. When I lived in the dungeon with my master Mustafa Kataborn, I saw a Turk, by nation, but of religion a cherubim, that is to say, a heretic in his manner, come drunk and mad as a beast, because he had eaten opium. He called his slave, who was a Dutchman, and ordered him to bring 4 sovereigns. He then took in his right hand his knife, pressed his left hand against a pillar, bare his arm, and commanded his slave on pain of immediate death to lay a red-hot coal on his left arm. The slave laid down a burning coal without replying. He ordered the slave again to blow the coal, which he did so that the coal sank into the flesh. At the end of this beastly Turk's lead, such great pain was caused by a wonderful spectacle. I cannot see this spectacle without wonder at the violent act he committed against himself, and asked other Turks and Christian slaves who were there present why the Turk had chosen to be his own executioner. They replied that after noon he had tried to fulfill his accursed love, and being filled with rage that his plan had not succeeded, he burned himself. It is true that he inflicted the punishment on himself that he deserved, for the deed he had intended to do merited such a fate. Story, of two unfortunate slaves who were cast into the Mamor of Titan. When I was in the prison of the Titan, they brought there 2 new slaves, some curious people who asked them about their origins and how they came to be there, and in a moment I heard the examiners insult these 3 unfortunates, calling them dogs, Lutherans, etc. I asked a slave, being a Spaniard, about the Spaniards' treatment of my people. He answered me that one deserved to be killed with sticks when they insulted their nation's honor, Titus on the Mediterranean Sea, under the authority of the King of Spain, that those in this fort, including officers, are all condemned persons for their misdeeds, and that it often happens to the most distinguished persons who commit any offense, that they are condemned to serve on their knees with so many horses. This place must provide all their needs from Spain, and also often the shooting by the unfavorable situation of the sea, or through the neglect of those who have charge there, that the ships do not come at their proper time, is the reason that they are always lacking. You are any longer in this fort, Louable than a converted one. These 2 soldiers were so despairing because of poverty that they never wanted to return to their homeland, as they had been condemned to remain in this miserable exile for the rest of their lives. They preferred to give themselves up to the mercy of their enemies, the Moors, to abandon their Christian faith and be slaves forever, rather than end. The reason for this is that Christians are taken on galleys to be sold in Barbary, and they have indeed become practical atheists and have even given themselves over to their enemies, saying that they wish to be of the Mohammedan religion and to enslave others, but they could not carry out their intent, for the Moors, having subjugated them, would not allow them to change their religion, as a Christian slave is considered more vi. 2 such guileless men were brought into the Mameluke realm, to wait until summer, and then sold on the galleys of Algiers. I felt great pity for these 2 poor souls, as most of the slaves in the Mameluke realm were Spaniards, who constantly blamed themselves for having come into slavery through their own free will. At the same time, as I have described in my journey, they lay on the floor, close to one another, because the space was very cramped, and no one wanted to share their side with the other 2 wretched individuals. The prison had no secret rooms, and often 2 or 3 of them would share a pot, according to the Spanish custom. And when these 2 miserable people were forced to use it, they were considered fortunate in comparison with the rest of the world, as they were not allowed to do their business on the floor, which was used for sleeping, and no one wanted to lend them their pot, so they had to beg for it, and often they found themselves in a situation where they had to put up with many inconveniences because they had to use the pot. Their master sometimes threw them a little bread through the grating every day, without anything else, for this prison was beneath the earth. They also had to ask other slaves for water to drink. Of the galley honored him. I cannot believe that the misery of mankind has brought more poverty and unhappiness to the world than these modes of living, and people could not bear it if God's mercy did not increase their strength, making them endure with patience the just punishment that is due to their righteousness. The rumor spread that he had saved himself. On the same subject, when I was in Algiers, a Venetian slave, who once told me that he had been a public notary in his time, gave a false attestation to win some money, and when the fraud was discovered he was condemned for a few years to the galleys, where he was taken, but after a few months he was released on a good chain, by which the captain, being thus escaped in this manner, he could not return to Venice, where he was well known. He resolved to live for a long time on the island of Corsica. God's judgments are righteous. I believe that the 2 soldiers mentioned above left on this same route. On his way he was captured by the Turks and sold to Algiers to General Ali Pegulin of the galleys. The slave said to me, "I have escaped from the galleys of Venice, on which I had been condemned almost 10 years ago by a just sentence, and now I am in an even worse situation, on such a place from which I may never escape." v8. These 2 narratives will serve as an example to suffer patiently the adversities and tribulations that come upon us from the hand of God without murmuring, for it is thus that we avoid greater misfortunes by not engaging ourselves in them. Story of a Portuguese nobleman who was captured and brought to Algiers. He served in the capacity of soldier in the troops of the viceroy in the Bay of Todos los Santos. Don Francisco de Mascarenhas, a Portuguese nobleman, had fought with a rapier in the city of Lisbon in the year 1638, and as he had signified his defeat, he feared for his life, hoping that time would reconcile the matter. By counsel of his parents, he embarked on the first ships sailing to Brazil. He remained there until the year 1641, when he received news that his affairs were arranged in Lisbon. Following the same course, he set sail at the first opportunity in company of other captains and officers to return to Portugal. However, misfortune befell him, as his ship was taken by the sea robbers from Algiers. According to custom, men brought the new slaves before the Bassa to take their share, which was 8 each. The Bassa took Don Francisco and 3 others for himself, whom he deemed to be captains after my own fashion. These 4 new slaves were sent off in a departure to the Bassa's lodging, where Monsieur Caloan and I were being held, just as I have seen it elsewhere. I welcomed Don Francisco, asking him from whence he came and what news he brought from the Christian realm. The Bassa asked him, "Who art thou?" While I was doing this, and before he could answer us, the Bassa called for Don Francisco, who went into the audience chamber making a very great bow. Don Francisco answered him, "I am Don Francisco de Mascarenhas, nephew of Don Bernardo de Mascarenhas, who was a general in Brazil." The Pasha answered, 4,000 ducats. This proposal greatly pleased Don Francisco, who replied to the Pasha, "What does your excellency want for my ransom?" Hearing the proposal, which offered him a noble and free life without any servitude, he asked what freedom he would be paying for over 8 or 10 months, and if he could take his time to stroll around the city as he pleased, without having to do any work. Don Francisco, making a Turkish bow a compliment, said he would give that much and take the Turks who were present as witnesses. It was done as Don Francisco entered the room and said to us, "Thank God I am no longer a slave, for I have made an agreement with the Bashas for 4,000 ducats." He retorted, "Why should a man sell his money like a dog or buy his freedom?" "It's a matter of chance," I said to him. He replied, "Sir, I have the honor of knowing you, but if you had been patient for 4 or 5 days, you would have received your freedom for 1,500 or even just 300 ducats. Ducatin datsai. You may be rich, but the Bashas also desire many things from each and every one of us, for you have said that you lead all the soldiers of fortune." Don Francisco stayed with us for 2 days, after which a certain Portuguese merchant took him to Algiers, leaving behind in the house of the Bashas a 13-year-old servant who presented himself to the Bashas with 300 ducats. The master of the ship wanted more. The goods of Don Francisco were seized in the port, as they had occupied the usual place for the slaves from the galleys. The young man, after some hesitation, embraced the Christian faith, having been disowned by a Portuguese renegade for a sum of 40,000 aspera, though Don Francisco had promised to pay high. The Portuguese renegade, who had disowned the young man, brought him before the bailiff and said, "This Christian wants to abandon his faith." The bailiff was not very pleased with this news. He desired to receive 300 ducats more for performing this good work for his prophet Mohammed. He was also not eager to serve him, preferring to keep his purse, but, nonetheless, he feigned to be in agreement with what he thought. At the end of his youth, he was made a Turk according to custom with the usual ceremonies. A few days later, everything related to it was arranged. We left, and I met Don Francisco on the streets so often that I spoke with him, greeting him for the old acquaintance. A few months later, I went to Titus. Everywhere he went, I visited a father confessor who had come from Spain, lodged by a consul of the French. When I was on the deck of the ship, suddenly I saw Don Francisco coming out from there, and welcoming him, I asked what fortune had brought him there. He told me that since I left Algiers, he had received 4,000 ducats and paid off the debt, but that he could not go to Portugal without passing through Spain, which he did not want to do because Don Francisco embarked, and the free trader, with a good wind, anchored and stayed in open sea for 2 days before reaching the high point of Perron de Velas, where some French ships were located. Say of the war, and also because he did not want to see Spaniards, or without a great risk of being captured again by the Turks. So he agreed with a free trader captain who was to set him on the coast of Portugal as quickly as possible. It missed elsewhere. As the Turkish pirates began to take flight, he who sent that the Zalan Greeks should save him and not his ship did everything he could to escape the peril, and, finding no other means, turned the ship towards the coast, setting it with full sails, onto land not far from a place where they had recently experienced a similar shipwreck, as I have W. Don Francisco stopped him and said, "Tell me then, are you not?" As he was doing this, in order to share his fortune, an aristocrat passed by us. After my gesture, he appeared to be around 20 years old, modestly dressed in his Holland or Flanders attire. The young man replied, "I am here to conduct my trade and practice my religion." There was a man named Don Francisco, to whom, on inquiry about his religion, he answered, "I am a Jew." Don Francisco asked if he had not been used to attending Mass every year at Todos los Santos, and frequently receiving the holy sacraments there. He replied, yes, but added that he was a Jew and pretended to be a Christian. I relate this conversation to show the different outcomes of events and the various encounters that take place in the world. Arts. Story. A new slave must be on his guard against everyone. Therefore, it is necessary for him to simulate for a certain time, until he is fully informed about which deceivers and which genuine people are. While I was a slave in Argos, there was a very rich Jew named Siccus, who, to gain information, would allegedly pay a good ransom for Christian slaves. Not that I want to say a new slave should suspect every person who speaks to him of being a traitor. God protect me from such false suspicions which might lead to too much distrust, but he ought to think that some of those around him might be deceivers. This is the practice he used. He had bought a Christian slave from a Turk on his behalf, as Jews were not allowed to have Christian slaves. The Turk said that the slave came to him and that he lent him to the Jew to serve in his house. And so all commerce in Barbary is carried out by Jews, and all the letters from the merchants fall into their hands. However, the greatest service he rendered was that whenever letters arrived for Christian slaves, with the address written in Dutch, the slave would read them out loud to his master and pass them on. "I am very sorry for your misfortune." Through these means, the Jews forced the Christians to pay the latest tax by having some Turks visit them daily, and, when new slaves arrived from land or sea, he would start demanding their payment, saying, "Friends and countrymen, where do you come from? I urge you to take courage and come with me for some fresh wine. It will strengthen our friendship." The newly arrived people answered, "We have no money, and we cannot leave without permission." He replied, "As far as permission is concerned, I am prepared to apply for it. I don't think that will be a problem. As for money, God willing, I haven't got enough to treat even a friend." He sought the permission, which was granted by the Turks who were in agreement with his master. Air bellies with wine and set their minds adrift, easily believing the advantages offered by the trader, who said to them, "Shall I give you 400 or 500 pieces of 8 for your freedom?" Sometimes they answered yes, but even if it were 1,000 times more, it would be nothing. We have our masters, who are such kind people that they will not let us suffer any lack, especially here. The double trader brought these foolish people to the inn, where they drank and sought a good patron. When he noticed they were becoming drunk, he hastily arranged his nets to secure his goods, believing that he had helped many slaves gain their freedom and no longer held the same power. The poor, foolish men, with hearts full of sorrow, filled thus. The others said, "I have no house that belongs to me," and so on. "Your demands. I can do you a good service." When the betrayed trader knew everything he desired, he paid for what was broken and brought the new slaves back into the house of the shipowners, where they had to stay until they were sold. From there, he went to report to the Jews everything that the Christians had seen, and when these slaves came to market, one or another Turk who had agreed with the Jew bought them, and then the trader went to offer the newly purchased luck, saying, "Thank God, you have a good patron. He is a friend of the Jew where I live, if you want to agree on." These new slaves were very glad to hear such happy words, and even though their betrayer knew the secret, it often happened that the Jews won 2,000 or 3,000 pieces of 8, or even more. He had well over 100,000 pieces of 8 in riches, and all his household goods were not worth 10 crowns. And the new slaves were warned that they should expect nothing from this betrayer. When this Christ betrayer still achieved great success, he received a good salary, but God willed that he should be called out from among all the slaves, so that no one wanted to have anything to do with him. When we came there, he also joined us, making his usual compliments, but we were of a quite different disposition, as I have seen elsewhere. Story of 2 newly married couples taken from the Turks and brought as slaves to Algiers. When a person, through misfortune, falls into slavery and their desire for freedom is urgent, they achieve the same success as the inexperienced swimmers who, out of fear of drowning, used so much force with their arms that they became exhausted, and their great depth was the cause of their downfall. Captain must leave, and that the first good wind should take him away with his ship, and the daughter's love for the wind. To the intervention of his friends, in the city of Nantes in Brittany, in the year 1641, there was a captain of a ship who was waiting for the wind to set sail for Canada. and while he waited for the wind, he fell in love with the daughter of a rich merchant, who learned that her father had fallen in love with her and wanted to consent to this marriage in any way, considering that but fate had other plans. The captain, seeing no other way, decided that he could gain more by marrying this daughter, even at the cost of his entire life, if he could discreetly arrange it without his parents' knowledge and, before they found out, secretly marry her, setting sail for Canada with his new bride, hoping that on his return his affairs would be in order. He had spent only 24 hours at sea when a sea rover from Algiers boarded his ship. The captain's husband, more accustomed to caring for his master than to training for battle, gave up the ship without much resistance. A few days later, the Frenchwoman and her husband, along with other slaves, were sold at the market in Algiers, where Christians are often traded. L of France knew how to handle the matter so well that he stopped the sale, under pretext of some consideration for the French. The Turks, Moors, Greeks, and Spaniards, who were not accustomed to seeing the clothing of French ladies, powdered and in good order, gazed at them with great wonder. She said to certain Christians who supported and entertained her, "I fear only that my religion will be neglected." It seemed as if the fear of this lay founded for the consul, but the real cause came from the greediness of the bailiff, as you will understand, who, spurning peace, still pursued his course. But since the French captain had not defended himself, the consul alleged that the ship was of no good value. It was, in my opinion, a trick of the Basses, who agreed with the consul to free this ship and also deceive the sailors and soldiers, and that the captain should let the ship sail under the full control of the Basses for his and his wife's liberty. While they were doing this, they brought the lady into the house of a prominent Turkish woman, where she was very well received, except that she could not speak to her husband alone. That story. I do not know the purpose of this matter, although I left Algiers shortly after. Of the ingratitude of a Portuguese slave. He went regularly to meet with daemons, without any prejudice of color, for he was neither black nor white, nor a mulatto. But it seems that his view was towards the olive. In Algiers, I knew a captain, famous for his sea robbery, called the Great Moor, of Moorish origin, from a nation of poor Arabs, very despised and not well governed, because they did not take up arms, but preferred to have their kitchens rather than war, dark teal, of a small ship, and after that of a large ship with 30 guns. The Great Moor, being about 12 years old, came to Algiers, and as the trade in d'armes misled him, he embarked with sea robbers on a ship as a long-time crewman under a captain, and through the continuous navigation and diverse battles, he became an experienced sailor and a good soldier, acquiring such reputation that the masters made him captain. Finally, he became captain of a galley. This Great Moor was feared by all Christian ships sailing in the Mediterranean Sea, and by all the Turks intended for a holy war. With sweetness and great courtesy. I wish that the great lord had absolutely given command of the sea to this Indian, as Sultan Suleiman gave it to the famous sea rover Barbaros in the previous century. The victories of this Great Moor might have been greater than those of all the Ottoman generals, for he was a lion in battle and a lamb in his victories, treating his defeated enemy. His Great Moor had, among other things, a Portuguese slave who served him on land as chamberlain and at sea as scribe. This Portuguese had loyally served his master for several years both at sea and on land. On the same day, the greatest Turk sailed with his ship towards Portugal. He called his slave and said to him, "You have served me so faithfully for many years. I grant you your freedom, and give the order to approach the coast to set this prisoner free by landing him with the chaloupe." His master thanked him most warmly and gratefully. As they neared the land, the Turk secretly went into the cabin, opened a chest from which he had the keys, took some shirts, and, in order to accomplish his plan without being discovered, hid them under his clothes. They set the chaloupe adrift at sea, and the Portuguese handed over the keys of the chest. Their master bid him his last farewell. The man was put on land, the chaloupe returned, and the ship continued sailing. A few days after, the great Turk intended to make a clean sweep, but he was betrayed, for his treasure had been stolen from him. He became so enraged that he swore by the life of the great lord, if he ever recovered those ungrateful Christians into his hands again, they should not escape slavery on the galleys. At the same time, another very remarkable event occurred, namely, that General Alliance Pegulin, having lost a diamond of great value, sent all his slaves in all directions to search for it. Among other things, he found one of his slaves to be a Spaniard. Ali Pegulin was so grateful for his Spanish slave, as the Portuguese slave was for the Great Moor. He presented the diamond to Pegulin, who received it happily, giving the slave as compensation half a stick of 8 and saying, Take this if you understand and buy a rope to hang yourself. You have gained your freedom, but were not able to take it. 20. Story. The manner of burying the dead at Algiers. In this war, many Turks and renegades were killed. In one of my previous stories, I have mentioned the war of King Ben Ali, a Barbary king, against the Basha of Algiers. Among others, a Bolsebus, who was the captain of infantry. This Bolsebus was a renegado, and had received a slave from my patron, Mohammed Celebi Oega, and he lived in the same street as Mohammed Celebi. So when the news of Bolsebi's death arrived, my patrons left with 2 black maids, their slaves, and all the women from the court, to the widow's house. I thought it was the custom of lamenting in the African way, and as soon as they entered, they started screaming, wailing, and desperately calling out, and one of these women constantly hit a piece of iron on a table, making such loud noise and terrible clatter that it seemed as if the street was full of mad people. When my patrons returned home, I realized I didn't understand the reason for all that crying, and I asked what had caused them to scream and tear up their appearance. They explained that it was customary in this country to mourn in such a way, especially at the loss of parents and good friends. I replied, "That is good for you, who know death. But nevertheless, as with all Slavs, they are crawling and besmeared with the same devilishness as you, who do not know death, as long as you have only recently come to them, and are wild?" My patron answered me, "She has done like she saw you doing, without other cause. On this account of your wildness, you will know that the kingdom of Argier has many small tributary kings, and some of them pay their annual tribute in men or slaves because of a lack of money." 30. Story. These people are either captured Arabs, called fallen Arabs, or they pay with their own subjects, for there is such a great number of people in Argier who do not know the common language of the land, Arabic or Moorish. Of the unthoughtful greed and the foresighted greed. When I was in the service of the Queen of Spain, a Moor sold here in the marketplace a picture of Our Lady which he had brought from a Christian ship. He wanted to sell it. All the Spanish slaves gathered there and presented a golden crown, so that no insult or discrimination would be shown towards the image. The Moor praised the good quality of the Christian's goods, said that he wanted 4 times as much, and if they did not give him what he asked for, he would burn it. I cannot change a word. On the last occasion I did so with them and spoke to the Spaniards. The good Spaniards were greatly disturbed by the barbarian's actions, and often deliberated whether they should give him what he desired. To find a solution, most of them decided to contribute everything they had, for he was able to live well in the market with 8 pieces of silver, and he did not have to complain about poverty. "This picture is not worth much," they answered me flatly. "We do not buy the picture for its value, but because it should not be disparaged." I said to them, "Your zeal is good, but consider that this Moor, with 4 golden crowns from the Mamor, will go through the whole city proclaiming that Christians are idolaters." I told him about what happened between the Spaniards and the Moor. The zealous Spaniards did not want to understand my reasoning any further, and I ran a great risk of being considered a Lutheran. But I received great help from a Dominican priest, who was also in the Mamor, a man of good life and much learning. This good father immediately set out, strongly determined towards the Moor, and said to him, "Do you want a piece of wood for carving? It will be given to you, but if not, go and do with the wood as you wish, and leave here, or otherwise the Christians will send you back with a switch." Religious, with prudence, preserved the money of the poor slaves, gave freedom to the barbarous Moor, and made the Mahometans see that the honor given to images by Catholics does not contradict their beliefs, as the ignorant believe. The Moor sent the religious away resolutely, and refused to speak further, nor would he burn the image, but was glad to have kept 8 pieces, giving the image. If the Spaniards had given him 4 golden crowns, he would have considered his money lost. He would have been ridiculed by the Moor and the Catholic religion. However, the good zeal of this. 14th D. Story. 2 examples of mercy and recognition. Saban Galan Aga, often mentioned in my discourse as well as in my writings, was born a Spaniard from the borders of Portugal, and the son of a boatman. By his noble behavior towards everyone, he earned the name Galen. He had fallen into slavery among the Turks, who had persuaded and induced him to abandon the Christian faith, which is a task for a young child. He was very rich. His skills were in warfare at sea and on land. He served as an aga, that is, the master of the camp. The slave was very happy about this proposal, and accepted it without hesitation, as his master had suggested. One day, by chance, while wandering through the market where Christians are sold, he began to question the slaves and found one of his countrymen, whom he bought for a small sum because he was a Dutchman, without apparent great expense. He brought the slave to his home and said, "I have paid 150 pieces of eight for you. If you will promise to pay me an equal amount in your land to someone who is my blood friend and poor, I will set you free in your fatherland with the first freeman who departs." Soon afterward he embarked on the first freeman's ship, which was sailing across the ocean, and gave orders that these Christians be set ashore in Portugal. The order of Sabin was carried out. The Portuguese in his village were amazed to see a man thus freed from slavery. He began to tell them about his fortune, and the encounter he had had, and everything that had happened with Sabin Gawain. He sold all he had and paid according to his promise to whoever he owed 150. Stucken of 8 had to be paid. The one who received the money wrote a letter of thanks to his blood relative Sabin Gawain. Under cover he returned to the scene of the crime once more in an attempt to reclaim his cost, but fate willed that he was not captured by the sea robbers and brought to Algiers. Upon his arrival there, he informed Sabin Gawain of his misfortune, who bought him again, keeping him for a few days in his house, and providing him with wool and linen according to his needs, saying, "Since you are an honest man and have kept your promise, do not return home again, and for what you have spent, pay the same person at some later time." The visitor replied, "I cannot do that, for I have sold everything I had in order to pay my first ransom. Therefore, I would rather remain a slave than break my word." Hearing the just reason, he promised to pay after a convenient time, the period being 6 months within 2 years. The vizier accepted this condition and set him ashore as the first time in his homeland. He went to see the blood friend of Sabin and gave his recommendations, promising to pay the agreed sum within 2 years, and returned to his trade. However, as soon as his ship with its equipment was either sold to pay his first ransom or lost when taken a second time, he became a servant of other viziers, so that he could not make as much profit as when he sailed for himself. Yet, not wanting to prolong his servitude, he went again to see them to shorten his ransom. The 2 years had passed, and he had paid less than a third of what he owed. To fulfill his promise, he thought of a plan, which was to buy a quintal of tobacco, and embarked on a Portuguese ship that sailed to Algiers, where tobacco was then very expensive, with a passport from the Bases, to purchase some slaves. Sabin heard these reasons with great wonderment regarding the faithfulness and recognition of the vizier. "Your assurance that I should do so, then I shall pay you. But if not, I would rather remain your slave again than be ungrateful for the many kindnesses I have received from your highness. In a few short days I will arrive in Algiers and go straight to the house of Sabin Gawain, who is most eager to see me." The visitor said, "Master, I have paid only 1/3 of what I owe you, as appears from this receipt, and since I have no means left to pay the rest, I have brought a quintal of tobacco, and if I can sell it at a profit, with yo. Answer him. You are an honest, faithful, and grateful man, but very foolish." 15. Story. Go sell your tobacco and return to your country, keeping the money with your freedom, and provide him with food and drink in his house until he returns with the same ship, leaving behind in Algiers a lasting name of faithfulness and gratitude, and bringing to Portugal eternal praise for the generosity of Sabin Gawain, of the manner of marriage to Algiers. My friend Jan Baptista Coloan lived with an old woman, the great-grandmother of Mustafa Juggles, who was one of the 5 Turks who were supposed to be against us. Mustafa had a brother named Amit Juggles, aged 22. Iron, despite his reckless behavior, was a notorious hunter and great drinker, so that the life of these poor Turks could not last much longer without ruining themselves. The great mother and the mother of Amit knew him well enough to persuade him to give up wine and prostitutes, and from then on he should live as an honest Muslim. And to show that he wanted to live in this way, he said, "I am content to take a wife." To effect this marriage, the great mother of Amit spoke to the parents of the daughter, and Amit employed an old woman as a spy and messenger, who brought fabrics from the main houses to sell. After expressing this desire, the great mother and the mother were very pleased, who presented Amit with diverse daughters of quality, and among them one who greatly pleased him for her immense wealth. The parents on both sides approved the match. We marched one after another, each carrying his dish covered, containing the presents. This old lady knew his secrets so well that the daughter would soon be engaged. She also knew her daughter's beauty, virtues, manners, and riches, which so charmed Amit with her discourse that he became enamored of her. A day was appointed for the wedding. The prospective groom sent to his mistress a present of silk ribbons and other similar articles, and in order to do this present due solemnity, Amit called 20 slaves from among his fathers and friends, among whom I also was. He left the slaves at the door of his master's house, where they had arrived, and stood on the street while the slaves entered the house, which was constructed in the Italian style with square places for 4 galleries. Each slave placed his dish on the place prepared to receive it, showing great reverence to the upcoming bride. The upcoming bride was seated on a cushion of rich velvet, richly embroidered with silver, as she entered through a small room. And the house's slaves, both men and women, responded with the same music. The other slaves had learned these words from Monsieur Colwyn and I, "Ela, Ela, Ela," which we had to shout after all the dishes were set on the ground, which was done 4 times. This act showed great reverence, and they left the house. Emmett very much praised us about the door, and when I passed by him again he said to me in Spanish, "Is Dunkirk clean? They're covering the whole nose." At home, these strict Christians do not have any issue with it. They say that Christians are blind. I answered, "Very clean, taking into account the opinion of the Africans, for they consider fat women beautiful." This news pleased Emmett greatly, as he had not seen the manners of his mistress yet. The custom in this land is that when women go down the streets, they cover their faces with 2 veils, one covering the forehead to the eyes and the athwa. But if a Muslim woman were to show her face, that would be a great sin, and it is not allowed for a young man to speak to an honorable daughter in her parents' house. 16th. Toward. Story. This mode of life seems very strange to me, but it is quite necessary in that land because of the evil inclinations of the women. For although their husbands strive with all diligence to keep their wives and daughters at home, they nevertheless find numerous pretexts for going to bath, or for visiting each other, or under the guise of devotion Evis also well known in Europe for visiting certain marabouts or saints, and under this pretext they abandon themselves, whenever an opportunity offers, to all kinds of debauchery, even with guys, beggars, and sodomites. The necessity lies in the mother of baseness and of reason. The thief is the most common offense of this school. It is a matter of great wonder how each one serves his own interest in such a practical way. When I lived in Ali Pegelin's bathhouse, we had 550 Christian slaves, who each day sought to improve their lives through reason. On a certain day, he had invited my chambermaid Rainier Saldens at 10 o'clock in the morning, on condition that they would take a turn in the city before eating. Fantamama chose a loan for half a stick of 8, showing that it was good. He helped the Jew count, and having made an account, gave him a false stick. There was in the bath a Italian slave, whose name was Fantamama. He trusted so much in his art of stealing that he did not care to provide himself with food for the afternoon, as by that time he had usually stolen enough from his friends. Fantamama brought Saldens to some Jews who were moneylenders, of whom many were in Algiers, sitting on the streets with a small table, on which their loans were stuck from 8 to 8, making profit out of these loans. At another time he was with the galley of our master Pegelin on the coast of Barbary, at a place called Teravisha, and Fantamama was with some other slaves on land, as they had to watch over the galley. After that, all the Albanians gathered around them asking if they could not buy these slaves for money as scarce on this island, and the slaves sold pins and other small items. The agents of Fantamama, having sold their partnership, brought news to the buyers about their recent purchases, that they had bought the ears from the galley slaves. The Jew, who knew the value of money well, left Fantamama, but there remained some claims in the hands of the subtle thief, and from there they went to another Jew, and finally managed their affairs so well that Fantamama returned to the bath and they afternoon with 2 hens, but not enough money to buy a full jug of wine. These foolish merchants went around looking for more goods to purchase. They took the money and said, "Friends, it is impossible for either of you to carry such a heavy weight. Call someone to help you buy more, and I will assist you." 2 Arab merchants understood that they could buy goods there at a good price, so they went to the coast to purchase them, and arrived in Fantamama, who told them he would sell them the anchor of the galley for 8 silver pieces. Fantamama got into the galley and placed a plank under one of his eyes. The 2 merchants returned with 20 Arabs to carry the anchor away. They entered the galley and began to untie the ropes. Why did the Alps make so much noise? People told Pegelin the history that Fantamama had sold the anchor, and he gave strict orders to the commissioners to drive these scoundrels, the Alpines, out of the galleys. General Ali Pegelin, who was lying on a silk mattress in the cabin, saw these Arabs in front of the galley between the Turkish soldiers, because the soldiers did not want the anchor to be taken away. The order was promptly executed with some blows from stocks, which the Alpines received instead of the anchor. When the Alpines were driven away, Pegelin asked Fantamama why he had sold the anchor from the galley, since it no longer belonged to him. Fantamama answered him that he thought the galley would be better off without that weight. Everyone on board the galley started laughing at this answer, and the 5/8 of the cargo stayed with Fantamama. Him, for payment of his rations. He served as secretary for the Dunkirk, Holland, and Hamburg slaves, constantly writing letters without compensation, but allowed himself to be given drink. Dare was also in the service of a Brabander named Frans de Vos, but his war name was Frans de Student. Pegelin did not approve of this, but found a way into his service through the order of his master, and with Pegelin's permission, having a chain of remission, 100 pounds of silver fastened to his legs, without which he could not leave, solely to pressure. And so, whenever these letters were delivered by Flemish and Dutch messengers who came to him for a drink, he would write them until his quill was finished. For his sustenance wherever he went to write, they provided him with food for the entire day, due to the profit he made from selling the wine to those who asked him to write. Dare was also a French knight who had been enslaved for 6 years without receiving a single coin from his land. He was always dressed like a slave. He ate and drank deliciously and often had to share meals with his creditors. He had extensive knowledge of the French nobility, who lent him money at interest, which he repaid in due time, but so that he might pay them back, he borrowed money at interest from other French nobles. And since all the nobility were soldiers, both on sea and land, they always lived off their creditors' credit. And if these creditors had no blood relatives, nor wives or children, then the debt was settled with their death. And even though some obligation was written down, this knight, being a slave, could not be forced to fulfill it. Such people are called in Spanish lives. I once knew a Spaniard, known here as Rodrigo Saul. He was like one of the Guienne men of Paris, who seek their living by the reputation of their rapier, without any courage in them. Rodrigo sought his life by reconciling the two sides among the slaves, drinking with them after peace had been made and making good cheer with the opponents. But one must notice that he always looked for trouble among the Spaniards and did so to reconcile and be on hand when an agreement was made. Rodrigo was found in the bath near the tap-house, where he believed the greatest drunkards were, as it were, all men counting accounts between the drunken Turks and the Christians. Rodrigo granted this request with the Spanish authority, saying, "Friends, it is enough for a man like me to declare that the Turks should not pay for the bathhouse." When the drunk Turks refused to pay, Rodrigo, the guardian of the bathhouse, locked the door and, after they had drained their wine, pushed one of them over from behind with a ladder, cutting off his head. He then threw it down to the ground, which he was allowed to do to separate them, as Christians should not kill a Turk in revenge for their lives, and the guardian, who made the Turk pay, took his scalp. Rodrigo was appointed to oversee the bathhouse attendants and received his reward for such services. I, too, knew a young Hamburger at the same place, who had lost an arm in battle. What remedy was there for him to win his life? There was a Muscovite who was 80 years old, and whose age prevented him from performing any work in the world. He purified the secrets of the bath, and every week went around collecting alms from the slaves of the bath for his maintenance, and some gave him something, with which he barely supported himself. His patron gave him nothing. One of his countryfolk gave him half a stiver. With this money he bought some toys. He went outside the city and hired his toys to the children who played there, and thus won his living very well. There were also 6 surgeons who earned a lot of money, because they attended to the citizens' injuries. But generally it was seen that good times and money corrupted people, just as these did with women and wine. The Spanish owners of the tap-house lived like princes among slaves and quickly gained wealth, as those who made pipes of wine in September could produce 40 or 50 sticks from 8. There were others who brewed ale and engaged in other activities, but thievery was the most practiced craft. All of this was sold. Nothing was stolen daily, as I have told more extensively in my discourse on my voyage. The priests lived off the alms of Christian slaves. In fact, everyone considered what nation he was a means of living, except for the English, who are a nation that cannot endure poverty and seem to have no compassion, even towards their own country people. I have seen when I was in the bath in winter, more than 20 people die from poverty. Also, they do not spare the Turks. I say when one estimates the value according to the body and not according to the soul. An Englishman is sold for 60 or 70 pounds, a Spaniard or Italian for 150 or 200 pounds. There were other slaves who knew their masters' houses everywhere, bringing water daily and carrying away the filth, living by their wages. But you must know that all these means of earning a living are only done when the master's work is done. I had a great deal of pleasure when I considered what passed among the slaves in the bath, while living with my master, Mahomed Selebioiga, for I would often go to the bath to amuse myself and converse with Franz, the student, by whom never a single Dutch slave was lacking, who told tales of their adventures and encounters at sea, of the Dutch in Mexico, or of the riches of Peru. Or I would go to the French and hear them talk of Terre-Neuve, Canada, Virginia, for all the slaves are sailors. The East Indies, Japan, and China, of the Danes and Hamburgers on the chase of whales in Greenland, at that time when the sun appears in Islay, and when the night of 6 months begins. Or, if such conversation did not please me, I would visit the Spaniards, who either governed, after their manner, the provinces of their king, or told stories of. Beloved reader, I have shown the great suffering of the slaves passing by, and the means by which many persons have won their living, to demonstrate what kind of master the necessity, and that no better university exists than the Bath of Algiers, for teaching men how to live. By and sedent torts. A tale of a Carmelite priest who was a slave, and of Ali Peglin. In the year 1641, there was in Algiers a Carmelite priest who was a slave, in whom it is clearly seen that good education and wisdom governed his learning. On returning to Italy through Turkey with a passport from the great lord, he was taken by sea robbers, together with his companion, who was Portuguese. 2 religious persons were brought before the judge. They showed their passports, but in vain. His esteemed father was called Father Angeli, born in Genoa, and had, by order of his superior, resided for several years in Persia, as he often tells. The judge said he would write them down as heretics, and have them sold into slavery if it seemed good to him. One must endure injustice with patience. They were sold by Peglin, and found themselves in a bathhouse among other slaves. This religious man celebrated Mass every day in the bathhouse church, performing the church services. When their good father passed by where the slaves were eating, they all begged him to eat with them, even the Muscovites and Russians, who seemed to have banished every kind of courtesy and civilization from their hearts. If there were any differences between the slaves, whatever their nation, he made them agree. It was such a remarkable thing that it seemed to God that they had established their place and residence in the heart of religion. And in a short time, I do not know how some secret inclination affected each one of them, not only Catholics, but also Lutherans, Calvinists, Puritans, Schismatics, and Nicolaits, for the bathhouse was full of all these kinds of opinions. If some slave came to him confessing his need, Father Angeli gave him alms, and never borrowed money again from the favor of some godly slaves who provided him with alms to distribute, so that the deeds of these religious made him esteemed as a holy man among the Turks themselves. Having heard of the good deeds of their lord, one day he visited him. You must give me satisfaction regarding something I want to ask you. If he had been his slave, he would have been obedient, asking with due courtesy if there was anything he could do for him. You are a righteous and learned man, Peglin answered him, and you can give satisfactory answers to all that is asked of you. The good angel replied, I am your slave, and it is my duty to obey you. Peglin then asked, What will I gain from this? He answered, Your lordship is the general captain of the galleys. I am a poor religious. Your lordship is my patron, and I am his slave. It seems to me that such respect is due to one who owes so much to your lordship. This compliment pleased Peglin very much, as the Turks desired that one should respect them. Peglin said, I will not take it lightly, commanding him to say what he thinks of it. The good Father Angel sent that he should insist, saying openly, Trusting in your majesty, I will tell you what I think. I truly believe that the devil will take you away. Peglin answered, Why? And I believe he did this to protect himself from the laughter over their ceremonies. The good religious answers, Firstly, you have no religion, and you think only of robbing and attacking the Christians. You do not perform works of godliness, let alone charity. You live as if there is no righteous God and truth, even spitting on Thith, Koran, and everything that commands the Muslims. You never enter a mosque. You never recite your Asala prayer. For he does not only read the Asala, but when he was in the audience hall of the Baba in the cell, I saw that as soon as the Moor called out which is a sign to pray, like the bell in the Thiz, Christian realm, he covered his face with his new cap. Recently, the father explained his life from beginning to end, clearly showing that Peglin, for his sole religion, had an unwavering greed, without even thinking of the salvation of his soul. This discourse given, said Peglin with a laugh, Father, when will it be that the devil will devour me? Father Angela answered, Just as you will die, and your soul will leave this miserable body. And thus he became an enemy of the religious in the bath. Peglin replied, As far as my death is concerned, it is not a long process, and just as long as I live I will serve the good time I have, and after my death let the devil do with me what he wants. Ite. You see what I have said, that one can speak about great and godly things without any danger, when wisdom becomes ripe at the right time, and they will be chosen accordingly. Story. The use of poison is very common in Africa. To kill someone with poison is a very common crime in Africa. When I was in Algiers, the sea robbers took a frigate that had been built for Dunkirk. This vessel pleased all the free trading captains very much, and each of them wanted to have it. But even though the brother of the boss, who was a free trading captain, had a right to 8 Christians and half of every ship, he still got the frigate. That the brother of the boss was nowhere to be found when it came to sharing the loot, but would take it all for himself with a rapier in his hand, which made the famous captain, the great Moor of whom I spoke before, very angry and quickly settled, in full company, saying that they had treated him unfairly by not giving him that frigate, as he had asked for it with payment. This discourse was reported to the brothers of the Basses, who were very outraged and sought means to take revenge, imagined to mask the turmoil of his heart. After the meal, each retired, but the great Moor, having come home, felt his strength renewed, as he could not summon him to a duel, due to the customs not allowing it, and as the parties were unequal, for he was too small against such a great enemy. He vented his anger, and some days later, after careful consideration, the great Moor invited several captains to dine with him in the afternoon, providing the most exquisite fare that could be had. He called one of his slaves, a surgeon, and said to him, "You must give me some remedy, for I feel as if I were forgiven." The surgeon, very experienced in his craft, gave him a good quantity of milk to drink, and ensured that the milk stayed in his body, thereby keeping his head low and delaying the expulsion of the poison. Thus, the great Moor was healed, and the brother of the base was blamed for not having been able to administer the poison in the African manner. This long-lasting poison is the reason why many Spaniards and Italians abandon the Christian faith. The reason is that many Turks turn them towards the accursed sin, and women debauch themselves with slaves. Forget the eternal. The women then give their men a long-lasting poison, and marry with the converted slave. Justice does not make a thorough inquiry into this wickedness. Many are proud to excel in this custom. And in place of a poor slave, make yourself a rich master of this house. These promises are fair, and moreover most of the slaves born of sea people are poor in their land, and they must win their living by toil. Let them be led by this fare, a guarantee of freedom and wealth, and by the entreaties of a fine lady, and for the present good let them fall. It seemed to me that I heard 2 regulated Frenchmen conversing together, one saying to the other, "Go and see for yourself. The others are on the other side, yes, but it will not last long. I am getting tired of this. I have a remedy in my bag to free myself from it. I have seen it when I was a slave in Pegelin's house, that our master made a great feast in his pleasure house outside the city, and spent a large sum on it by having 250 slaves carry the costs among them. I was the one who carried a platter of nuts. These slaves marched in order, 20 at a time. There was one carrying a man covered with a silk cloth, and in that cloth were bread or some pastries. The necessity was present of the most renowned captains and the richest shipowners. The base was also there with some of his most esteemed favorites, but 20 of his slaves brought their own costs and drinks because they did not trust Pegelin. Nevertheless, it was not taken badly. Daitsani. It would seem that in some cases it is better to eat at an inn in Africa than to celebrate the feast of so great a lord. Story. The Turks keep their word. I have seen in one of my previous stories that General Allied Pegelin had no other god or religion but his interest, which I further remark, in order to make you even more amazed, that after he had no religion, he kept his word so well. After I had been a slave for 5 months on Pegelin's ship, I went to him to discuss my ransom and persuade him, and I pulled down the sleeves of his clothes that were hanging to the ground, which was an African compliment, and I said to him, "Lord, it has been 5 months since I have been your slave. I do not doubt that your lordship is now informed of who I am, namely a poor soldier, and not a rich knight, as your lordship said you knew when you bought me, for the Turks are very liberal in giving new slaves titles, one calling them knights, another sons of counts, and saying that the others are very rich, in order to get more ransom money through these means." Pegelin answered me, "I do not yet know where you are, but I am willing to agree, always provided that I understand there that you are the king, so that I may keep my word as I have done with various other people, among whom I mention a merchant from Genoa, named Marco Antonio Faluppi. But just as I have related more widely in the discourse of my journey, the treaty concerning my ransom was drawn up for several days, and I went back to the bath. They assured me that these witnesses would testify against them in the event of a conflict, for they made plans on the galley, and they told me the history in detail. I was informed by myself of some slaves who were friends of mine, to know if our common master had kept his word with his slaves, as he boasted, and to obtain information from the merchant from Genoa, named Marco Antonio Falcone, from whom I had heard speak favorably. A merchant from Genoa who had lived for a long time in Spain in the city of Cadiz, having done great business and considering himself very rich, with a daughter, suddenly decided that he would give up trade and return to his homeland. He settled all his affairs and set sail with his daughter, 9 years old, on a brigantine. Dear King, without leaving the land and without venturing far into the sea, fearing Turkish sea raiders, they arrived at the coast of Valencia. Pegelen, with his galleys, explored the sea far from the brigantine and forced them to flee. The crew of the brigantine, using oars and sails, did their best to save themselves and reach land. Some Turks came aboard the brigantine by order of Pegelen to take her. However, some galleys, having surrounded the brigantine by order of Pegelen, shot at it with muskets, and the Genoan merchant and the sailors were forced to abandon ship and save themselves by swimming to land, leaving the 9-year-old daughter alone on the brigantine. The good Genoan merchant who was on land took his daughter from the hands of the Turks. The Galicians set sail towards the sea. The cooper advanced so far that he could see the Galicians and made a sign with his new deck to them that they should come and take him. The Turks were amazed to see such a thing, just as Pegelen himself did, who gave orders that they should go and fetch him by boat. They presented these volunteers captured to General Pegelen, who, mocking him, said he was lucky to have escaped since he had willingly gone into slavery, the most frightening prospect for anyone. For even though it seemed that I had escaped, I was captured by my paternal love more than if I had been a slave. That is why I have also submitted myself, and if your Excellency wants to ransom her, it will be the same for me to bear the difficulties and hardships of slavery. Decent Koopman, hearing that the general who spoke with him was from Genoa, began to speak in Italian, a language understood by Pegelen, as follows. I am a merchant from Genoa. I have long traded in Spain, and I believe this daughter, who is like my own child, should be sent back to my homeland, and you have taken her captive along with me. Pegelen, having listened attentively, told him, You shall pay 6,000 ducats for yourself and your daughter's ransom. The Genoese merchant immediately replied, I will pay that. Pegelen answered, My word is my word. There was a slave from Genoa who sailed on the galley and sought to speak with the general. He said that Pegelen allowed him to do so, and the slave replied, I know this captive very well. He is my countryman, and he can pay 4 times more than your lordship has demanded of him. I have written it down to show that the Turks and unbelievers keep their word, to the shame of Christians who do not. Ertex, story women and wine deceive the free man. Twice obtained pardon. A knight from one of Portugal's most noble families, whom we will call Don Oenofilo, had often settled his disputes with the sword in his hand. He also possessed a blind spot in his own path, must have made some remarkable mistakes, for not resisting his great quality, he was twice near death, and through the intervention of the well-spoken advocate Argent, who interprets the laws and perverts the rigor of justice as he pleases, and by the persistence of his friends, Don Oenofilo had. In the year 1637, he was again accused of causing a death, and to escape the rigor of justice, he sailed by night with his wife to go to India, being a refuge for all evil-doers from Portugal. After sailing for several days at sea, their ship was captured by Turkish sea robbers. Don Oenofilo and his wife were sold to a Moor named Perino as slaves. The new slave made his agreement of ransom for his wife on condition that he should remain there until the ransom was paid, and that his wife should return freely to send back the ransom. It happened that he became friendly with 3 knights from Malta who were Frenchmen, as well as slaves. Don Oenofilo considered them a man of good behavior, well brought up, and naturally expressive. His wife was sent away, and she valued the money of his ransom with good devotion, and even if he could not work like other slaves, he did not allow idleness to take hold of him, for he placed his trust in his patron, and though he did not dare to openly declare it, he made the best of time and used it wisely. This good quality increased their friendship so that the 2 French knights, Don Oenofilo, needed to act in the manner of a slave towards him whenever he was drunk, which Don Oenofilo had never done before in Portugal. With wine at the head and love in his heart, he returned home and began to care for his patron. The Saws, being officers of justice, were ordered to bring the criminal before the council to answer for his deeds. The patron, upon seeing this, fell upon him and gave him 2 or 3 lusty blows. Don Oenofilo, who was not more enslaved in his servitude than he had been free, and forgetting love and wine, paid the blows with the same coin, without forgetting interest. His master's design had become so blurred by the blows he had received, as if wiping away what his lady had bestowed upon him. Mad with desire to avenge those offenses, he ran straight to the palace and made his complaints, seeking that they should burn him alive according to Turkish laws. The order was carried out, and when Philo brought before the palace who told him, You are accused of slaying a Turk, and that is bad enough, but worse still, your master. And according to the laws of this land, you must either renounce Christianity, be burned alive. He gave solemnly, among other things, that Oenophilo should choose or forsake his faith, or be burned. Don Oenophilo denied the fact, saying that he had defended himself only against the charges, and brought a Turk to testify in his favor. But the bailiff refused to accept these excuses, considering the accusations of the patron as sufficient proof. Finding himself in such a dire situation, he answered as a good Christian and a resolute knight that he would not forsake his faith. Upon which sentence was pronounced that Don Oenophilo should be burned alive. Preparations were made, and the fires were brought to execute the culprit, but the bailiff ordered that the execution should be postponed until further orders. Being greedy and of high rank, he found a way to profit from this misconduct and presented the matter to the council who had given their verdict. If his misdeeds, he said, had involved killing another slave, his master would have been obligated to pay for the dead slave or hand over the guilty party for the benefit of the master of the deceased slave. The guilt of these misdeeds has struck a Turk, which is a greater crime than murdering a Christian. And at the request of the master himself, we sentenced him to death, through which act his master lost the ownership he had over him, and I acquired it, representing the person of the great lord. Therefore, having the power to grant pardons to those condemned, I give life to this slave, by which means he is entitled to come to me. This reason was approved by all the Agas from whom the office of Ratsherren makes their decisions. They declared Don Oenophilo, slave of the Basai, through the advice of the Agas, and having lost the ownership of his slave in court, he was further declared a listener to his master's affairs. They sent Don Oenophilo among the slaves of the Basai, but they put an iron chain of 80 pounds around his legs, thing they were doing for him. 20 God. When I left Algiers in 1642, I left him in the same condition, laden with iron without knowing what had happened to him since. When I went to Algiers, he lived in the stables of the Basai, where I had previously had some private acquaintance with him, and he proved to be a man full of moral virtue. And during this miserable captivity, he was able to influence each one by his wisdom and upbringing, so that he received frequent visits, and the country people abandoned every story. The means of sending the smallpox to Algiers without a surgeon. The previous year, and the galleys were about to set sail. They ordered Ian Matoa to embark in order to search. My master Ali Pegulin had among his slaves a certain Ian Matoa, who had acquired a reputation for impudence from the Neapolitan plague, so that it was thought he was not suitable in quality to perform any work as a slave. This order did not please him at all, for he thought a stour would be more convenient for him than the work of the galley. Pegulin asked him what infirmity he had. He went to his master and said, "Your lordship has commanded me to embark on the galleys, to which work I am entirely unsuitable, and I have always been excused, since I am not fit for it." He answered, without hesitation, "Smallpox." Pegulin, laughing, said to him, "Embark on the galleys, that shall be a better cure for you than in Spain." His daily cost consisted of dry biscuits and clear water. Which part of the ship, where the prisoners were held in the Parliament without appeal, Jan Matosa embarked, but he was chained to his feet like the other slaves, and he was made to work like them. After 40 days I saw it with my own eyes. Jan Matosa was alone left behind, because he had been weakened by heavy labor, and also suffered from a lack of proper food. Those who have the pox may use this remedy as they wish to be healed. Story 20 Ducks of a Frenchman who wanted to become Turkish and remain a Christian despite his thanks. Lords, but Christians. A certain slave named Ali Pegulin, a Frenchman, had raised some disturbances on the galleys. The following is a translation of the provided text from Otto to English. This work did not please him, so he allowed Pegulin to abandon his Christian faith and become a Turk, which completely disgusted Pegulin, as the governed slaves were considered less worthy when they were Christians, the reason being that the Turks do not serve the government. The Frenchman was mocked by his court, which consisted of Christians, and in order to avoid further mockery as well as to force his patron to renounce his faith, he approached some governed Frenchmen and desired to dress like a Turk. He dressed in Turkish attire, had himself shaved a la Turk, and took the name Mustafa. Thus disguised, he left the city towards a playhouse belonging to my patron, whose guards knew him very well, and believed that he had abandoned his faith with his patron's consent. When the Lewin wind blew away the fog that the Frenchman was in his court, he rode to the place where he had arrived, and began to shout, "Ian," which was the name of the Frenchman. Ian presented himself before Pegulin, resolutely answering, "My name is Mustafa, not Ian," which he did so well that Pegulin could say he had once again established a Christian with stock slaps in the Christian faith. All Pegulin did in that equipage was summon 4 slaves who carried the Frenchman on the ground, their hands and feet bound crosswise, and gave him so many blows with sticks that he cried out, "My name is Ian, not Mustafa. I'm a Christian, not a Turk, and I will put on my Christian clothes again." 20 Di, Turnis, Tanwarm, Verheel. Of the uprightness of a Jewish daughter. When I was in the city of Tichuan, in the kingdom of Fez, as I have told in the course of my journey, after I had come out of the Mamor, which is a prison under the earth, Monsieur Colowin and the Turk who guarded us, and I, our rooms without furniture, for according to our way of living we had no use for furniture, and when we wanted to buy any, the Jews served us at a small piece of money. It happened that certain Jews brought us some more, and I spoke with one of them in Portuguese, to which she replied in French, which she understood very well, and I understood Portuguese. She was a daughter of 16 or 18 years old. I asked her if she was married, and she answered no. I replied, "Do you think it is easier for a woman to live without a husband if she abstains from eating meat, which is strictly forbidden by the Mosaic law?" She then said, when talking about marriage, whether in her country, in the kingdom of Dunkirk, women have many husbands as they do here. I answered yes, and asked her if a man can have so many wives as he desires. 24. She replied, "Marriage is done quite differently there than here, for a woman can have 7 husbands, and the wife is command over all her men." This discourse delighted me so much that I said, "Blessed is the land that has such wise rulers." She asked me which of those 7 men slept with the wife, and I answered that it varied day by day and month by month, but that those who served their wives always slept with them. Story of a wise retreat from a sea robber. He bought a small ship at a cheap price and equipped it in a still more economical manner. In the year 1638, a Turkish soldier, who had undertaken various voyages at sea as a common soldier, having managed with great skill the sum of 280 pieces of 8, presumed himself to be rich enough to become a captain and an ship owner. They intended to cross the Spanish coast towards St. Lucar and Cadiz. He hoisted a flag on his ship as a sign that any vessel meeting him should come alongside. He obtained 16 Turkish soldiers and sailors. Some merchants from Cadix had previously loaded an English ship with 60 barrels of silver in the port of St. Lucar. They placed the money in a small bark to transport it to the English ship. To fulfill this intention without being discovered, as one cannot, without permission from the king, send money abroad for military expenses, these cooperative people agreed with a certain person, who, under good conditions, was obligated to bring forward 60 bars of silver at the harbor of the English ship. According to the contract, he arrived at night where the silver was, accompanied by 18 adventurers, armed with rapiers, small round swords, and 4 muskets, weapons sufficient to protect them against the officers of justice. The foremost small Turkish sea raider heard about this and approached. The Spaniards, who were waiting for them resolutely, if they arrived at the harbor, to jump onto the Turkish ship with their rapiers drawn and kill them all. This ship with the 4 dead bodies was beached 3 days later at St. Lucar on land, where I happened to be at that time. The Turks began to shoot, and also the Spaniards with their muskets returned fire effectively. Therefore, the Turkish captain who conducted the war judged that the Christians had no 4-gunners and ordered that they should not come closer, but shoot from a distance, which they did, and after one encounter, 4 adventurers were killed and others wounded, so the rest surrendered to the mercy of the Turks, who took silver and prisoners from their ships without hesitation, leaving the Spanish ship with 4 dead bodies at the mercy of the waves. The Turkish captain returned to Algiers, where he had previously come, and after the usual looting, or to secure a better position according to the orders of the base, took for himself half, as he was the sole ruler there, and the other half with soldiers. The same captain acquired many friends with this money. When the 8th part for the base was drained along with other expenses, the share of the front captain amounted to 30,000 silver bars, worth 30,000 $8 pieces. Some prominent sea pirates wanted to give him command of the most renowned ships in Algiers, but as he was wise, he gave them this answer: "I have often put my life in danger for 200. He married the daughter of a Tagarine who was very rich, and lived very happily after his quality without having any further troubles, stucken of winning 8, which were not sufficient to end my life without again falling into danger. Now that I have enough to live by the land according to my pleasure until the end of my days, I keep an eye on the peril of the sea." Story. God guides those with good intentions. Christians. When the Christians he commanded were far away, and the other guardians did not see them, he left them to act according to their own discretion. When I was in the bath of Ali Pegulin in the year 1641, Among other guardians, who are those who have charge of the slaves, there was a well-ordered Spaniard, born in Castilla la Vieja, named Amet. It happened during my time that we had to work in the thick field, and Amet had command over 30 or 40. And so, when he heard that some Turks could see them, he called out like a crazy man, "Work, dogs, work, or I'll have your heads cut off," without touching anyone, saying all this softly. "Call out as much as I do, don't be surprised, and don't turn against yourselves. I do this so that the other guardians believe I am fulfilling my duty." It happened in the same summer that our patron Pegulin commanded Amet to board his galley to take care of the Christians, and to see them twice a day after the islands, often in good order, as well as to distribute the biscuits among the slaves, perform other tasks on the galley. It happened that they came to the coast of the kingdom of Valencia in Spain, a land similar to the other coasts of Spain without inhabitants. They dropped anchor, and then many Turks landed to look for booty, and since they found nothing on the shore, they made for and on land, kettled as the soldiers of the galleys used to do. Under this cover, Pegulin gave orders that 50 Christian slaves should be bound 5 and 5 to each other, and go fetch water from a spring that was 1/4 theirs, and to protect them he added 25 musketeers and Amet with a stick, to make the slaves march. When they started marching, Pegulin called out from his galley to the commander of the 25 Turks, "Take 8 of the Christians and also Amet, that he should not escape, for I do not trust him completely." With these latest orders, they marched straight to the fountain, and when the casks were filled, they returned to the galley. The musketeers followed them with Amet, who was grappling with the soldiers in the rear guard, and speaking to those lagging behind, he said, "If it pleases you a little, I must do my duty." And he continued marching with the troop. The other replied, "You unmannerly fellow, do your business alone. Should I for such a reason lag behind?" Amet seemed to be loosening his brooch, and sent word that one of the musketeers had fired or was about to fire at him. He turned around and ran away with great haste, so that he did not get far before reaching a small castle. The Turks shot some muskets after him, but he was too far away, and the others returned to the galley with the water. Pegulin said, "Where is Amet?" Understanding, having perceived that he had escaped, he immediately addressed the soldiers, who excused themselves, saying that the castle was so close by that he had to take refuge there. Galley went around looking for his beloved place, and made a neat bed, and his best helmet coat, and left the galley. There was no one who took notice of this young man, and he seized a favorable opportunity to lead Amet to the castle with equal success. A young boy of 14 years, born in Marseille, named Mustafa, whom I have known, served Pegulin on the galley in the capacity of a page, who, understanding these discourses, went without uttering a word to speak with the soldiers on land, who were busy making kettles, and with his keen observation noted the way to the castle. He returned again to the thick. You see through this discourse how God allows those who have good intentions to succeed through his marvelous foreseeing. 6th Story. The righteousness of a Dutch slave. The Captain Cornelis Bellink lost his life in defending his ship, and his brother Jan Bellink was captured and sold in Algiers. When, in the year 1641, in the month of September, in Barbary, I was a slave, also a slave named Jan Bellink, brother to a Cornelis Bellink, captain of a merchant ship which was taken by Turkish sea robbers and brought into the city of Algiers. It happened that he fell into the hands of a bastard, who employed this slave as a sailor on ships, for that was his trade. He had made various voyages on galleys, as well as on ships as a sailor. It came to pass that when I had some business to do with a certain person called Ferret, regarding a letter as a witness, as I was doing my work, the man said to me, "Do you not know a Dutch slave named Jan Bellink?" I answered, "Yes." The judge said, "Bring him before me where he is. I want to speak with him, for I have orders to release him and send him free." I was very glad to bring these good tidings to Bellink, and to perform this small service for the judge, for I had been tasked with it. I brought the judge into the bathhouse of the base, where I found Bellink, and in Dutch I said, "Bellink, I bring you good news. Your judge has orders to pay your ransom and send you back to your homeland." I laughed at this compliment. These words struck him so deeply that he threw himself at the feet of the judge, saying in Dutch, "My Lord Judge, forgive me for the passage of Jesus Christ." The judge then asked me the reason behind it, and I told him in Spanish the words that Bellink used to obtain his good grace. The ship began to leak, and he said to me, "I have done it without any other consideration than his own." 37 Orm. Story. The clever confrontation of the fortune of the slaves. These 2 young men were brought to Algiers as slaves alongside us. I have related in the discourse of my unhappy voyage that when I was sailing from Sebastian in Biscay to England, our ship with its last 16 passengers was captured by Turkish sea robbers. Among the 16 individuals were 2 young Biscayers, one named Perinio and the other John. They had set sail with the intention of reaching Dunkirk to join their uncle, Don Perino della Futamente, the paymaster of the Flemish fleet. They had never left their fatherland, and this new way of life with so many inconveniences and miseries was beyond endurance. But even the Biscayers, whom I have noted among all nations in Europe, have the greatest affection for their countrymen. Wandering into our common bath, the famous sea robber Ali Pegelin, under 150 slaves, by chance many Scanners and Jan and Perinio are learning and acquiring knowledge and endurance, and I noticed that after a few days a well-regulated Biscayer, under the pretext that he was from the same country, daily came to the bath with Jan and Perinio. In de also that Lant zeer periculius is voor ein hens duelke geboren, seinen in Land alwer de vervloekelijke sonde, onbekend is. Vrede ik dat de vriendschap die den gerenigeerde heer toonde, was om de jonge luiden te debaucheren, derom ik, haar waar schouwde. Zij zichzelf zouden moeten wachten van die renigeerde, wegens de groot periculan, van haar geloof af te wijken, als om gedaucht te worden, much as their slaves lived. I thank you for the care that I received from her. I declared that the renegade had given away his clothes, shoes, and money, and that he did it for no other purpose than to perform an act of charity for his country's people, and that he never again spoke of abandoning her faith or engaging in any debauchery, and that they hoped with this punishment, of the renegade, they would be able to do some trade like the others, who did so, using the money of the renegade to buy a ship filled with brandy wine, which they sold in small quantities, and within 3 months they had made so much profit that they were able to buy a half-tap house in Bain, where they lived very well and at their ease, for as I allowed them to engage in this trade in January 1642. After departing from the kingdom of Morocco, I traveled to the Christian realm and, after various encounters with fortune, as I had foreseen in the course of my journey, I arrived in Flanders in August of the same year. I left the journey with a good heart, hoping that I might bring freedom to my 2 friends. I delivered a letter that Jan and Perinio had recommended me to take to their uncle Don Perino de Futamente, to whom I related at length the situation in which his nephews found themselves, as well as the most suitable means to ransom them. About a year later, Don Perinio assured me, through one of his officers named Jan Baptist Paris, that he would be greatly pleased if I were to transport myself to Dunkirk, and inform him about some Turks who had taken certain freemen, or, if there was anyone under their control who could be interceded for in favor of his nephews. Upon reaching Dunkirk, after having greeted Don Perinio, I followed his desire and went to the prison house, where I found about 100 Turkish slaves in a miserable cellar, treated no better than the Christians in Barbary. I tried to speak with the captain, who was called Franco, a very common name in Barbary, just as French and Latin are in the Netherlands. Arrangements with them, for they were all poor, I thought it best to withdraw. I often asked him about his people. No one was willing to take on the responsibility for their freedom. 2 Christian slaves from Algiers were brought back, after examining the captain and other Turks that I knew, including an Englishman who had been a captive on the sea robbers who had captured us, and seeing that there was no chance of making any. As I was leaving, one of them said to me, "Do you not recognize me?" "I am your friend," I answered. "No, you are not." He said to me, "When I let you go, you will be a slave just as you see me now." "Who are you then?" "And now I am a slave just as you see me." I asked him. I was very pleased to see him, and inquired about their news. He replied, "I am a bishop who had been sent by your chamberlain and prince to inquire about their condition." I reported that nothing had been achieved so far, but it was already time for the midday meal. Said Don Antonio, "Let us first sit down to table, and while eating, you shall tell us about what you negotiated with the Turks." I told him everything briefly, not forgetting to relate the history of the renegade bishop who was imprisoned. The order was executed, and the renegade bishop entered. Don Antonio, who had great authority in Dunkirk, ordered that the renegade should be brought into the room where we were eating. Before he could speak, he fell on his knees, took out a paternoster from his sack, and said it in Spanish. As I have now become a convert, I have sought great closeness to a paternoster in order to pray for Our Lady, so that it might be known to the Christians that although I am a renegade, I have never been quick to betray my trust, but have always served her as much as possible. The words of the renegade's bishop had such great power that Lady Malquarto, who was the lady of the house, as Don Torino had devoted himself to her, rose up and gave a handkerchief and a good sum of money to the renegade. The reason for my misfortune in failing in my faith is due to the violence which my master inflicted upon me, and if this man showing his goodwill towards the Christian slaves could be convinced of my sincere intentions, then he would surely understand. The next day, Don Torrenio reconciled him with the church through a Jesuit priest named Father Carrion, and afterward he was set free. Men bought him a shipmate's clothes, and he was drafted onto the fleet, but he had spent all his life sailing on Spanish galleons, like a renegade, marching that they were happy to be these captains. When they came close to us, I recognized one of them, someone from whom we had heard speak. I said to him, with permission, "Sir, are you Donian?" This is what happened in the year 1643, and 3 years later in the year 1646, on a certain day when I was walking around the city of Bruges with some friends, including Monsieur Oignate and Monsieur Melgar. We came out through the main gate, and saw 2 Spanish captains, well dressed and carrying swords by their sides, and we said when we saw them. He said yes. Then I said, "Have you not been a slave in the city of Algiers, and have you not known a Christian slave named Jacob of Zever, a Dunker?" "Posity. Terwijl in Barbary mijn naam was speelde alle zijn gravitate bankroet. Ik viel mij den hals. Deed mij duizend zorgen. Ik vroeg hem dat hij middagmaal met mij wilde delen, maar also het terstond moest verder marcheren. Dronken we meer wijn. Met elkaar, door elkaar, te komen, waarom hij verder wild marcheren. Ik vertelde hem de geschiedenis van de renegado, waarover hij zeer blij was, en hij verhaalde mij dat hij op de galei had gediend, en veel tijd in gevangenschap had doorgebracht, maar dat hij nu door gunsten van zijn vrienden en compagnie had gekregen zonder dienst te hebben te verrichten, en dat hij hoopte met de tijd in een betere ratiedo verheel. We namen afscheid van elkaar. En enkele dagen daarna hoorde ik zeggen dat Don Ian gereformeerd was. Enkele jaren later werd hij doodgeslagen, was in dienst van de koning. Een slaaf dient zich van alles te leven. Wanneer ik voor het eerst in de badkamer van Pegelen aankwam, hadden ze 400 men. On my march, I met a short-statured slave, a Frenchman by birth. I noticed he had an empty sack on his shoulders. I asked him what he intended to do with the sack. The slaves worked in the patron's plantation house, far from the city, and to make a small hill, the order was given, and in the morning, before sunrise, the garden demanded that number of slaves to be sold, and I was among them. He replied, "You are not yet a student in the craft of slavery, and I am a master in a particular way of life, and through clear reasons I will show you that a slave who goes out into the field to work must be prepared for 3 things, a sack, some bread, and a spoon. Regarding bread, I say to you, take what is good, for the guardian orders it, and sends you as many meals as he pleases, and if it is suspected that you are absent, the provisions are distributed. You will have nothing to eat. But regarding the sack, I cannot understand to what it is intended." He gave me the same answer. "You are merely a learner. Over time you will discover by experience that a sack is a necessary piece of equipment for a wandering slave. As for the spoon, that pleases me well, because yesterday we were given stewed grain, and since I did not have a spoon, I helped myself with my hand. You should know that when we work outside the city, we receive an allocation of gallon provisions and stewed grain. Why we came to the pleasure house, always we were given tasks to do 2 hours before the meeting. Go after work, that they do not hide it, and run off from the group to excuse themselves from the ti. He makes a loud noise to get the sheep so that it does not bleat, but what means he said to pass through the gate without being caught. When we went back to the city again, a Spaniard who was with us, he being a man very well behaved among the slaves of Bain, and who merited to be made master in the University of Thieves, said, "Since there is an alarm with a group of sheep, and I think that nobody has such without money." The Frenchman, who was a practitioner in the Parliament of Thieves, presented his sack to the Spaniard and said, "Do you now see where the sack is needed?" That made me believe that everyone should be believed in their craft. Don Captivity. Story of a man's loyalty and his wife's unfaithfulness. In the year 1638, the galley from Algiers captured some Turks on the land of the Christians, led by a renegade trader born in that country. They took many Christians who had their ships broken and sold them to Algiers. Among these slaves was a man, whom we will call Joseph, with his wife named Vipra. These 2 were purchased from Mahomet's Celebi Oiga. Joseph had to take care of the horses and mules, while Vipra served as a servant to the wife of Mahomet Salibi. In the year 1639, he goes with them and brings a last, said Celebi O.P., on this secure evening to Joseph, "Tomorrow with the coming of day, he will go to the gate called Babasun, and there he will find some Christian slaves with horses and mules, who are going 2 miles away to fetch coal. The next day, Joseph arrives at the gate but finds no one, so he continues his way, advancing steadily, believing that the others had gone ahead, in order to catch up with them. When he had sailed along the coast, he saw a ship and went towards it to better acquaint himself with the people, and he learned that they were Christians, who would become a slave again, as before. He left his mill and ran towards the ship. Those on board took him in and told him that they had come, according to orders from Majorca, to fetch some Majorcan slaves, but since the slaves had not arrived, they feared that the ship had not received the letter containing the advice, and they were afraid of being discovered since it was daylight. If they knew that I had managed this matter, I would receive 300 strokes with stocks. They presented Joseph with 100 pieces of 8, and offered to take him with them in freedom if he wanted to leave the city, and the mayor's slaves gave him advice. But Joseph refused to give up his freedom for uncertainty, and said, "I am certain of my liberty, and if I return to the city, it may be that your plan will be discovered, and I." They began to raise an alarm. Fearing that their ship might be captured by brigands, they set sail fully laden towards the sea, taking Joseph with them. Joseph had almost convinced himself to excuse himself from this ship, or some Turks passed by, who said that those on the ship were Christians, wherein the captors, in my opinion, erred, for they had not dressed them in African garb. The ship disappeared from sight in an instant, and the alarm was raised. The Christian slaves, who thought Joseph was drowned, arrived first when the alarm ended. They found the boat and got into it. "Behold, this is Mohammed Salabi Oiga's boat. Their slave must either have been killed by the alarms or captured. Let us take the boat back to the house." Joseph had come to Majorca and from there to his homeland, where he related what had befallen him while he had been a slave, together with the fortune of his escape. This was done, and Joseph was thought to be dead by his master and mourned by his wife. But the sorrow did not last long, for Vipra fell in love with a renegade named Asen, who had been a slave of the same master, Mohammed. Nevertheless, he was deeply distressed by the absence of his beloved wife. Joseph sold everything he owned. With the help of the good people and through his humility, he obtained 500 pieces of 8 and 1. It had been 5 months since Joseph had been considered dead. "When I was your slave, you, my lord, desired of me 500 pieces of 8 for the ransom of my wife and myself. I send this order along with it, for as long as my wife remains in slavery, I do not consider myself for you." Finally, Mohammed Salibi Oiga received a letter containing the following: "My lord, I have gained my freedom by God's grace on the same day that you sent for me by a Majorcan ship. I believe that your highness will not hold me guilty of treachery, Azri. Everyone seeks their own freedom. I rely on the goodness of your lordship that this my present suit will be acceptable to you." This letter was shown to Vipra, who was not pleased with it, for her love for the renegade Anne was so deeply rooted in her heart that she openly declared that she would not return to her fatherland, which neither Mohammed Salibi approved of, preferring rather to receive the 500 pieces of 8 and send Vipra away free. But his wife said to him, "Vipra desires to make herself a Mohammedan, and will you prevent this favorable work for our prophet with 500 pieces of 8? Above all the Biran know of her intentions, and if you leave, people will think you a Christian." For the sake of his wife, he decided to keep this matter in suspense. I was following the same path as Mohammed at that time, and having studied the history of Vipra and her husband, I was at Vipra's door one day when she asked me, "Why are you melancholic?" I replied, "Because I am not as fortunate as you." She inquired further, "Why? You also want to spread the Catholic religion in your homeland among your relatives and friends?" And I answered, "Because you have the freedom to do as you please. I learned that your husband sent 500 gold pieces for your ransom, and I found that you do not desire freedom or to leave him, who is so good and true to you." RexXX. Story.Bes. He answered me, "A Turkish table shall pass by as easily as a Spanish rock," and with these words he left me and went into the house, which made me know that the love carried him on like this, stronger than if it belonged to his religion, his country, his husband, and his blood friends, crackling Turkish and Portuguese slaves. He ship with these words, he exalts the humble and lowers the proud. The other asked him to translate it. I have spoken in my preceding tale of a Christian church in the city of Algiers by the Bay of the Duane. Some Portuguese slaves were masters of the ship of this church. In the year 1641, on August 15th, on Our Dear Lady's feast day, the ship was well decked out, and among other decorations, the coat of arms of the Kingdom of Portugal was hung on T. After the service was over and the Christians had all retired, 2 Spanish slaves came in, either to pray or to see the reliquaries of the altar, and approaching the altar, one of them who could read Latin began to read aloud the inscription on the coat of arms of Portugal. His colleague answered that it meant God exalts the lowly and humiliates the proud, which was a cause for scorn for our Spanish nation in the same year Portugal was liberated. Among other things, one of the Spaniards took down the coat of arms, broke it into pieces, and threw them on the floor. This had never before been heard of from a Portuguese life, or the Spaniard received some severe knocks before he left the church through the door. The retired soldiers of Spain left the church through a place provided by Bain. Although the place was full of Portuguese people, they gathered on the street, each joined around the fighters, and thereupon the fighters clashed with sticks, and each went back to their lodgings. Those who were loyal to the King of Spain helped the Spanish soldiers. However, the Portuguese did not let their national troops be easily defeated, so that in less than half an hour, 2 armies of Christians with swords, spears, and sticks fought against one another. The Turks heard about this commotion, asked about the reason behind it, and if they had done the same, they told the slaves to seek liberty first and then debate the matters of kings on the battlefield, not here. Story 31. A slave should not rely too heavily on the excessive courtliness of his master. E.A. Raiders, and brought to Algiers. By chance I was on the seashore, and when that good father came ashore I welcomed him in Latin, saying that I was sorry for his misfortune, and that he was the first religious of his order that I had seen in that land. When the Duke of Brigance, in the year 1641, had made himself master of the kingdom of Portugal, he sent certain delegates to all the governors of the islands and places garrisoned, to withdraw them to his side, before the King of Spain had set any orders there. Among other delegates, a religious, who was taken from the river of Lisbon by Turkish Slavery. Men brought him into the city, and after 2 days he was sold on the market along with other slaves. He answered me with gravity without looking at me. God grant that I may be the last, to the miseries of the sea. No, said the religious man, and the soldiers have taken all my baggage. My master Ali Pegulin bought him for 1,200 pieces of 8, and leaving the market before he entered the bath, where slaves normally reside, he went to his new master to offer a compliment and present his service. Ali Pegulin, who had a large vineyard, and wanted to assess the mood and quality of the slaves in order to determine when they should speak about their rations, gave him a beautiful gesture and said to the religious man who was bareheaded, I beg it, you, put on your headwear. I see that you are a person of importance, and that you are not accustomed. At the same time, the father came to walk on the flat of the bath. Pegulin then gave an order to a man present that he should give the religious person a cloak, 6 shirts, and 15 pieces of 8 after his bath, wherever we were. Answer the following question. The soldiers have been harshly treated, so they do not respect the people of your quality, and if you have done linen, sheets, or money, I will give it back to you. For the religious answer that he had all this as a necessity. We asked the religious some questions about what was happening in the Christian Empire and what he thought of our common patron. He told us that our patron was a courteous and reasonable man. He made me cover my head and generously gave me many gifts. He did not give me shirts, sheets, or money. Proceeding, he said that there are many Christian princes who do not think it beneath them to receive favor from a slave without getting to know him. We replied to him, be sure to repay the honor he has done you by covering his head, giving him shoes and clothes, and providing him with money at a reasonable interest rate. But he dismissed us. He said that every day he attended Mass in our church, and all the Portuguese slaves would come to listen. They would return, having embraced religion, near the bath's gate, after which he would dismiss them, each with many blessing hands. Gertie Danye, Ports, Treaty. This life was good for a slave, but after some years had passed and he had asked how much bread he wanted for his rations, they answered him 12,000 pieces of 8, a sum that so shocked and distressed the religious that almost immediately afterward he died. He was a truly pious man, much like I would describe in another story, but the cause of all his misfortunes was the excessive courtesy of Ali Pegulin. Story of a religious who lost his faith through wickedness when he became a slave in Algiers, and who, through his remorse, became a martyr. And as greed is the mark of the Turks, his master asked him if he wanted to pay a good ransom so that he could be set free. Father Joseph, a religious of the order of St. Dominic, after having lived for several years in West India, was captured by the sea robbers from Algiers on his return to Spain, for he was born in Valencia, and sold according to custom. The patron, thinking he had the 600 ducats, proceeded to treat Father Joseph accordingly. Father Joseph, who had a pleasant and cheerful disposition, as you know, said, on condition that he were well treated, that he should make good cheer, sleep on a mattress, not be forced to work, and then he would pay 600 ducats for his rations. The poor man's hands were bound fast to an instrument suitable for that purpose, called falaka in Turkish language. After making good cheer, eating well, sleeping comfortably, and working under no constraint for a year, The patron found no sign of payment for his rations, ordered another of his slaves, a Spaniard by birth, to give Father Joseph 100 lashes, with stocks at his feet, which was a common punishment in Barbary. "You know I am a priest, and if you touch me, you will be excommunicated." Father Joseph sent a Spanish servant closer, and said to him, "Be careful with Christians, see what you do." The good Spaniard replied to his master, "I am a Christian, and let my master do as he wishes. I do not want to be excommunicated." The patron, who was angry, called another of his slaves, a Portuguese by birth, who was glad to execute such a severe punishment against a Spaniard, mocking the excommunication. His master sent him without any apparent cause, and sold him at a great loss, for he was known to be a cheat. When Father Joseph recovered from this beating as he walked on the streets, and his friends the slaves heard them complaining about their misfortune, he said to them, laughing, "Isn't it strange that someone who would not endure 100 lashes with stocks for an entire year to make one good action, would deceive a dog?" His new master took him to the bathhouse of the Duane, where one of the 4 churches dedicated to Christ is located in Algiers. The priests live in the bathhouse where the Christian churches are, and they maintain them with alms collected from the slaves. And when they pay their master 3 pieces of 8 per month, they are left in peace. Therefore, his master allowed him to live in the bathhouse of Ali Pegulin, my master. In the year 1640, I found him in the bathhouse of Duane, but also a significant portion of the Portuguese slaves were there, and Father Joseph, who was Spanish, always had a dispute with them. I made great acquaintance and friendship with him due to his good humor. In all my free time, when I was not working, I listened to his sermons, which were learned and well-spoken. He liked to make good jokes, and he resembled a lot of the patriarch Noah, who planted the vineyard. Some time later I gained my freedom, and Pater Joseph remained there until the year 1645. We visited him on several days in the inn, where, due to a shortage of wine glasses, we had to serve him with a church lamp made of glass, and there he thought very highly of the wine and drank 2 lamps, each holding a pint, and left his friends, so that he might not appear to seek freedom, or perhaps because he was weaned from a life of liberty allowed by the Koran, he forgot himself so completely that he rejected the belief in Christ, making himself a Muslim with an extraordinary joy from all the Moors and Turks who set him on a horse with a bow and arrow in his hand, leading him through all the streets of the city as in triumph, and mocking the Christians said, "See your great papas, so-called priests whom you have exalted so high." This strange action made the Christians seem so Catholic, reformed, and schismatic. It happened by God's permission that at that time there were a Jesuit father and a Carmelite father, born in Genoa, called Brother Angelus, a very diligent man, whom I well knew, as slaves in Algiers, thousands of times more miseries than he, and yet persevered with so much courage and perseverance in the Christian faith. These 2 fathers were very sad about the commercial fault committed by Father Joseph, as well as about the scandal that all Christians there had received from him, finding it appropriate to give a reprimand to Father Joseph, which they called Isuf, and to show him the great anger he had caused so many Christian slaves to endure, who had endured. For if the Turks had known that these 2 fathers were endeavoring to convert a renegade, they would have been in great danger of being burned alive. Many similar exhortations moved Sofao so greatly that he promised the honorable fathers he would abandon the corrupt Mohammedan religion and pledge himself to the Holy Mother Church, for which he sought to confess and receive the holy sacrament of the altar, which he did very secretly that same night. The next day, Sofao appeared on the streets dressed as a Christian, which caused the whole city to marvel. They asked him why he had changed his religious clothing. He was captured and brought before the officers of justice, who in that land are called douanes. This sentence was carried out, but in vain, for he persisted and said defiantly that he wanted to die as a Christian. He answered resolutely that he was a Christian priest and religious man. Regarding what had been passed off as having been done by the devil's influence, they decided to give him 100 lashes on his feet to drive out these scruples from his mind. They executed their plans with death, and finally sent him to be burnt alive with a small fire, urging them to remain steadfast in the Christian religion. The savants, being the officers of justice, brought him outside a gate of the city, called the Babalouet Gate, and there made an anchor of a galley in the earth, and bound Father Joseph tightly to the anchor, which he never lost in his last days of life, for he prayed to God and the Christians who were present in great numbers, asking forgiveness. Meanwhile, they surrounded him with wood, forming a circle about 5 feet around him, and set fire to it, increasing the courage of the holy martyr. He prayed more fervently to God for forgiveness for the shame he had brought upon the Christians, recommending them to hold fast to the Christian faith. Story. Indelic being of the rock stuck. much he had on the earth, ending his life, giving to all Christian slaves an example of a true religious, and having a great repentance Christians, of the purpose which we had taken to make our master of the ship that brought us to Titan, and pikes being packed in linen covers, carefully guarded, for fear the air might cause them to rust. I have in the discourse of my voyage in short mentioned that we under 24 Christian resolution had taken with force to make our master of the Turkish ship, in which we twice embarked sailing to bring the prince to Titan, and after 2 times sailing, we encountered contrary winter from beyond Argos to come. We had also seen that there were some half-pikes in the steward's cabin above where the captain and his lieutenant slept. When we sailed on the sea in that Turkish ship, we had noticed that the captain was not careful and prudent, and that the watch he had set against us was insufficient, not well disposed, and that at least a part of the Turks on board were soldiers, and the majority merchants. Moreover, this nation is very curious about its arms, all their muskets, These 2 hopes bolstered our courage. The most prominent contractor was to be called Bourneau, Monsieur Caloin. When we reached the second land, where this enterprise was being carried out, it seemed to us that it would be a means by which, without having to embark again, these Turks might break into our ship and make us their slaves, as well as acquire great wealth for ourselves, for there were 24 goldsmiths at all times, to remain loyal to the party. The wind was good, so we reached the coast of Algiers in a short time. When they had set sail for the 3rd time, at the beginning they loaded a small boat with a sword, 2 large Turkish guns and 2 pounds of gunpowder, and the forward part of the boat was placed where the Christians walked. And I were determined not to risk our freedom in such a perilous situation, yet we became involved in this matter, and we narrowly escaped being killed, or, at least, having 100 lashes inflicted on us with a rope, if the same had been discovered. Nevertheless, in order to obtain the liberty of the other slaves, our friends made it their business. We began to discuss how and when our plan should be put into action, and everyone gave their advice. The other 8 Christian slaves slept on the deck, while during day and night they had to take care of the sails. The decision was made that those who were walking at the front would have the 2 guns with the sword as weapons, and that each of us would serve as an archer and carry 12 arrows, which we would load and unload from the ship whenever it was necessary. And as I have seen in another place, the Turks treated their Christian slaves as shipmates. These had 2 6-pound cannon with which, above all, the captain and lieutenant in the cabin above the keel were to be killed, and to throw overboard half of the pikes. At the same time, the others had to hang 3 or 4 Turks around their necks who held onto the wheel and went into the hold immediately, where the remaining Turks lay with their weapons ready, as I have seen. These 2 pieces were sufficient to sink the entire Turkish ship and send them to hell, so that the 4 Turks who had the watch on the rudder should not have noticed when the 7 Christians who were sleeping below came out. The 8 Christians who were sleeping on deck had reached one another every 4 or 5 nights to take a turn, at watching the door from which we were, so that when their plan was to come up on deck at the same. Regarding the matter of the ice, there was no fear, for they were lying quite below in the ship, from which at times costly efforts were made to reach the deck, so that a Christian could keep all the costs enclosed. They would not be heard by those on watch, and if the Turks in the hold had shown too much resistance, we were ordered to retreat to the bow of the ship, where we left 4 of our companions who were gunners, and took 2 pieces of artillery, aimed to shoot from behind at each other with a small bag full of stones. The day was scheduled for the last January, an hour before the day. His excuse was that, had he thought he lacked courage, he would not have carried out his intention. But no sign was given, and when the sun had risen and the door opened by order of the captain, the contractor who came to us excused himself that the Turks had held such a sharp watch that night. We were all night in the ship, with hope, fear, and silence, without sleeping, expecting the sign which was to knock 3 times on the door of the fore and aft with a hand, which we had to open with the help of our cameras above and below, and so, too, if we had a holy looper. Everyone prepared themselves when the appointed hour came. Story. Curiosity is satisfied with time and patience. On reaching these 2 islands, we encountered 2 ships crossing the sea. In the year 1639, I sailed from England to St. Lucas in Spain, and after 12 days at sea, without seeing any land, the captain of our ship, using his compass, determined our latitude by observing the positions of the stars, concluding that we were off Portugal, and that we should soon sight 2 islands known as the Burlings. Under the cover of night, the 2 ships disappeared from sight. When they came close, he would damage them more with the scrap iron than with bullets. The captain's order was carried out. Ensign Captain, named Vincent Eris, who was very experienced at sea, judged that the two were Turkish sea robbers, and therefore he commanded that the bullets should be fired from the cannon and, in their place, the ship should be loaded with scrap iron, saying that if those two ships should try to attack us, they would come by night near us, and W. The passengers, among whom I was, feared that we should have to fight at night. The captain said he did not share that opinion. We were behind the ship and each drank a glass of Spanish wine, and with that we went to sleep. The large boat was on the deck. The captain spoke of the ordinary watchmaster as well as we set sail for the West Indies, and observed that the sentinel who was at the back of the ship could not be seen. It happened that when we had just gone to sleep, a young man who took the watch in the ship heard two ships, and began to cry out, "Alarm!" All the boatmen, who numbered about 60 in all, were immediately ready for battle. At every piece of armor was a model with two companions. These two ships were already so close by that no one dared to go up on the deck to throw the boat into the sea. For when the boat is on the deck, they cannot defend themselves without great difficulty, nor prevent the enemy from coming aboard the ship. He had also given orders to 8 trumpeters. They were to blast when the cannon fire would cease. The 2 Turkish sea raiders had approached so quickly that there was only time to get to port and try to board our ship with swords in hand. The captain ordered that all the doors be closed, and that the lights be turned off, and that everyone remain still, and gave orders to the constables on one side of the ship that when he would strike the 3rd blow with his foot, it should be signal for everyone to open their door, take out their weapons, and fire. They passed by, and the cries from those inside. The captain gives the signal, and the orders are so promptly executed that in an instant the gates were open, the troops formed, and signals given. At the same time the trumpets sounded the alarm, and the silence was changed to great commotion, and, even before the 2 ships nearest were out of our sight, we heard clearly the shots from their guns as, after firing, the signals were withdrawn, the gates closed, and the trumpets continued to sound the alarm. This noise at night with the roar made the stoutest of our people tremble. The 2 ships, having observed and felt that they were not sleeping, proceeded without opposition. Upon hearing that a ship had been sighted, the captain went up on deck, took in the sails, and made ready, as was necessary, with no opening from below. He created great darkness. Everything was arranged in good order. The captain doubled the watch, and ordered everyone to be ready against any unexpected event during the day. The next morning, before sunrise, we saw 2 ships coming straight towards us. Men gave every man 2 glasses of wine, and they drained the large barrel as a sign that we had no intention of fleeing, and the red flag was hoisted on the ship as a signal to fight. The captain called all his people to the ramparts, encouraging them with a few words and showing the flags of the 2 ships, which were Turkish, and saying that the middle way to escape slavery was to fight. And while he was saying this, he offered up certain prayers in his own manner, and we passengers who were Catholics prayed in our own way. The 2 ships showed the magnitude of our ship, with so many people on deck, and the resolution to fight, and did not approach closer. Our captain then ordered some shot to be fired as if to challenge them, and signaled that they had no intention of engaging, allowing the sails to fall once more. We continued our voyage and reached St. Lucas a few days later, God willing, to our ships without any men on the deck for defense, replying to our shots with the same language. I had a great curiosity to know what had passed in the 2 Turkish ships after we had received our shot, for they had made a bold defense from within, and sent up the Turkish flag, which I also wished to learn from what harbor of Barbary they had departed, and how many people and guns were on board those ships, and the reason why they came so close. In the year 1641, when I found myself in Cadiz with Mustafa of Funduck, as I relate in my journey, I set out, by chance, with Christian slaves from the same Funduck onto the sea. The conversations are about encounters at sea, and it often happens that through the captain's leadership, the ship avoids dangers, and when there is a difference of opinion between the captain and the officers and soldiers, they never do what is right, especially on freebooters' ships. Why didn't they at least fire once? I then said that I was on the English ship, and asked him why, after firing several shots, they did not come alongside. On one occasion, a French slave told how, since he had sailed with the freebooters from Algiers to the coast of Portugal about 2 years ago, 2 freebooters intended to attack an English ship one night, but due to a disagreement between the captain and the officers, the English ship was not attacked, not fight any other way than by day. And when the Turks saw the great size of your ship next day, in addition to the courage of the captain, they had no more desire to fight. I understood on a strange voyage what I wanted to know, and not willingly on that voyage as I did. My thought was not that anyone had seen her, and yet the great ship on which I was, without hearing even a little noise, suddenly caught some pieces of ice on one side, and at the same time I heard so many trumpets that it caused such a scream, fear, and confusion that the officers and soldiers immediately slipped out to the captain, as they would. Story: the foolishly accused. The heritage of my master's chambers, Monsieur Cologne, had 2 nephews, sons of his daughter, one named Mustafa, who was one of the 5 Turks mentioned in the discourse of my reign. The other called Amet, who usually resided in a country house outside the city of Algiers. This great-grandmother of Mustafa and Amet was an old respected lady, who could not endure Monsieur Cologne in her house, and to be free from him, she sent them to her nephew Amet in his country house, and I found myself with my patron Mohammed Celebi. In the absence of my master's chambers, Monsieur Cologne, I was treated with a gift that he would have given us 70 pieces of 8, on condition that Sir Philip, the chief, Monsieur Cologne, and I should give a joint letter as if we had received 200 pieces of 8. The Ritter would have signed the letter of credit, but the merchant wanted Monsieur Cologne to also sign it, and for the ship carrying the letter of credit to set sail, and on top of that, the merchant's instructions were given 2 days later. By having Monsieur Cologne sign the letter of credit and sending it, it did not delay us, because if we had been suspected of lacking credit, it would have been done to our detriment and delayed our freedom. To cover my intentions, I went to see the patron of Monsieur Cologne, and I told her that her slave should come into town the next morning to write to his country, and the ship was ready to set sail for Zealand. Even also Mustafa was one of the 5 Turks who were in Flanders to oppose us. He thought this letter might promote the freedom of his nephew, and he himself sent an express to her pleasure house to tell her nephew Amet that he would send him as a slave the next day before noon into the city. Amet also had a French slave in the same pleasure house, who supervised the vineyards and the tobacco he had planted, and whenever the country people, who were great thieves, came to steal the grapes and tobacco, Amet used to give Monseigneur Cologne an old, rusted rapier, which he had him accommodate in Algiers and bring back when he again visited the pleasure house, so that he could give it to the French slave, who would thereby drive away the thieves. The conspiracy was discovered, and those who were caught were condemned to receive 200 strokes with a stock each. Monseigneur Cologne took the rapier into town, and just at the same time as he went to Algiers, a plan was discovered by some Dutch slaves who had buried some weapons, a sail, and some reins to ride with, and were setting out to escape in a ship, taking their belongings with them. Instance, and his not bringing a rapier with him, the patronages decided that we should stay clear of that party. The execution of this sentence made the conspiracy public among the people, so that the patronages of Monsieur Cologne having been upset, it became known that the contractors were Dutch slaves who brought wood for the Dunkirkers, and that the conspiracy was discovered just at the same time as Monsieur Cologne arrived in the city, and through my purse. Story. He accused us, and the main cause of that was the rapier, and without hearing our excuses, he sentenced 80 pounds to be paid to our legs, and if his son Mustafa had not been under the power of our parents, we would have traced his fate as that of the others, who received 200 strokes with a stick, although we were innocent. Fidelity, steadfastness, vengeance, and thankfulness. In the year 1640, Turkish sea robbers took some Dutch slaves on the ocean in a ship, among whom was a captain who had a lackey, whom we will call Morin here, to whom the Dutch recommended him for anything that might happen to him in the hands of the Turks, so that he should not say who they were, and if he was secret about it, they should release The new slaves were brought to Algiers and, according to custom, sold, and afterwards the master and the slave stood in equal regard and rank as regards respect and wealth. And since greed is the one thing that distinguishes a Turk from all others, when the captain saw Morin, he had him strike 50 blows on his back with a stick to find out his master's name and status, as well as those of his companions. Morin said that he did not know his master's name, nor indeed that of the others. The only thing he knew was that his master and his companions called each other Monseigneur. That they should send him with the first ships to England or Holland. Companions, and when he arrived in his fatherland he told his parents about the greatness and faithfulness of Morin. Faithfulness of this slave. They gave certain complies from Livorno orders that he should be set free. This steadfastness was his master's and very dear to the Dutch chamber who had been taken on board the ship, among whom was one whom we shall call Tiberius, whose parents were rich, who remained true and steadfast, and so he has as I in freedom shall I send you. A short time later Tiberius obtained his freedom, together with one of his Morin sold his ship to the Livornese merchants according to their order. The merchants, however, allowed Morin to travel with some Hollanders who had been bought in Livorno and were heading to the Netherlands. He wanted to send it on a Dutch ship but refused to take any risks, and preferred to die in a Christian land rather than fall into the hands of Turkish slaves. Morin greeted Karel warmly by prostrating himself on the ground and kissing his feet. Upon his arrival in the Netherlands, Morin met one of Tiberius's companions named Karel, who helped him out. Morin asked, "Where is Tiberius?" Karel was embarrassed because all the people gathered around to watch the ceremony. Morin rises and goes with Karel. Karel got up and replied that he would bring him home. Tiberius, seeing this, gave Morin clothes and linen, and provided him with a position to serve an honorable man. This compliment was expressed with such sincerity that those present, including myself, were very pleased to see the recognition and loyalty of Morin. And he said to him with a compliment in his manner, "Sir, you have bought me off, and as recompense I give you everything that I possess in the world, and for all my life I will pray for you." So soon as he appeared before Tiberius, the latter's loyal subject, recognizing him and his unmeasurable worth, he sprang out of his sack, took up his Turkish gold, and gave a fourfold salute. 37. Story. Shipbreakage in the harbor. When I was in the house of the base, I met a Spanish slave named Jan de Silva. This Jan had served the King of Spain for several years as a soldier in the city of Oran in Africa, located 5 days' journey from Algiers, turban on his head, and had a sword at his side. The citizens speak there the Moor language, by which this city was taken from the Moors during the time of King Ferdinand, as well as because of the great trade that exists between them and the Moors. In this way, he began his journey. Jan spoke the Moor language very well after having lived as a slave in Algiers for a long time without any hope of being freed, so he made a resolution to escape, trusting in his ability to speak the language well, and to put his resolve into action. He took off the Turkish clothes of his master, sat down on a horse with a lance in his hand, wore A. Then Silva also joined from the pier, making similar gestures and showing himself to be a Muslim. After 4 days' sailing, he arrived in a village on a Saturday at noon, which is also the custom of all the Moors of Barbary to give a sign at noon, to remember to thank God with a prayer in their ordinary language called Salah, which consists of many gestures, with their arms and hands, lying on their knees, looking towards the east and west. S with a stick when he thought he had regained his freedom. But the Moors noticed that our sailor was not familiar with his ceremonies, and without regard for their language, and since he could not speak it, and dressed in Turkish clothes, they arrested him, took away his clothes, and after finding that he was not a Muslim, they sent him bound in good custody to Algiers, where he received 300 lash. Here is the translation of the text from Otto to English, as seen here, a true ship's track in the harbor. 82 warships from our country to Algiers. Captains were Akker Klaas Beitman of Hoorn, and Joris van Katz van den Hay of that place. By resolution of Her Highness, it was deemed good to send an embassy or mission to those of Algiers and Tunis, which was carried out by Herr Cornelis Pinneker, then professor in Groningen, who, in the aforementioned capacity, was sent to Barbary in it. The mentioned places via Marseille and Toulon, where I arrived in his suite, and from there he brogue. Having safely arrived in Algiers, and according to his instructions and commissions, an agreement of peace was made with them, and after we had stayed there for 6 or 7 weeks, we went to Tunis, where we also agreed similarly. During the time that we were in Algiers, Captain Akker, Klaas Beitman, died, and was buried outside the city on a piece of land that had been purchased by Simon the Dane, a famous pirate during his lifetime, and there a stone tomb was built over his lifetime. Grave. But when I returned from Tunis again, it was already ruined. The Turks said that it had been done by the Spanish Christians, others said it was done by the renegades. In any case, it was done and remained done. Of the cruel and barbaric justice that was practiced there during my time when I was there. After I returned from Tunis to Algiers again in the month of October 1621, with pipes and drums, and finally hung at the Babel Gate. So were in Algiers captured 2 Spanish priests, who were on their way from Majorca to ship to the coast of Barbary, and were taken along the way, and accused of being spies, carrying letters from the King of Spain, and returning them to King Kak, who resides there in the mountains and is a great enemy of those in Algiers. In the year 1622, these 2 priests or bishops were, on the 3rd day after their arrival in Algiers, brought outside the Babel Gate, where they were half killed and their skins stripped off. Then their bodies were burned to ashes, and the skins stuffed with straw, and bound around the back of a Christian slave, who was also led through all the streets of the city. Tian, practiced with the loaf, went unpunished. Thus, the poor iodized loaf was thrown into the fire and burned alive. At the same time, 2 renegades were caught because they'd wanted to escape to Christian land. One died within 3-4 hours, and the other lived for about 4 days. I have also seen in my time that a Tagarin, of Moorish descent, who was in the year 1608, as the Duane lit an iodized loaf to burn, because he had set some characters or letters on it that made the Turks suspicious. And it seemed that the wheat or corn was a little more golden than usual. So the iodized loaf was scolded and brought right before the Duane, who was ordered to be punished over a prolonged period, so that whenever such superstay. In 1624, thieves were convicted and sentenced to be hanged, as they were always thieves or keepers of thieves. After 9 years in Spain, he himself, a merchant from Zealand and Algiers, had intended to close his shop. The watch, as it were, could have said who was responsible for the lock. The merchant then complained that he had been robbed. An investigation revealed that the merchant had not locked his goods and had given cause for the theft. And so the two, Warden the consul of Her Highness, Winton de Keyser, of an English renegade, who was captain, with a stroke on the back, killed, that he fell. Rising up, he knew the renegade from the front, whose turban from his head fell, which caused great rumor, in the Duke's court, and the consul condemned him to be beaten to death with stocks, and so severely. And there he lay 3 days, after which, with the bailiff's agreement, he was sentenced to 5,000, brought down, and gave him 180 blows with Dutch stocks full in his backside. They tried to turn him over to strike him dead, but the bailiff interceded that yet there was life in him, and begged for mercy on his behalf, and said, I will further punish him in his purse, and have him taken from earth into a place where no dog nor pig should be laid. Realizing that 8 years, and that the money must be paid in full for all it cost him while in prison, danger of being murdered either by the guards or others, and could rest secure there for more than 4 months before he was freed. In the end, the consul, having acted wisely, lost all his resources. This was not the greatest feat achieved, that the rovers from Algiers sailed at sea, and took one Dutchman as a prize and another as a captive, so that it seemed almost as if peace had been broken, for whatever treasure was brought in, it all remained, for the consul lacked speech through his thirst, because his credit was taken away from him, and this only served to make the Turks see that their honor had not been treated well by their consul, and so they became even more secretive over time, so that we no longer valued them as equals. In 1625, a Turkish woman was accused of having dealings with a Christian. The Christian freed himself by renouncing his faith, just as he did, but the woman was put in a sack and thrown into the sea. These are their laws. At the same time, the captain forgave himself, fearing he would fall into the hands of the militia. Also because he could not make the payment. This was a desperate situation, and was managed by him who had placed the consul, along with the dukes, and had given 8,000 reals. It is convenient for him. I will give 8,000 stuck a unit of currency and never complain about you, for if I were to complain, then you must die. Whereon the sleep answer, better to die than to renegade. The patron has had him present 3 or 4 times, but the constant Don John has steadfastly remained true to his Christian faith. In the same year, a Spaniard was punished for forcing his patron's daughter's finger until it bled. The mother, becoming aware of this, told her husband, who seized the Spaniard, who at first did not want to confess, but later did so under pressure from the captain, and said, My patron has ordered me to renounce my faith and marry his daughter when... This led the patron to complain about what his slave Don John had done to his daughter. Don John was then summoned before his patron and asked if he had indeed done that to the daughter of his patron. He admitted it, and was then asked if he wanted to renegade, marry the daughter, or die, by from his knowledge, and shaking hands. He has rather chosen to die than to renounce, for he had been sent out with instructions to stand firm, and he was brought back. I saw him going off with the flag on his shoulder, with great courage like Babylon. That is the place where ordinary justice prevails, going there with great courage, and saying a last good ought rest until they have done themselves justice, or not at all. But it was a great test of Don John's faith. See what strength of character this was for a Spanish Don, a person around 33 to 34 years old. He had always presented 15 to 1,600 reals 8 times before, but the patron wanted him to leave with no less than 2,000 reals 8 times. There never had he understood that the lady of his master, and these Don John, knew others, and that this lady had taken it upon herself to never go with Don John or any other, over whom she was in love with jealousy, and thus took her revenge. Women are very powerful when they become jealous, and so extravagant in their revenge that they do noon. In that same year, the Lord Cornelis Pinnaker arrived in Algiers as ambassador, with 2 ships of war. The captains were Ionker Cornelis Moens and Lydekerken, and afterwards the ambassador went to Tunis, where he also appointed a consul, a very honorable man who had long served Lord Hage in Constantinople, specifically Lamberto Verheer. In the year 1626, this ambassador was replaced due to numerous complaints that the Algerians and Tunisians refused to make peace, taking whatever they wanted without compensation, and because a new ambassador, namely Pieter Martin Zunkoy from Schiedam, was sent there to ensure their good behavior and maintain the peace, which had been well established, 0 to 25,000 strong. He was a Moor, wearing a man's boot, leading his holy priests under the banner of Tremezan, conquering Fez and Tremezan against those of Algiers, and gained a great victory. Moreover, he made the people wise, causing them to believe in Muhammad, and he performed great miracles among them, so that he was considered a great saint and had an army of 2. He took possession of the entire kingdom of Tremezan, with its city, which is a very fine city, belonging to Algiers. There is also a castle near the city where all the garrison had taken refuge, so he could not conquer it. He plundered the city and withdrew towards Algiers. After 3 days' march, he laid siege to the city. The people of Algiers were completely defeated and discouraged, not knowing what to do. The man was either to give an answer or send someone, and the gates were kept closed, and they resolved to confront him with an army of 12,000 men, just as it had happened before. Underneath, he had wisely prepared his people to take courage, to secure a good outcome for them, and no one from his people should die, just as in all his previous victories, not a single one had been lost. On this belief, they advanced towards their enemy like wild men, drove them back twice, and were finally free of their protection. And even if those from Algiers received any naval support, they fought the battle again, defeated the opponent, and captured the fortress. However, some of his people were killed there. Seeing that they had been betrayed by the fortress, they fled, captured the fortress with its lieutenant, and over 3,000 to 4,000 men, carried by the principal officers of the Fatam's army, and he was brought outside the Babison gate, where he was hanged. This is the intended fate of this Fatam, who wanted to convert everyone to the faith of Muhammad, 1627. On the square he was executed. The Fatam with his lieutenant had the vel fabric dried, and that with straw rolled up and brought to Algiers, along with 700 to 800 severed heads. The Fatam with his lieutenant went through all the streets of Algiers, carried on piles with pipes and drums, and 200-300 of the severed heads, marked on reeds, after them. They once again began to take the Dutch from Algiers and bring them to Algiers. Most meet near Algiers. Among others, one Johann Cornelis Knapp from Medemblik, who wanted to go with ship and goods that Elias trip, a merchant from Amsterdam to Livorno. Pinnaker had made with her about 2 years ago, but also on the ship of this captain Johann Cornelis K. P and goods will return to Holland, and I protect what is mine. It did not help. Knapp, a renegade who he had taken in England as a boatman or one of his crew had fled, took this renegade in his place, not knowing that it was a renegade. When the captain came into the street near Cape Gate, he was captured by an Algerine pirate. Without opposing that, the captain said, "See what you do, if you take me. I am a Dutchman and the ship." In Algiers, the captains of the ship did what? They bought this renegade, and said he should say that the ship was loaded with metal armor and war ammunition for the Duke of Florence. This rascally renegade took it upon himself to do so in order to gain possession of the money. For the captains were eager, as soon as they heard it was captured, and believed that if this ship and its goods remained intact, they would have plenty to do, and also had many friends in the city ready to help them. Meanwhile, when the consul of the Dutch nation heard this, he also sought allies in the city and said it had all been a lie and deception, and that such things should not be found on the ship. The days stood in the balance. The consul did his best on one side, and the sailors did their best on the other, and they clashed with each other, and Christians and Jews also played their parts, which I shall not mention for reasons of propriety. On the day that the council met, the consul was summoned before the council along with Captain Johann Cornelis Knapp, and there the captain was convincingly argued against by the renegade and several other scoundrels, of the sailors against the looters. The consul said it was not true, and was so far from the truth that it resulted in great disputes, and indeed, so great that they lasted for 2 hours, more than enough time for the council to consider the matter thoroughly. A Ross is a term meaning an uprising. So intense were the two parties against each other, namely those of the consul and those. It was not unexpected that the others could not quickly respond, as the great council persists from 15 to 16. Similarly, the consul also said, when it was found that it must be done, "Throw my fellow into the hold with the captain." But nothing availed. The captain and his 2 mates had to face death. 100 people, In a great uproar and shouting, the captain was condemned to be thrown into the hold, his scribe burnt, and the bullman provoked. The consul with the captain called, "See what you do. I have no guilt. Save the ship and let me live so long, and if it is found to be as it should, then punish me." The consul had seen the great change and death, and he had not sent a day since, nor for nearly 6 months after that. What should they say about such a people? The captain was a strong living man, living from 12 o'clock until around 9 o'clock. On the next day they also intended to lose the ship, and everything seeming to fail, so it has not been found in the world with which to blame the captain. Nevertheless, the ship and goods continued on their way, and great efforts were made to free the people. Means of saving the poor Christians from the barbarians who were holding them in slavery. There are 3 means to save the aforementioned prisoners. I will explain each one specifically. The first is to pay ransom money, the second is with Turkish prisoners, the third is through exchange. I have also, in my time, as I found myself in Argier, lost many prisoners in this way. Ing there, or through their factors to Livorno, allowing it to be done. This was a good and the best means from the time when there were more prisoners there who could order and provide the necessary resources. As for the first means, particularly with regard to money, which is usually practiced so well by those from Spain who hold certain papists or priests there, who go and buy them off and release them as by the authorities of France, these countries, and East Land, who do the same through some of their nation to Argier, or through some merchants trotty. I will create great difficulty regarding the huge expense involved, especially as it is known for certain that Her Majesty wishes to do this and provide the necessary funding, and that she wants people from the Jewish nation to be involved in this. So the Jews of Barbary should not be able to escape these measures, and anyone captured by others must into the sea and drowned, or sold off in Spain or Italy. Pay at least 500 guilders, which would amount to 10 tons of goods for every 2,000 captives, apart from the fact that the Turks in Barbary will be highly motivated to keep more and more ships at sea from time to time in order to capture our ships as prisoners, so they can obtain a considerable sum of money for them. As for the second method to free oneself from captive Turks, it was agreed that everyone should have 1,000 captive Turks from Algiers, and they brought them there with some warships, so much so that 2 of our captives or slaves had to be given up for one of theirs, as they heard that if not done, then all their captives would either be thrown. Nevertheless, in such a case they should not have less than 6 or 8 ships. To get them, and obtain a good number of 400 or 500, with which they should go to Algiers, and also lose themselves there. This method should have been better from the beginning, as it was necessary to have many Turks from Algiers as I have seen, but to obtain them would require great effort, and therefore they themselves do not want to use it, even if they are given to the captains of their naval ships, sailing towards the straits, so that they may do their best. It is also to be presumed that as soon as those from Algiers hear that there are a good number of naval ships from their Highness in the straits, they will either keep them at sea or divide their forces, so as not to meet them. Demanded. 'Tis also to be feared that Her High Mightiness's warships shall be so occupied with conveying the merchant ships of this country that they will have no time to seek out any robbers, or even to go to negotiation in Algiers, as is said. In any case, if Her High Mightiness should resolve upon such a course, and send her ship captains to the straits, she must also do her best to gain as many Turks as possible, and have sufficient time to take them to Algiers, so that it shall not be found that she could obtain them, and consequently that the loss of the prisoners from this state is not. As for the third means, to overcome them by force, that is what the English have recently practiced, sending a good number of warships to Algiers, which upon their arrival dropped their anchors right in front of the city, and offered their peace, friendship, and ports, allowing them to come within with their ships to resupply, on condition that which is why those in Algiers who accepted these conditions did so. Release their prisoners. Do not continue to attack ships or take their crew members as slaves, promising not to harm the ships or pirates from Algiers at sea, and if they refuse these terms, then they would destroy the city of Algiers with their cannons from their ships, and all the English prisoners or slaves will be saved unharmed. This method can also be used to send warships down the street after giving orders for them to do the same, and I want to ensure that this will have no less effect, especially since each head of state will be forced to present no fewer than 100 gold guilders in order to prevent their city from being ruined. If they fail to do so, and insist on such presents and thereby cause damage to their city and the death of many of its inhabitants, it will undoubtedly lead to great unrest in the city, and possibly even a massacre among the populace, leaving no doubt that all Dutch prisoners would have been delivered to your warships unharmed. In the present instance by Your Highness, our warships entering the Bay of Algiers, all the rovers' ships there putting to sea, they may also capture with their rising people, and keep them until such time as they've surrendered our slaves or prisoners, which shall then serve greatly to aid and relieve our expenses, as is here before specified. It states not only that this method is more favorable and expeditious for our poor slaves and prisoners everywhere as compared with the preceding ones, but that by it the number of slaves, as mentioned here before, could also be reduced, inasmuch as up to 8 tons of salt would thereby be saved, which elsewhere must be paid for at a higher price, so that those purchased from the Jewish traffickers in Barbary might be obtained at lower cost. Moreover, that the pirates of Algiers would thereby be deprived of much of their greed, so that they could not bring more ships and sell them as slaves. In addition, through this method so many Turks were taken from the pirates lying in Algiers, that all our prisoners there could be released for a small sum. Except that, through this means, it is also possible to obtain sufficient ships from those of Algiers to send all our trusted slaves home, without any small consideration, for when their highnesses purchase them there, they must necessarily order certain ships to be chartered and sent to retrieve them, which costs a great deal. One may well ask how this could be accomplished in practice without leaving or neglecting the responsibility of the cooperative ships of these lands to convey them, as it appears that the most important thing is for everyone to know why they are being sent out, which I will answer by saying that the same ships have already conveyed these lands to Genoa or Naples on this journey, and can easily continue to do so while the return ships make their way back to these lands in Italy, where they will pick up and convey the warships after them through the straits, as they will not need to stay in Algiers for more than a month. The number of warships that will be needed for this purpose should be at least 10, and the time when such actions should take place can be taken from the previous year when Her Majesty's first fleet left these lands, escorting them so far as France, Portugal, Spain, and Italy. Barbary can be brought before them. Her Majesty has been willing and determined to buy them off and release them with money. I have 2 things to recommend on this matter. First, that since Her Majesty resolved on this third course of action, which was to remain secret to prevent encouragement to Algiers, and provide significant aid by placing all subjects of this state under the command of the Admiralties, so that any friends or acquaintances who are prisoners in B.A. to Delft, by Anthony van Heusden's, bookseller residing at the Brabant Turf Market, in the Golden Testament, 1666. The second is that the ship's captains or the commander of those especially believed that he, in dealing with the government of Algiers for all slaves who from their good conduct gain their freedom, should be guaranteed that upon their arrival at home they will be set free,